Chapter 41. Alone. It's all self-inflicted. Already feeling wronged, Liu Ruyuan was baffled when her father suddenly asked about Qin Ran. And without explanation, he had scolded her. What confused her even more was his insistence that she win Qin Ran back. When Liu Ruyuan tearfully recounted Qin Ran's actions to her father, she only received more criticism. Later, she received a call from her mother, Liu Qilan, and she poured out everything. The events leading up to it, as well as all the grievances she'd been holding in. But to her surprise, her mother wasn't angry at all. She was actually delighted. Her mother even analyzed the situation and gave her advice. She said Qin Ran must still like her. He was just disappointed because she hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend all this time. But after liking her for so many years, feelings didn't just vanish. If she just released a little more signal and treated Qin Ran a little better, he'd definitely come back to pursue her again. Men were all the same. For a woman to pursue a man, it's as easy as pie. Listening to her mother, Liu Ruyuan found it made a lot of sense and gradually understood. Qin Ran definitely still likes me, she thought. It's just that, now that we're in college, he's sad because I haven't agreed to be his girlfriend. Qin Ran couldn't have fallen for another girl so quickly. Those rumors about Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai are definitely false. Qin Ran still loves me. He does. Liu Ruyuan muttered to herself, convincing herself and pumping herself up. She herself didn't believe Qin Ran would give up so easily. Once she had cleared her mind, Liu Ruyuan regained her spirit. She private messaged Qin Ran in their class's QQ group. Qin Ran, I forgive you. Let's eat dinner together tonight. Clutching her phone, a smile played on Liu Ruyuan's lips, overflowing with confidence. This time she had proactively given Qin Ran a way out, and even invited him to dinner. Given Qin Ran's past behavior, he would surely happily agree and take her out for a nice, fancy dinner. But after waiting for what felt like forever, she received no reply. Upon closer inspection, the message showed as read. Hesitating slightly, Liu Ruyuan sent another message. I want to eat something good. In the past, Qin Ran would have asked what she wanted to eat. If she couldn't decide, Qin Ran would pick several restaurants for her to choose from. But after she pressed send, she saw a red exclamation mark. Liu Ruyuan held her phone closer, staring in disbelief at the glaring red symbol. She had been blocked by Qin Ran again. She couldn't even send a private message through the group. Ah! Liu Ruyuan angrily threw her phone onto the bed, letting out a frustrated scream. She wasn't alone in the dorm room. Fang Man and Li Huihui were startled. They exchanged a look, their eyes silently asking the other what had happened. One shrugged, the other just raised her eyebrows. Neither knew. Actually, both had tried to show concern for Liu Ruyuan the night before. But she hadn't responded, just crying continuously and taking out her frustrations on her pillow. So, they didn't ask again later. They had only been in school a week, and they weren't that close anyway. Besides, they had both noticed Liu Ruyuan's short temper and her tendency to have little tantrums. It was what people called princess syndrome. They weren't particularly enjoyable to be around. It was better than being around the usually quiet and cold Li Yafi, who was easier to get along with. At least Li Yafi wouldn't throw tantrums for no reason. She was just more solitary and didn't engage in much conversation. Fang Man sent a message to Li Huihui without saying a word. Wanna grab food? Yeah. Should we ask her? Nah, she's probably in no mood to eat. Li Huihui cautiously got to her feet and went out with Fang Man. They didn't invite Liu Ruyuan to eat or even mention it. In the past week, they had almost reached their limit with the fickle Liu Ruyuan. Moreover, the other girls in their class seemed to dislike their dorm room. Although most students tended to stick with their dorm groups, the 308 dorm felt completely isolated. This was particularly noticeable during breaks from military training. Whenever they sat together, there wouldn't be any other classmates sitting nearby. Neither Fang Man nor Li Huihui wanted to be isolated so early in their college experience. And it wasn't their fault. It was Liu Ruyuan who had argued with Chen Shuwen during class and had thrown a tantrum at the classmate who had given the class funds to Qin Ran. They were caught in the crossfire and had no one to complain to. Liu Ruyuan cried for a while before realizing her roommates had all left. Qin Ran definitely wouldn't agree to eat with her. But she didn't care. She knew that some girls around her didn't like her because they weren't as pretty as she was, as well-figured, as wealthy, or as popular. Liu Ruyuan didn't care much about the approval of her female peers. She enjoyed the adoration of the opposite sex far more. But right now, she cared most about what Qin Ran really meant. His temper was even worse than hers. She had gone this far, What else did he want her to do? There was no way she was going to go crawling back to Qin Ran, admitting she was wrong, and begging him to be her boyfriend. That was absolutely out of the question. Liu Ruyuan called out her best girlfriend, who was equally lonely. Seeing Wang Feifei come at her beck and call, Liu Ruyuan's mood lifted a little. Let's go get food. Yin Yin, what do you want to eat? Should we go to the snack street? It's too far, let's just eat at the cafeteria. There are plenty of snacks in the second cafeteria too. They say the food at the second cafeteria isn't very hygienic. Really? The school should have high standards for the food hygiene. Wang Feifei didn't want to eat at the cafeteria, especially the second one, because he had seen Qin Ran and his roommates walking towards it when he went downstairs earlier. There was a high chance they'd run into them if they went there now. But Liu Ruyuan's headstrong personality hadn't changed. Even though he'd pointed that out, she insisted on going to the second cafeteria. Wang Feifei could only follow her. He knew that if he said any more, Liu Ruyuan would get annoyed and probably throw a tantrum. Sure enough, they ran into them. There were only 4 cafeterias, and the second one was the most popular. Even though there were a lot of people in the cafeteria, some people just stood out in the crowd. Wang Feifei suddenly realized something was off. He noticed that, ever since Liu Ruyuan entered, she had been scanning her surroundings. Not looking for what to eat, but looking for someone. Who she was looking for was obvious. Qin Ran. Liu Ruyuan took out her meal card and handed it to Wang Feifei. Feifei, I want ramen. Can you stand in line for me? I'll wait for you over there. Yin Yin. Wang Feifei hesitated. Do you want a fried egg? No, less noodles, no green onions, no cilantro. Okay. Wang Feifei walked towards the ramen stall, his gaze fixed on Liu Ruyuan. He watched, heartbroken, as the girl he liked walked toward another boy. Bam! A bowl of roasted pork rice crashed to the floor. Aren't you watching where you're going? Wang Feifei heard a familiar voice and his face changed. His first instinct was to fall to the ground. Chapter 42. Hatred deepens, a hypocrite and a coward. Wang Feifei hadn't been completely oblivious. His attention had just been focused on Liu Ruyuan. He had seen her walk in Qin Ran's direction and felt increasingly uncomfortable, so he hadn't paid too much attention to the people in front of him. But he had still been using his peripheral vision. It's just that the person he had bumped into was Jibuqing. It wasn't an accident then. The moment Wang Feifei recognized Jibuqing, he decided to play the victim. He pretended to have been knocked over. But Jibuqing had learned his lesson once before, so he wouldn't make the same mistake again. At the same time he spoke, he grabbed Wang Feifei's arm, preventing him from flying backwards. Otherwise, he might replay the scene from last time. Jibuqing used increasing strength with his right hand, squinting as he said, "Hey classmate, you caused my food to fall on the ground. You just want to walk away?" Wang Feifei's face was distorted in pain. He grit his teeth and lowered his voice. "Let go. Jibuqing. Everyone knows you hit me. If we have a conflict, who do you think people will believe? If you don't let go, I'll yell." Jibuqing released his hand and patted Wang Feifei's shoulder. "We're not done. You better be careful. Classmate, I won't make you pay. Just clean it up and we'll call it even." Having said that, Jibuqing turned and left. Wang Feifei, who had not intended to pick it up, noticed Liu Ruyuan approaching and silently squatted down to clean up. "Feifei, are you okay? Is he bullying you again?" "I'm fine, Yin Yin. Wait a little longer for me." Wang Feifei's actions only reinforced Liu Ruyuan's suspicions. "He's just too awful. I'm going to go find him." "Don't." Wang Feifei stopped Liu Ruyuan. "Yin Yin, please don't go. I need to clean this up, or it will be too messy and will spoil other people's appetites." "Oh, Feifei, you're just too kind. That's why people always bully you." "It's okay. I'm not hurt. Besides, I have you. You always help me." "Saying you're not hurt. Look at how badly you got beat up." Liu Ruyuan said angrily. "Jibuqing looks so decent, but he's so violent." Wang Feifei's heart skipped a beat. Was she complimenting Jibuqing on his looks? Wang Feifei couldn't help but overthink things. Earlier in the cafeteria, he had seen Liu Ruyuan and Jibuqing making eye contact. Besides, Jibuqing seemed to fit the description Liu Ruyuan had used when talking about what kind of man she liked. Thinking this way, it was even less likely he'd let Liu Ruyuan go find Jibuqing. If they continued to have contact, there was a chance a spark might ignite. Such things were not uncommon. And although Wang Feifei hadn't interacted much with Jibuqing, he knew that the latter was two-faced. Not only did he have a violent side, he was also cunning. He used his attractive appearance as a disguise and was more likely to win a girl's favor than Wang Feifei. After the interruption, Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei were about to eat when Qin Ran had already left. Liu Ruyuan regarded Wang Feifei as a close friend and shared many things with him. Today's call from her parents had surprised her, so she told him about it. Wang Feifei was shocked to hear this. At the same time, he was worried. He was already struggling with watching Liu Ruyuan's chasing her man antics. But now even Liu Ruyuan's parents had gotten involved. Yin, could Qin Ran have gone to your parents? Huh? Probably not. That's strange. I remember at your birthday party last year, your dad talked to Qin Ran for a long time. Liu Ruyuan laughed. My dad thought I was dating Qin Ran back then because I mentioned him so often. Did your dad like Qin Ran? He didn't say. He just said Qin Ran was different from most guys, but he wouldn't let me date until after college. Wang Feifei breathed a sigh of relief, but then he thought again, that's not right. Wait, didn't you just say your parents were telling you to win Qin Ran back? I'm not going after him. If anything, Qin Ran should come back to me. That stinky Qin Ran is the worst. No, Yin. Why would your parents say that? There must be a reason. Oh yeah, it's pretty strange. Liu Ruyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Feifei, could it be like what you said? Did Qin Ran go to my parents and ask for my hand in marriage? Wang Feifei's mouth twitched. Yin, it's not ancient times. And if Qin Ran really liked you, he wouldn't upset you so much. Yeah. Liu Ruyuan deflated, poking at her rice with her chopsticks. Why is Qin Ran treating me this way? It's infuriating. Wang Feifei said cautiously, Yin, I don't know if I should say this to you. Go on. What can't we say to each other? Wang Feifei organized his thoughts. Yin, don't be angry when I say this. Originally, I thought Qin Ran still liked you and was just trying to annoy you so you would agree to be his girlfriend. But now I feel like it's not the case. Qin Ran may really not like you anymore. Liu Ruyuan's expression became increasingly unpleasant. Impossible. Qin Ran wouldn't stop liking me. Feifei, you know how much he used to like me, how much he doted on me. He definitely still likes me, Feifei. Don't say nonsense. Liu Ruyuan's voice was loud enough to attract the attention of people around them. Wang Feifei quickly reassured her. Okay, I was wrong, but you should also think about it. You're still talking. I won't say it anymore. Yin, I'm actually doing this for your own good, you know. I only have one friend. Wang Feifei said passionately, no matter what, of course I want you to be happy. A boy nearby snorted. Wang Feifei glared angrily. He was confessing his feelings, who was so insensitive. But what made him even angrier was that the boy who laughed at him was deliberately playing a video for his roommate to see. A synthetic female voice sounded. Boiling sheep, happy sheep is weak, hurry and push. The video wasn't finished and the sound wasn't loud, but everyone around them could hear it. Several boys started laughing. Wang Feifei's teeth were chattering with rage. They were going too far. But what followed was even worse. Another similar video was played. Arigato, Mary Sheep-san. Boiling sheep, you Bakayuru. The more you try to appease someone, the more you end up with nothing. Wang Feifei almost lost his temper, but he didn't want to leave the same impression as Jibwatching, and once again, he acted like a coward. He was not some boiling sheep. Yin, don't pay any attention to them. They have no manners. Huh? What did you say, Feifei? Liu Ruyuan said, her mind elsewhere. Chapter 43. Trying to be a man? Forget it. Wang Feifei felt things were just too difficult. He was surrounded by difficult people. But the biggest problem was that Liu Ruyuan did not see him as a normal guy. She just saw him as a delicate girlfriend. Wang Feifei felt it was very necessary to correct this point. Otherwise, Liu Ruyuan would only hear his love confessions as friendly advice. Any other guy, Liu Ruyuan would probably have understood his message. But he was the exception. To this end, Wang Feifei made a decision. He would participate in military training. The next day, Guo Fuping led Wang Feifei to the front of the formation and went to the side to talk to Shi Pinglin for a few minutes. After a while, Wang Feifei joined the group, standing next to Huang Zujia. Shi Pinglin didn't say much, just told Wang Feifei to start training as soon as possible. But both Jibwatching and Wang Feifei had already had a point deducted from their score. Military training was worth 2 credits. Given the fact they had fought during military training, they'd lost 1 point. If they behaved well, they could earn it back. If they fought again, they'd lose both points. Jibwatching, who had just been punished with extra running laps, saw Wang Feifei in the ranks and gave him a knowing smile. Wang Feifei catching Ji Buqing's eye, instinctively recoiled. But when he thought about the reason he was there for, military training, he mustered up the courage to look Ji Buqing in the eye. He was going to be a real man from now on. He was going to let Liu Ruyuan see he could be masculine. He would also tan his skin so he wouldn't look so pale and feeble. But once military training began, within an hour, Wang Feifei regretted it. He regretted it immensely. He even considered pretending to be sick just so he could rest. Wouldn't it be nice to sit in a shady spot and watch everyone else train? Why did he have to torture himself? If he wanted to show off his masculine side, he didn't have to participate in military training. There were many other options. There was a gym on campus. He could just go to the gym to exercise. Instead of standing at attention, Wang Feifei's body started shaking, scaring Huang Zujia. Report. Speak. Huang Zujia glanced at Wang Feifei next to him and shouted, "The classmate next to me looks like he's having an epileptic seizure." Everyone immediately looked over. Shi Pinglin walked quickly to Wang Feifei, frowning slightly. He didn't look like he was having a seizure. He was just weak and couldn't stand properly. "Do you have epilepsy?" No, Wang Feifei rolled his eyes at Huang Zujia. His body was constantly shaking like a fish dying on the ground. "I'm fine," Wang Feifei said through gritted teeth. "Say report before speaking." "Report? I'm not sick. He's talking nonsense." Shi Pinglin turned to Huang Zujia. 10 push-ups. "Report. Speak." "I was concerned about my classmate. I wasn't lying." 20 push-ups. Huang Zujia left the ranks feeling depressed and began doing push-ups. Compared to a week ago, Huang Zujia's running form was much better and his push-ups were standard. From this, the effects of military training were visible. But Wang Feifei, who had just joined the team, was different. Shi Pinglin was starting to regret adding a straggler in the middle of the session, like throwing a rat in a pot of soup, or rather, a dead rat in a pot of soup. There were many people in the formation, but if one person was not in sync and didn't keep up, it would stand out. He couldn't keep going like this. Shi Pinglin called out, "Ji Buqing, step out of the line." "Yes." Ji Buqing straightened his body, clenched his fist, ran to Shi Pinglin and saluted, then relaxed. "Drill sergeant. Teach him the basics first. Teach everything." "Yes." Ji Buqing curled his lips into a slight smile. "If he doesn't do well, you'll be punished as well. And if you fight again, don't even think about earning any credit. I will also request the school to expel you too." Ji Buqing's expression became serious. "Reporting drill sergeant, I have reconciled with this classmate, and we will not fight again." Wang Feifei didn't believe him at all. He had seen the look in Ji Buqing's eyes. He obviously wanted to settle their score. "Reporting drill sergeant, I want to ask someone else to teach me." "Who?" "Qin Ran." Shi Pinglin called out, "Qin Ran. Here. Are you willing to teach this classmate?" "Reporting drill sergeant, I am not willing." Shi Pinglin turned to Wang Feifei, who was petrified, and said, "Did you hear that? No more talking now." Wang Feifei's body was trembling. The expression on his face was epic. He thought the drill sergeant would directly ask Qin Ran to teach him. Otherwise, if he trained with Ji Buqing, there was a high chance a conflict would occur. But he didn't expect Qin Ran to reject him, without even giving a reason. He just said he wasn't willing. Looking at the others' suppressed laughter, Wang Feifei hated Qin Ran too. But that was that. Wang Feifei had no other choice. Unless he faked sickness. But he saw Liu Ruyuan's squad was already having a rest period. If he fainted now and was taken away, Liu Ruyuan would definitely see him. He was participating in military training to impress Liu Ruyuan, not to have her see how weak he was. Wang Feifei had to grit his teeth and persevere. But, as he expected, Ji Buqing had been setting him up all along. He said that he needed to increase his progress, so while everyone else rested, Wang Feifei was the only one still training. Even when he reported it to the drill sergeant, it had no effect. Fu Qingchuan, who was shielding himself from the sun with his hat, asked, "What did that guy come for? He looks like he's about to die." "Tell me about it," Huang Zujia complained. "I really thought he was having a seizure, and I had to do 20 push-ups." Qin Ran laughed. "Maybe he wants to be a man." "Haha, Qin Ran, you're so mean." "Isn't he a man?" Qin Ran, half joking, had a pretty good idea of Wang Feifei's thoughts. If Wang Feifei really wanted to win over Liu Ruyuan, he had to get rid of the girlfriend persona. With this premise in mind, it was easy to see Wang Feifei's real intentions. It was funny, in his previous life, Wang Feifei had done something similar. He had secretly gone to the gym to exercise, and then he tried to chat up a muscular guy, hoping the guy would teach him. As a result, he had been treated as a sexual harasser. Qin Ran heard about it from a friend. His friend happened to be working out at the same gym and had even taken photos and videos. It had started out as just an interesting topic of conversation during dinner. But after Qin Ran saw photos of the victim, he couldn't help but marvel at how truly bizarre Wang Feifei was. He clearly had pocket money, so he could just hire a trainer. Why go chat up a stranger? Didn't he know his appearance and posture were likely to cause misunderstandings? In fact, quite a few people had assumed Wang Feifei was gay, and it had been happening since middle school. There were even rumors that Wang Feifei had been that way with someone, but whether it was true or not, Qin Ran didn't really know. But some things are not necessarily just rumors. Of course, even if it was true, Qin Ran believed Wang Feifei was forced into it. After knowing him for so many years, he knew Wang Feifei was straight and only liked Liu Ruyuan. Looking at the two who were at odds with each other, Qin Ran couldn't help but feel fate was a strange thing. Neither of them were good people. If he could just pair up Wang Feifei and Jibuqing, that would be great. They could hurt each other instead of others. Chapter 44. One flower blooms. All others are killed. All at a one-hit KO level. After that thought popped into his head, Qin Ran suddenly felt the two of them were actually quite a match. Jibuqing was tall, strong, and handsome, while Wang Feifei was petite and clinging. If they stood face to face, it really would give off the feeling of a Thai BL drama. Qin Ran leisurely chatted with his friends. He couldn't be bothered to teach Wang Feifei. The latter even had the nerve to ask for him by name. Did he really think Qin Ran was easygoing? When it came to Wang Feifei, he wouldn't be showing any of that classmate camaraderie spirit. The fact that he hadn't beaten him up again was already a kindness. Help? Absolutely not. By acting this way, Qin Ran even earned the praise of the other guys in his class. More than one secretly gave Qin Ran a thumbs up. In a certain sense, Wang Feifei was also pretty amazing. In just a day, he had successfully managed to earn the dislike of all the guys. Qin Ran wasn't even sure if this was Wang Feifei's true nature, or if he was putting on an act. He knew that, in the past, Wang Feifei would purposely try to create the illusion that he was lonely and being bullied to gain Liu Ruyuan's sympathy. He had witnessed this type of thing more than once. Even with this latest incident of Wang Feifei being beaten by Jibuqing, he wasn't even at the scene, and could still guess the general sequence of events. Qin Ran understood both of their personalities, even more clearly the real faces behind their masks. So he wasn't going to indulge them, not even in the slightest. During the lunch break, Jibuqing demanded Wang Feifei do extra training. Shi Pinglin agreed. After training all morning, besides the stand at attention and at ease postures, Wang Feifei was a mess. He was basically standing still, with no improvement. Jibuqing made Wang Feifei do extra training, and he himself also had to follow along. He was killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of his own troops. Qin Ran was happy to see this. Jibuqing was willing to give up his lunch break, partly to get revenge on Wang Feifei, but also to redeem himself in Shi Pinglin's eyes. Because he wanted to be a model trainee, he also wanted to be a flag guard, and even a flag raiser. In the evenings, flag guards would practice in their uniforms on the track, which attracted a lot of attention. Their coordinated movements, upright posture, would often draw girls who would specially come to watch them. Being a flag guard wasn't just about having a pretty face, it also depended on stature. They couldn't be all different heights. They needed to be well-proportioned, and their appearance, while not as handsome as Qin Ran, still had to be above average. Some experienced upperclassmen even specifically chose younger guys who had been selected as flag guards. Setting aside their character, their looks and height would definitely be decent. This year, the overall level of flag guards had been dragged down by one person. That person was Qin Ran. Logically, the flag guard team's looks were all good, but there was one person who was particularly outstanding. This made the others look rather ordinary. Moreover, Qin Ran had become a little famous after singing In the Name of the Father. Not just the freshmen, almost the entire University of Finance and Economics knew there was a handsome guy who sang exceptionally well. Qin Ran wasn't the flag raiser nor the flag guard, but rather, the flag bearer. After observing, Shi Pinglin had narrowed down the model trainee candidates to 3. Wen Yonglong, Qin Ran, and Jibuqing. Now Jibuqing was definitely out of the running. He had fought, and had been the aggressor, and had been caught by Shi Pinglin, who had pinned him to the ground. When Yonglong's movements were standard enough, but he was too tall. In the flag guard team, he'd be very conspicuous. That left only Qin Ran to take that role. Actually, Liu Ping also wanted to compete, but he was eliminated. The flag guard team was not a group that one could just join. While they were training, girls would occasionally walk by. Most of the guys who had been selected for the flag guard team had certain intentions. Each one of them would puff out their chests. Even though they were completely exhausted, they were still full of fighting spirit. But their intentions were unrequited. Whether they were girls passing by chance, or those who had specifically come to see them, their attention would all involuntarily be drawn to Qin Ran. During the 2 5-minute breaks, Qin Ran was asked for his contact information more than 10 times. If you weren't blessed with such handsome looks, you'd never know how crazy girls could be. They came in droves, one after another. A few petty guys hoped that on the day of the flag-raising ceremony, the flag would cover Qin Ran's handsome face. But right now, they just wanted their own eyes to be covered, so they wouldn't feel so jealous. But when Lin Wanbai appeared, their heartbeats slowed a beat. She was so beautiful. Goodness, a first love face. They were smitten. Almost all of the flag guard members instantly perked up. While they were training under the floodlights, they could clearly see the appearance and figure of anyone within 10 meters. When Lin Wanbai stopped to stand not too far away, the guys' eyes all locked in place. Their formation was a little out of order. Their movements were no longer so uniform. That was the kind of destructive power Lin Wanbai had. Half an hour later, the guys on the flag guard team watched heartbroken as Qin Ran walked towards the stunning girl who had made their hearts race. All the good things were going to one person, but it wasn't all bad news. They immediately understood why Qin Ran had rejected all the girls who asked for his contact information. Because once Lin Wanbai appeared, all the other girls were overshadowed, becoming like supporting actresses. In truth, compared to Qin Ran, they were all supporting actors. The two of them strolled along the rubber running track. The cool evening breeze carried away the heat radiating from the track. Lin Wanbai had come to find Qin Ran for class activities, not for a date. Of course, it could also be a date. It had only been a week since the start of school, and Guo Fuping was starting to feel a headache. This year's class was the worst he had seen in terms of the students' interpersonal relationships. If this continued, who knew how many conflicts would arise? For this reason, Guo Fuping had asked the two of them to think of an activity to break the current awkwardness. In short, a team-building icebreaker. The date was set for the first class meeting after military training. The election of class leaders would be pushed back to the week after next. After the icebreaker activity, the relationships between classmates could be improved. Then they could elect more suitable class leaders. Although Guo Fuping was usually quiet, he knew that Qin Ran had the highest reputation among the boys, and Lin Wanbai was the most popular among the girls. Having the two of them plan and host it would be the most effective. As they say, a combination of a man and a woman will make work easier, especially if it's a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. Guo Fuping wouldn't tell anyone he was shipping Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai. Although old Guo seemed old and was still single, he had the heart of a matchmaker. Lin Wanbai had initially refused. Her persona was that of a cold, aloof goddess, not a warm-hearted, helpful heroine. But when Guo Fuping said that she would be helping Qin Ran organize and plan it, she swallowed the words of refusal. Lin Wanbai had wanted to repay Qin Ran for a long time. This was a good opportunity to help Qin Ran. As to whether she had been deceived by Guo Fuping or had voluntarily jumped into the pit, it would be up to Lin Wanbai herself. At least for this moment, the two of them were very relaxed. Lin Wanbai wore a white dress, had her hands behind her back, and walked with a light, buoyant step. Qin Ran wore his military uniform. His posture was upright, his figure handsome and elegant. Chapter 45. Love shouldn't be exhausting. It should be relaxing and happy. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai walked slowly along the running track, circling it again and again. Their shadows would sometimes overlap and sometimes separate, repeating the cycle over and over. Qin Ran, I found a team-building game called $1.50. Guys are $1, girls are 50 cents. The class advisor says an amount, and then you have to form a team. What do you think? Qin Ran knew this game, but he still patiently waited for Lin Wanbai to finish speaking before answering. That's good. This game is suitable for breaking down barriers between boys and girls. It's best to make it fast-paced. Yeah, I think so too. How about 5 seconds? That's about right. What about you? Do you have any suggestions? How about musical chairs? Lin Wanbai hesitated. Seeing this, Qin Ran quickly understood. Does it always stop with you? Not always, but it usually does, though I don't have any special talents. How about drop the handkerchief? You've definitely played that before, right? It always gets passed to you, right? Yeah, and I always have to run. Qin Ran couldn't help but laugh. I can imagine that scene. Most of the boys probably hoped Lin Wanbai would drop the handkerchief behind them. Having a chase game with Lin Wanbai was probably an unforgettable memory for some of them during middle school. After thinking for a moment, Qin Ran said, I can't play the music, and we'll play musical chairs so that you won't get chosen. You can be the alternate, allowing other classmates to show off their special talents. Okay, should we pick another game? Didn't the class advisor tell us to pick 3? It's getting late, let's go back first. We can each look for other options. Then I'll send it to you later when I find one. Same here. Qin Ran didn't escort Lin Wanbai back to the girls' dorm building. They said goodbye at a fork in the road. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. But meeting up was one thing, chatting was another. As soon as Qin Ran arrived back at his dorm, he received a message from Lin Wanbai. I'm back. I'm back too. I'll take a shower first. I'll text you later. Okay. Qin Ran smiled and took his toiletries to the bathroom. The 3 roommates were very considerate. They knew Qin Ran had extra training, so they took showers beforehand. Qin Ran, you want to come to Pochinki for some gunfights? Huang Zujia had been obsessed with landing and dying games these past few days. I'm not playing today. I'm tired. Let Sokwon keep you company. Fu Qingchuan said angrily, your KDA is barely over 1. How can you call me trash? I'm in diamond tier. How much water is in that diamond of yours, don't you know? I'm in diamond tier. You just keep hiding. You don't have any passion. That's why I'm looking for Qin Ran for some passionate gunfights. Qin Ran waved his hand. No thanks, you two go have your passionate gunfights. Anyway, dying too much won't affect KDA. No, if I die too much, my rank will drop. I'll play by myself. Fu Qingchuan said, disgruntled. Come on, let your bro Quan help you get that chicken dinner today. The 2 of them started their landing and dying games, landing at the school and dying, landing at the port and dying, landing at Pochinki, and still dying. In less than half an hour, they were both silent. Qin Ran was lying in bed chatting with his Lin classmate. Without realizing it, this had become their daily routine. From their initial awkwardness to now being completely used to it. If they didn't chat, it would feel like something was missing. How about using a 3-legged race? Tying 2 people's legs together. You could also do it with 3 people as a group. Wouldn't that be too easy to fall? 5 people or less should be okay. I'll make a note of it. Hiding under her blanket, Lin Wanbai wrote down the 3-legged race game, making a note of the number of people. Are you scared of the balloon stomping game? Yeah. How about the balloon clamping game? Do we have to hold hands? Yep, back to back, with the balloon clamped in the middle. Can I be on your team then? Qin Ran felt that he had been unintentionally flirted with again by Lin Wanbai. Sure, of course. But what if teams are randomly assigned? Then let's put that on the alternate list, in case we can't choose our own teammates. Okay. Lin Wanbai noted the balloon clamping game, with a note of teammate. Qin Ran. The 2 of them discussed the details of the games for a while, refining them constantly. Rules, numbers of people, timing, etc. They had been chatting for more than 2 hours. The lights in the dorm had long been turned off, but the 2 of them were still very absorbed in their conversation. But the topic was no longer limited to small class team-building games. They talked about the games they used to play as kids, hopscotch, jump rope, 4-wheel cars, yo-yos. Until a little after 1 a.m., Lin Wanbai was surprised by how quickly time had passed. It's already past 1, time for sleep. Tomorrow is military training again, and you have training again tonight. You should rest well. You can't stay up this late next time. Night. Qin Ran replied, night. They had transitioned from good night to just night. After a while, he placed his phone on his bedside table. Qin Ran rested his head on his hands. He realized that he seemed to like chatting with Lin Wanbai and sharing their daily lives. For him, this was a very new experience. He had never had it before. He and Liu Ruyuan also often texted each other, but it had never felt like this. Because most of their conversations were on topics initiated by him, and Liu Ruyuan wasn't the type to reply right away. And Liu Ruyuan was always changing, even her hobbies were the same. She liked this today, but tomorrow she might not like it anymore, and she would have a new hobby. Sometimes she wouldn't tell Qin Ran about them, and would instead make him guess. After a while, Qin Ran's frequency in initiating conversation decreased. More often than not, he would give Liu Ruyuan a few options and let her choose for herself. He didn't have this kind of feeling now. Endless topics, never-ending things to say. It was relaxing and enjoyable. No need to guess, no need to rack his brains to prepare anything. And he didn't have to have all his suggestions rejected and still have to make her happy and carefully think of something that would suit her even better. Qin Ran wasn't even sure how he had managed to persevere in the past. Could it be that over time, it really does just become a habit? Perhaps it was precisely because Liu Ruyuan had become used to his kindness that she was so reckless in squandering his affection. Qin Ran thought a lot, recalling all sorts of things. He had been too indulgent of Liu Ruyuan in the past and had placed himself too low on the ladder. Now, having unloaded that burden, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. He should have done this a long time ago. In his previous life, his inability to let go of his affection for Liu Ruyuan was ultimately torturing himself. Qin Ran became even more convinced that what he was doing now was right. He would no longer live for others. Even if he were to find a partner, it would be someone he could be relaxed and happy with, not someone who would make him feel tired. Qin Ran had loved Liu Ruyuan, had experienced joy, and had experienced pain. He had now finally learned how to love himself. If he didn't even love himself, how could he expect others to cherish him? By the time Qin Ran entered his dream, Lin Wanbai was only just getting ready to sleep, because she still needed to write in her diary. There was a movie that made fun of people who kept diaries, saying, "Who writes diaries anymore?" A secret that had been written down is no longer a true secret. The real secrets are hidden deep within one's heart. But Lin Wanbai was just the kind of sincere person who liked to write in a diary. At the end of her diary, Lin Wanbai wrote a sentence. People who have shared the evening breeze together will remember it for a long time, right? Chapter 46. Military training ends, a strange couple. Without realizing it, the end of military training was approaching. Compared to the chaotic scenes from the beginning, the formations were now orderly and organized, like the difference between mud and clouds. Even a weakling like Wang Feifei had gained a trace of masculinity, as long as you didn't look at his face. Because Wang Feifei had sunburn and was as red as someone with high-altitude sickness, he had a red face all day. In the past 2 days, when Jibuqing was training Wang Feifei by himself, people who passed by would give them strange looks. The red-faced, delicate boy looked like a zero, and the tall and handsome Jibuqing was clearly the one. There had even been photos of the two of them on the campus forum. From the side, they really had that vibe. But the post was later removed after Wang Feifei reported it. Wang Feifei was like an insulator in the dorm room. He just liked to browse posts, looking for news about Liu Ruyuan. If anyone had taken photos of Liu Ruyuan, or was talking about which freshman girl was the prettiest, Wang Feifei's alt account would definitely appear. Wang Feifei was both proud and angry at the same time. He would usually report the posts after he was done reading them. When other people admired and loved Liu Ruyuan, showed his judgment was good, that he wasn't wrong. But he didn't want so many competitors. He was already exhausted from just dealing with Qin Ran. Starting from Monday, Liu Ruyuan always took him to places where Qin Ran often appeared, such as the second cafeteria. Wang Feifei didn't mention that Qin Ran had joined the flag guard team, otherwise Liu Ruyuan would definitely go watch Qin Ran's training that evening. He really didn't understand how Liu Ruyuan had become like this. She had lost that arrogance he liked and had gained a bit of humility. It was as if the halo around her was gone. She hadn't been like this in the past. How could the Liu Ruyuan he liked have turned into an infatuated girl like all the others? But facts do not change because of his thoughts. At the freshman military training flag-raising ceremony, Qin Ran once again became the most dazzling presence. After military training had ended, Wang Feifei could hear people talking about Qin Ran as he walked around. He really wanted to complain. From so far away, how could they tell Qin Ran was handsome? Wang Feifei immediately took off his military training uniform when he returned to the dorm. He had participated in military training for Liu Ruyuan. These past weeks, he had endured more than he could count. His face was sunburned, and his already delicate body had become thinner. He had also been tormented by Jibuqing for several days, each one feeling worse than the last. But he had stubbornly resisted faking an illness and managed to get through it. But Liu Ruyuan didn't see his efforts. All she did was tell him that Qin Ran was a model trainee. Of course, he knew Qin Ran was a model trainee. It felt like he'd heard it so many times that his ears were going to start producing calluses. Wang Feifei had already decided he would never do something like this again. It was too difficult, and he hadn't gained anything. Regardless, At least military training was finally over. He could finally stop living in the shadow of Qin Ran. But he was wrong again. Today was the first day of classes. Macroeconomics, statistics, accounting, economic law, international trade. There were so many classes, and he hadn't even recovered from the military training of the past week, so he was inevitably listless. The most infuriating thing was that he had been mistaken for a girl, and the whole class had burst into laughter. Although it wasn't the first time it had happened, it still made him grind his teeth in anger. A week of military training hadn't made his skin darker, it had only given him 2 red cheeks that he couldn't get rid of. The first class in the afternoon was a large lecture hall, with 3 classes in the same lecture hall. Ji Buqing had even boldly sat at the desk in front of Liu Ruyuan, and had even said hello. Wang Feifei, who was sitting in the back, was so angry that he wanted to throw his book at Ji Buqing's fake face. Liu Ruyuan had not expected Ji Buqing to be so bold. Because of the Wang Feifei incident, she had even scolded Ji Buqing. But Ji Buqing had actually come up to her, which also seemed to show that Ji Buqing was generous and not that resentful. Liu Ruyuan snorted, ignoring Ji Buqing, but a change had already quietly taken place in her heart. If not for the 2 conflicts, Ji Buqing was actually a pretty good match for her fantasy partner. It's just that his impression score had been lowered a bit too much. Last time Ji Buqing had gone crazy and beaten Wang Feifei, it had frightened her a little. But looking at Ji Buqing's smiling face, Liu Ruyuan couldn't help but think that maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding. Otherwise, why would Ji Buqing sit so calmly in front of her? And why had he helped Wang Feifei with extra training last week? For a moment, Liu Ruyuan was a little confused. But then Qin Ran walked in from the door and drew her attention again. Or rather, he had drawn the attention of half of the tiered lecture hall. The most well-known freshman, bar none. Liu Ruyuan's expression became a bit resentful and even a little angry. This past week, she had purposely bumped into Qin Ran several times, but he had acted as if he hadn't seen her. Even when she had proactively greeted him, Qin Ran had just nodded and left, without saying a word. Her relationship with Qin Ran was even worse than that of her other classmates. Liu Ruyuan was conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to restore their past relationship, hoping Qin Ran would be as good to her as always. But on the other hand, she didn't want to truly give in. Proactively giving Qin Ran a way out was already her limit. There was no way she would take the initiative to say she wanted to date him. It wasn't like she was completely unwilling to consider being Qin Ran's girlfriend. If Qin Ran were to publicly confess his feelings for her at the welcome party, then she would still consider agreeing. After all, based on the way things are looking now, Qin Ran still had the highest popularity and was the most well-liked. Moreover, Qin Ran had been very good to her in the past, and she knew what kind of person he was. In the past, Qin Ran would have definitely sat next to her, but now he wouldn't. Liu Ruyuan looked resentfully at Qin Ran as he sat in the last row with his roommates. There were so many people between her and Qin Ran, she couldn't even chat with him. Liu Ruyuan was hesitating about whether she should change seats when Ji Buqing, in the front row, suddenly turned around. "Classmate, I didn't bring a pin, could you lend me one?" Fang Man, who was beside her, nudged Liu Ruyuan's arm and winked. "What do you mean he didn't bring a pin?" Clearly he was trying to flirt. Liu Ruyuan definitely had more than one pin. After hesitating for a few seconds, she still prepared to hand over a pin. There was nothing wrong with lending a pin, but someone was faster than her. "I'll lend you one." Wang Feifei gave his pin to Ji Buqing. Ji Buqing, who had already prepared to borrow a pin from Liu Ruyuan, was poked on the palm with Wang Feifei's pin and felt a little annoyed. But he held back. Last time he beat Wang Feifei in front of Liu Ruyuan, he couldn't just hit people whenever he wanted this time. Although he really did not like Wang Feifei, Ji Buqing calmly said, "Thanks," and then turned around, pressed the pin very hard against the desk and made a mark. Then he turned back around smiling and said, "Classmate, this pin is broken. The pinball is gone." "How is that possible? I was just writing my name in my book earlier." Ji Buqing shrugged. "I don't know either, here you go." He threw the broken pin back to Wang Feifei and then looked at Liu Ruyuan again. If he couldn't even handle something this simple, how could he have been so successful in high school? In Ji Buqing's eyes, the guys his own age were all very childish, and the girls were very easy to deceive, especially the pretty ones, because pretty girls didn't often have a lot of male friends. With his qualifications, Wang Feifei was no match for him. Chapter 47. A different kind of class, unfaithful men and women. Ji Buqing watched Liu Ruyuan with a confident smile. He could sense that she didn't hate him, at most she was just a little annoyed. He had encountered this kind of situation before. He just needed to find a reason to cover up and eliminate the previous misunderstanding. This would make the other party feel guilty, making them think they had misjudged him, which would make it even easier for him to succeed. After a few moments of eye contact, Ji Buoqing could roughly gauge a girl's feelings towards him based on her reactions. To be honest, he felt Liu Ruyuan didn't seem very clever, so she wouldn't be too difficult to win over. Actually, he had set Liu Ruyuan as his target not just because she was pretty, had a great figure, and could dance. It was also because Liu Ruyuan and Qin Ran were high school classmates and had a good relationship. Moreover, Qin Ran had been pursuing Liu Ruyuan all this time. He hadn't forgotten his goal of getting back at Qin Ran. If he could make Qin Ran's crush his girlfriend, that would be the best form of revenge. Recently, his family had encountered a minor problem, so he needed to keep a low profile for a while. His revenge plan couldn't be too flamboyant. Otherwise, based on his past personality, he would have already had people ambush Qin Ran. He would have beaten him up a few times and Qin Ran would naturally become docile. But now, he was still carrying a serious demerit and a disciplinary action. It wasn't good to behave like that again. Otherwise, he might get expelled. University had only just begun. He didn't want to get kicked out just like that. So he thought about getting revenge on Qin Ran by winning over Liu Ruyuan. At the same time, he would also have a girlfriend that everyone envied. Why not? However, he had underestimated the power of a green tea honey. Yin Yin, he broke my pin. I don't have a pin. Liu Ruyuan handed a pin to Wang Feifei. I have another one. Yin Yin, you're the best. Liu Ruyuan said to Ji Buoqing. I don't have any extra pins? Ji Buoqing looked at Wang Feifei, who was smiling at him. His eye twitched. It was definitely on purpose. Ji Buoqing told himself to hold back and squeezed out a smile on his face. It's okay. Then can I borrow your notes after class? Wang Feifei felt that he had met the most cunning opponent in his life. After one trick came another, all of it a scheme. This was even more dangerous than Qin Ran. Wang Feifei had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "The teacher's coming." A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses walked in, clutching a book. Ji Buoqing smiled slightly and turned around, but in his heart, his annoyance for Wang Feifei, who had disrupted his plans again and again, had reached its peak. He realized that Wang Feifei was like a fly, constantly buzzing around Liu Ruyuan. If he didn't swat the fly first, it would keep bothering him and Liu Ruyuan. After the teacher came in, most of the students sat up straight, preserving their old habits from previous classes. After registering, they had been through military training, and they hadn't truly experienced the more relaxed learning environment of university. Studying was one thing, but classes were not as strict, except for a few professors. Fu Qingchuan, who had been learning from Qin Ran, saw the middle-aged man walk in and couldn't help but lower his voice. Guys, this professor is named Sunjin. He's the vice president of our school and no ordinary person. He's an independent director in several large companies. It's hard for ordinary people to even get a meal with him. Huang Zujia asked, puzzled. What's a dudong? Independent director. Huang Zujia, whose family only owned a single-family house, suddenly understood. Oh, that independent director. You should have said it more clearly. Are independent directors powerful? Of course, they're powerful. Don't look at them and think they don't have much power. They're actually not the kind of people anyone can just become. Especially in some large state companies, you got it? Understood. Sunjin placed his book down, first looking around at the hundreds of new faces in the tiered lecture hall. When he saw Qin Ran, he paused for half a second before adjusting the microphone. You all don't seem very energetic. Is it because you're too tired from military training and haven't recovered yet? Yeah. I'm exhausted. Everyone sighed in unison. In that case, let's make our first class a little easier. The somewhat tired, sleepy students immediately perked up. It had been almost 3 months since they had been in class. One morning was not nearly enough for them to return to a learning mindset. But hearing Sunjin say this, everyone immediately felt less tired. They even thought the middle-aged man in front of them had a gentle and approachable smile. Sunjin leaned against the podium, smiling. Let me first give a simple self-introduction. My name is Sunjin, the Sun from Sun Tzu's Art of War, and the Zhan from Revitalizing China. This semester I'll be teaching you microeconomics. With economics as a subject, don't think of it as something very high and mighty. In fact, it's closely related to our lives. You've all had your books for half a month. Raise your hand if you've done some pre-reading. Let me see. More than half of the people raised their hands. Adding those who had done pre-reading but hadn't raised their hands, it was close to 2/3. Sunjin nodded and pressed his hands down in a gesture. Okay, put your hands down. A few days ago, when I came back, I encountered a young girl who was lost in the haze of love. Everyone immediately started laughing, and there were some jeers. Sun Jun waved his hand and waited until the laughter subsided before continuing his story. This girl was in her 20s, and her boyfriend was her university classmate. Both of them came to the city to find work. The girl was working in design, and she had a decent salary. The guy's work wasn't very ideal, so the girl had him take the graduate school entrance exam. Then, the girl paid for the guy's tuition and living expenses for 3 years. Now that the guy is about to graduate, he has proposed a breakup. The girl asked me why men are so unfaithful and not the slightest bit loyal. Sunjin looked left and right and asked, "Is there anyone who can answer this question using economic principles?" After about 10 seconds, a girl with a ponytail raised her hand. Sunjin motioned with his chin. "Okay, you can tell us. You don't need to stand up, you can just speak while seated. Let's just treat this as a chat." The girl with the ponytail, who had just stood up, sat back down again, but was still a little uncomfortable. This problem can be solved using the law of diminishing marginal utility in economics. The more you own something, the less value it has to you. The boy continued his studies and encountered more and more girls. Therefore, he didn't cherish the first girl as much anymore, because he had more girls around him. Sunjin nodded and gently clapped. This classmate put it very well. This law also applies to men who cheat even when they have a beautiful wife at home. Everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere of the class was becoming increasingly relaxed. Everyone felt that Sunjin didn't have the usual sternness of a teacher. He was very humorous. Sunjin then asked, "Then why is it that, while both men and women are subjected to the law of diminishing marginal utility, unfaithful women are still fewer than men?" Chapter 48. Feelings don't make sense, nor do they follow morals. Why were there more unfaithful men than women? This was a very common phenomenon. As soon as Sunjin finished asking, Lu Ping immediately raised his hand. "Come on, speak directly." Lu Ping said loudly, "There are actually as many unfaithful men as there are women. The law of diminishing marginal utility also applies to women. It's just that fewer married women are unfaithful. That doesn't mean this law doesn't apply. Women also like men who are more handsome, younger, and wealthier. It's not just men who are always infatuated with 18-year-olds. Lu Ping ignored all the varied looks directed at him and continued to state his views. People are emotional, but more often than not, they are rational and will consider costs and benefits. The cost of a woman cheating is higher than for a man. There aren't many men who are willing to wear a green hat. The intense condemnation of mistresses on the internet is another factor. So, women are actually unfaithful as well, but the cost of actually doing it is too high, especially for women who have a partner. Sunjin asked, "Does everyone agree?" A female student shouted, "That boy is too immoral. The girl worked hard for 3 years to support him. How could he do this? That's not a good reason." Sunjin nodded slightly. "Is there anyone who can tell us why?" More and more people raised their hands. This time it was Liu Yafei's turn. Economics doesn't take morality into account. Morality requires you to think about others. But people are selfish, and there are few people who can be truly selfless. Economics is about people pursuing maximum profit. For that boy, while in university, he didn't have to worry about his living or work expenses, he was just pursuing the maximum profit from love. During the 3 years of his graduate studies, the honeymoon period had long passed. If the boy broke up with the girl, he would lose his financial support. Now that the boy is about to graduate, he doesn't have this anxiety anymore, so naturally, he's starting to pursue maximum profit in love again, wanting to find better, prettier girls. On the other hand, it's the same for the girl. Everything is simply about pursuing maximum profit. After Liu Yafei finished speaking, the classroom fell into silence for a while. Some girls who wanted to argue did not know how to use economic principles to rebut it. Sun Jun was a little surprised. There were people who could see the core of the issue, but not many could break it down in such a simple and direct way. Liu Ruyuan suddenly said, "That girl only decided to have the boy study for his graduate degree so that the two of them would have a better life in the future. From this perspective, the girl loved the boy more, thinking about the two of them, and not just herself. Economics does not take morality into account, but we must." This statement was agreed to by many people, but Qin Ran snorted at this. He had been so good to Liu Ruyuan in the past, And how did she respond? It was completely slapping himself in the face. But Qin Ran knew Liu Ruyuan wouldn't see it that way, because Liu Ruyuan never thought she was the problem. Regarding Liu Ruyuan's argument, Liu Yafei remained calm and composed. That shows that the girl did not understand the most basic principles of economics before she decided to support the boy in his graduate studies. Liu Ruyuan frowned. Which principle? The higher the return, the greater the risk. The girl only saw the return of successfully having the boy complete his graduate studies. She ignored the risk involved. After the boy finished his graduate studies, he would be more highly educated, find work more easily, and his salary would also increase. After his conditions improved, the probability of the boy wanting to find other girls also increased. The better the conditions a boy has, the more popular he is with girls. This is a fact that can't be denied, and it's also an obvious principle. Liu Yafei's words left Liu Ruyuan speechless. If Liu Ruyuan still held on to the immoral aspect, then she would be even more out of her depth. Sun Jun, seeing the two arguing, smiled even more broadly. Okay, let's move on to the next question. What good ways are there to reduce this kind of risk? Liu Yafei calmly uttered two words: get married. Not get married, but get the marriage certificate. Only black and white was the protective talisman for the weaker side in the marriage. If the other party cheated or was violent, the weaker party could get a larger share of the assets. Everyone understood this principle, even those who had never been in love. Sunjin looked at Liu Yafei. That girl is very disappointed and in a lot of pain right now. What do you think she should do? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The girl herself didn't consider the risk of supporting the boy in his graduate studies, and only thought about the possibility of success. Of course, she would be disappointed. To solve it, there are only two options. The first is to give up decisively. The greater the sunk cost, the harder it is to move on. The girl has supported him for 3 years. The sunk cost is already very large, but she can still choose to leave, otherwise, she may be even more disappointed. The second is to go find the boy. Since the girl was able to support him for 3 years, that means he's not a terrible person. If there wasn't even a single good point, the girl wouldn't have done that. Moreover, the two have a relationship foundation of many years. As long as the boy isn't too cold-hearted, there is still a possibility of salvaging it. Of course, it's just a possibility. Personally, I don't believe the girl will be able to salvage the relationship. When a guy wants to break up, it often means that the relationship has come to an end. Sunjin nodded with a smile and clapped. The others also clapped along with him. Liu Yafei's expression was calm, making it difficult for anyone to guess what she was thinking. Liu Ruyuan suddenly trembled and looked at Qin Ran, who was diagonally behind her. If a guy wanted to leave, did that really mean the end of the relationship? It seemed that was the case. After Qin Ran had decided not to pursue her, he didn't even take the way out she had offered him. He blocked and deleted her friend request, acting like they would never see each other again. Liu Ruyuan had only been a little flustered before, but now she was a little scared. She was afraid that after Qin Ran turned and left, he would really not turn his head back again. Then wouldn't she forever lose her opportunity to be with Qin Ran? And wouldn't she never be able to go back to how things were, and never get to enjoy Qin Ran's care and affection? She didn't want that. She wanted Qin Ran to come back, and dote on her and love her like before. Liu Ruyuan saw that when Qin Ran turned her way, he just glanced at her, and then turned back to continue listening to the lesson, with a blank expression on his face, and she suddenly felt like crying. Qin Ran wasn't the same as the example they had just discussed. He was just too tired from loving, and wasn't getting any response. But from a certain perspective, Qin Ran was similar to the girl who was about to be dumped. They had both given so much in the name of love, more than what an ordinary person would understand. Not many girls could work hard for 3 years to support her boyfriend's graduate studies. The side that gave too much always appeared very humble, but it's difficult to morally obligate the other side. When they don't love you anymore, they just don't. If you force them to continue being together, it would only accumulate more conflicts. Even if the girl temporarily salvaged the relationship, or even got a marriage certificate, they could still get a divorce. What the girl truly cared about wasn't the marital assets. Feelings never made sense, and they didn't even adhere to morals. Chapter 49. No longer full of weak spots, just a suit of armor. After class, everyone was still talking animatedly about the discussion. Whether the girl should go find the boy, who was right, and who was wrong, everyone had their own opinions. Some said that the girl was too silly and shouldn't have given so much less support the boy in his graduate studies. Now look what happened. The boy turned his back on her after he finished his graduate studies. He was an irresponsible scum. Others said that when there were no more feelings, then that was it. You can't force a melon that isn't sweet. The boy didn't necessarily fall for someone else. He probably just didn't love her as much anymore. After the honeymoon period was over, there were only a few relationships that deepened, because most people argued over daily necessities and trivial matters. Was the boy in the wrong? From a moral perspective, of course, he was. But should the boy be obligated to be tied to her for a lifetime because of the girl's sacrifices these 3 years? If you flip it around, was the boy at a loss? Feelings were hard to deal with rationally, but decisions couldn't all be based on emotion either. If you must divide who was right or wrong and have to measure who loved more, that would be very exhausting. And if you hadn't experienced it personally, it would all just be subjective thoughts. When a person was truly trapped in the dilemma of feelings, how many of them would be able to see things clearly? And how many, after having seen things clearly, could leave in time? There were quite a few people who knew the law of sunk costs, but it was difficult to let go. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people being trapped in the stock market. Only a small number of people could set stop-loss points when trading in stocks and leave with their capital. But what about feelings? Intangible feelings could not be measured. So how could you set a stop-loss point? So in the end, this topic would only have individual views, and there would be no unified answer. Different people would make different choices. In his previous life, Qin Ran had loved Liu Ruyuan too deeply. The sunk cost was no ordinary amount. In this life, he had stopped investing in time and left in a timely manner. Even when he saw Jibuqing stop Liu Ruyuan to talk to her, he didn't say anything. He just walked past indifferently. Perhaps some would say that true letting go isn't about blocking and deleting friends or putting on a cold facade. Rather, it was about responding openly, about having no ripples in one's heart when that person stands before you. If they're not the person involved, then they don't have the right to say those things. It's like they are standing on higher ground and talking without any sense of compassion. In this life, Qin Ran just wanted to stay far away from the 3 of them: Liu Ruyuan, Jibuqing, and Wang Feifei's love. Hate and grudges were not his concern. If he treated Wang Feifei well, the other party would immediately take an inch after you gave him an L. The same was true for Liu Ruyuan. Even now, she was still thinking of how to make him take the initiative to apologize. Before, Liu Ruyuan had more than once had Wang Feifei act as a messenger. She had said that he had to immediately go find Liu Ruyuan to apologize, and the latter would forgive him. Qin Ran just wanted to say, "Fuck off." And in fact, he had done so. Wang Feifei didn't dare to appear in front of him and say those disgusting, disingenuous words again. As for Jibuqing, it wouldn't be long before his label as a rich second generation would be torn off. He was just a fake rich second generation. He was just very good at pretending. Qin Ran had no interest in what the 3 of them were talking about, and he had to go see someone right now. After saying goodbye to his roommates, Qin Ran went to the administration building and entered the vice president's office. "Uncle Sunday." Sunjin put down his teacup and teased, "You still remember your old Uncle Sun? I thought you had already forgotten me." "How could I? Uncle Sun is an independent director of our Chinon company. You helped our family a lot during the crisis we faced before. Qin Ran won't forget that." Sunjin waved his hand. "I just gave some suggestions. Your family was able to overcome the crisis because of your father's and your efforts. I can't take credit for it." "Uncle Sun is too modest. You don't need to be so polite with me. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Your dad gave me a few tins of Gujuzi Sun tea before, and I haven't finished them yet." "No, thank you. I'll be going for food soon. I just came to say hello. Why not come to my house for dinner? Some other time. It will be too late for Uncle Sun to buy groceries today." Sunjin was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. "Okay. Whenever you want to come to eat, let me know beforehand." "Okay. Thank you, Uncle Sunday." "Okay. If you have anything you need, come find me. Don't be shy. You hear?" "Okay. I'll be going now. Goodbye, Uncle Sunday." Sunjin stood up and watched Qin Ran slowly walk away below. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Qin Ran used to be very polite with him, but today he had actually come to say hello on purpose. Uncle Sun and Uncle Sun sounded similar and appeared to be just a difference of one word, but in fact, they were completely different. Sunjin stroked his chin, recalling the scene when the Qin group had encountered a major crisis back then. He had given many suggestions and proposals, and he was indeed a little too modest earlier. But he was among the few who knew who had actually solved the internal crisis. Sunjin had seen many people with natural talent. As the top-ranked university for finance and economics, the University of Finance and Economics had many students with good grades and high talent. But there were no more than a handful who amazed him, and Qin Ran was one of them, and he was the youngest one. If the Qin family heir no longer kept a low profile, then it wouldn't just cause a sensation in the school, it could even stir up the entire economy of the city. Sunjin smiled. This was pretty good as well. The influence of the top 10 alumni of the most recent few years had been less than before. If Qin Ran truly stopped being so hidden, then all the top 10 alumni from the other finance and economics universities in China would have to line up to work for Qin Ran. Sunjin hoped that Qin Ran would form his own think tank and hire more people from the University of Finance and Economics. That would be a way to give back to his alma mater. Actually, Qin Ran didn't have any similar ideas at the moment. He had just stopped centering his life around Liu Ruyuan and was now more mature in his way of dealing with people. Sunjin was a member of the Qin Group's think tank. He hadn't thought of it before, but now that he'd run into him, he definitely had to say hello properly. Going to talk in Sunjin's office was consistent with the Qin family's low-profile way of doing things. Jibuqing's family had a little bit of money. He could take the head of admissions out to eat, but he couldn't get Sunjin to come. But Sunjin would actively invite Qin Ran to have dinner at his home. The difference was obvious. This was why Qin Ran didn't truly see Jibuqing as an equal. The number of people who could truly catch his eye were few. Liu Ruyuan was the exception. Qin Ran seemed to be peaceful and low-key, but his pride was actually ingrained in his bones. Now that he didn't like Liu Ruyuan anymore, in his eyes, the latter was nothing. As long as he wanted to, he could easily get a girl whose looks and figure were no worse than Liu Ruyuan. He liked that little girl who was in the prime of her youth, pure, kind, and capable of bringing him happiness. But that little girl had already disappeared, like a puff of smoke, scattering in the air, without even a trace left. Even if he waited longer, she wouldn't come back. Having seen things clearly, how could Qin Ran make the same mistake again? So even if Liu Ruyuan turned back, he would no longer be in the same place. In the world of love, if you love someone, you gain a weak spot, but also a suit of armor. But if you love someone who may not cherish you, you lose your armor, and you are left with nothing but weak spots. At this moment, Qin Ran had no weak spots, only a strong suit of armor. Chapter 50. Can't open a bottle cap, can open your skull. After taking Sunjin's class, Liu Ruyuan understood something. Qin Ran loved her. If she were to take the graduate entrance exam, Qin Ran would definitely work hard and support her in her studies. Even if she didn't get in the first year, in the second year, or the third year, Qin Ran would keep supporting her. He was that kind of person who would be devoted to her and always treat her well. But it seemed that she had thrown away that Qin Ran whose heart was full of her. She had assumed that Qin Ran would be good to her, dote on her, and love her for her entire life. Even if she had a little bit of a temper, he would tolerate her. Guys should be the ones who dote on the girls they like, especially the girls that they like. Liu Ruyuan thought that Qin Ran was probably angry because she hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend all this time. She had thought it over these past few days and felt that Qin Ran was still the best for her, and also the most outstanding, and the most suitable person to be her boyfriend. Qin Ran had walked 99 steps towards her, but now he had stopped. She was willing to take one step towards Qin Ran. But now, Qin Ran was ignoring her, and sometimes even acted like he couldn't see her and would walk right past her. So she needed to create an opportunity first. At the entrance of the campus supermarket, Liu Ruyuan stood prettily under the street lamp, lifted her delicate chin, and tried to look into the distance. When class had ended, she had noticed that Qin Ran hadn't returned to the dorm with his roommates, but had gone towards the administration building. She guessed that Qin Ran had been called away by a teacher or someone else, and he would definitely pass this way later. Because this intersection was the shortest route to the cafeteria and the boys' dorm buildings. There were other routes, but you had to go a long way around. Normally, people would walk this way. Liu Ruyuan tiptoed and kept looking at where they would be coming from. She had already been waiting for 10 minutes, but she still hadn't seen Qin Ran's figure. How could going to the administration building take so long? Classmate, let me help you carry your water. A boy stepped forward to say. No, I'm waiting for my friend to come. Liu Ruyuan quickly rejected him. The boy who had reached out to the 12-liter water barrel paused and awkwardly turned and left. He wasn't the first one who wanted to help. He was the third boy who had been rejected by Liu Ruyuan. Another 5 minutes passed, and Liu Ruyuan had become a little impatient. Yin Yin. Wang Feifei, who had just finished eating and was preparing to buy some snacks, saw Liu Ruyuan standing at the entrance of the supermarket with a barrel of water by her feet and immediately rushed over. His waving arms were like he was trying to clear away the air in front of him. His effeminate running form drew attention. Wang Feifei didn't care about the looks of the people around him and stood in front of Liu Ruyuan a little out of breath. Yin Yin, let me help you carry it. Ah. Wang Feifei was even more eager than the previous boy. He hurriedly lifted the water barrel and tried to hoist it onto his shoulder. But as soon as he had lifted it halfway, Wang Feifei cried out in pain. He had twisted his back. It hurt. It hurt so much. Liu Ruyuan was startled and quickly used both hands to help put it on the ground. Feifei, are you okay? Wang Feifei, leaning to one side and holding his back, squeezed out an ugly smile. I'm okay, Yin Yin. I forgot I was injured. That day when he was on top of me, I also injured my back. Do you want to go to the infirmary? It's okay. It's just a little bit of a twist. I probably can't help you carry the water. You should take better care of yourself. If you're injured, then you should rest properly, don't run around. Okay? Liu Ruyuan was talking when she suddenly saw an all-too-familiar figure walking by on the opposite side. Qin Ran. Liu Ruyuan revealed a happy smile and vigorously waved to Qin Ran. Qin Ran, come over here. Wang Feifei clenched his fists. How despicable. He had not only missed a good opportunity to show off his manliness, but he had also given it to Qin Ran. If this matter made the two of them reconcile, Jibuqing would be the biggest sinner. Wang Feifei silently repeated, don't come over, don't come over. Qin Ran, Feifei is hurt, can you help me out? Liu Ruyuan said coquettishly. With Wang Feifei's resentful gaze, Qin Ran stepped over. He had promised to give Liu Ruyuan to him, so what was this supposed to be now? Wang Feifei tried to use his eyes to make Qin Ran retreat, but the latter seemed not to understand his gaze and still walked over. Liu Ruyuan's face was full of smiles, and her delighted expression was evident on her face. See, she knew that Qin Ran still liked her. Whenever she had a problem, Qin Ran would always show up in front of her as always, helping her solve all her problems and taking on all the responsibilities. Liu Ruyuan suddenly felt she didn't have to take that step first. Here, Qin Ran was already walking towards her. That Qin Ran of the past had returned. But she had been unhappy these past few days and had been made to cry. So once they were at the dorm building, she had to give Qin Ran a good telling off. He couldn't do this again. He could only make her happy. When he made a mistake, he had to immediately apologize and couldn't procrastinate for such a long time. Even if it was her fault, he couldn't either. Liu Ruyuan's lips curved upwards, her pointed chin was lifted high. Her long, white neck looked like a swan. Several boys had just proactively stepped forward to help her, and if you included those who were too embarrassed to talk to her, there were at least a dozen. A girl as popular as she was, not appreciating her was a loss. Liu Ruyuan smiled slightly. Qin Ran, could you help me out? Qin Ran first glanced at the weak Feifei, then nodded. For a classmate, helping with such a small thing was a must. Qin Ran lifted the water barrel with one hand, and then put it on his shoulder and walked forward. He even lifted his hand and waved, gesturing not to mention it. Wang Feifei watched, dumbfounded, as Liu Ruyuan stood there, stunned. The latter had carried a large barrel of water on her shoulder that had nearly crushed his back. This barrel of water had to be more than 20 kilos. Liu Ruyuan had previously not been able to open a bottle cap. How was it that she could now carry such a heavy barrel of water? Holy crap! Wang Feifei was shocked. He finally reacted. What exactly had Qin Ran done? Qin Ran, who had agreed to help, had actually only helped by putting the water on Liu Ruyuan's back. After a few seconds, Liu Ruyuan also finally reacted. Ah! Her scream attracted the attention of those around them. Holy crap! A tomboy! So strong! The ancients did not deceive me. Can't open a bottle cap, can open your skull. Such a pretty girl was actually a tomboy. Take a picture. Take a picture. This must be shared. Maybe she was a comedian. The boys around them were holding their backs, and their faces were red. Damn it! Could this be a story about a weak man and a strong woman? The beautiful flower was in the dung pile. No, this was a rafflesia. Liu Ruyuan shouted. Damn you, Qin Ran. You stop right there. Ah! Liu Ruyuan, with both hands clutching the water barrel, was a complete mess in the wind. She couldn't put it down. The water was too heavy. She could only shout and scream. This visually shocking scene was destined to become the most noticeable sight on campus today. Chapter 51. Empress Liu, terrifyingly so. Liu Ruyuan's yelling was utterly useless. Qin Ran didn't even look back, instead quickening his pace. He believed in doing good deeds without seeking recognition or reward. That was his principle. Liu Ruyuan, carrying a bucket of water, wouldn't be able to catch up. Helping her get the bucket onto her shoulder was the most he could do. There was no way he'd carry it all the way to the girls' dorm. Besides, Wang Feifei was there. If one person couldn't carry it, surely two people could. Liu Ruyuan was hopping mad. No, at that moment, she couldn't even hop. Before long, she felt as if she were carrying a mountain. It was far too heavy. She could only hunch over, lowering her head. Feifei, help me quick. Oh, okay. Wang Feifei quickly reached out to take the bucket off. Aya. My back. No, can't do it. My back just went out, Ruyuan. Give me a moment. Liu Ruyuan was exasperated. Feifei, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and help me. I can't carry it anymore. Wang Feifei crouched down, using both hands to brace the bucket from underneath. Then set it down. I can't move. I can only let go. Liu Ruyuan turned her back to Wang Feifei and released her grip. Ah! Wang Feifei was caught off guard and was pinned to the ground by the bucket. Liu Ruyuan shook her hands and, hearing the sound, turned around in shock. She quickly pushed the bucket to one side. Feifei, are you okay? I didn't do it on purpose. I'm okay. Wang Feifei gritted her teeth in pain but managed a forced smile. Ruyuan, could you help me up? Okay. Liu Ruyuan reached out to pull Wang Feifei up, but she couldn't manage it. Wait. A tear escaped the corner of Wang Feifei's eye. Ruyuan, I think my back is broken. Ah. No way. Can you call an ambulance for me? Is it that bad? Liu Ruyuan was also scared. Then I'll call 120, the Chinese emergency number. Half an hour later, the sound of wee-oo echoed through the campus. Wang Feifei was taken away by the ambulance, even refusing Liu Ruyuan's offer to accompany him, saying he felt much better. Liu Ruyuan told Wang Feifei to message her if anything came up, and after watching the ambulance leave, she strode towards the boys' dorm. She even abandoned the water bucket that had rolled aside. Furious, Liu Ruyuan was going to settle the score with Qin Ran. She was going to confront him about why he had done that. How could he have just placed the water on her shoulder? Could her delicate shoulders even handle that? And even if they could, wasn't he afraid of hurting them? And on top of everything, Wang Feifei was injured and sent to the hospital. But Liu Ruyuan waited for a long time and didn't see him. She was almost ready to storm into the dorms, but eventually held herself back. She had heard that boys often went shirtless in the summer. It would be too dangerous to go up there. Liu Ruyuan waited until it was dark, but still didn't see Qin Ran. She contacted Qin Ran's roommate, Fu Qingchuan, who told her that Qin Ran hadn't returned to the dorm after class. Liu Ruyuan waited for ages, her stomach growling with hunger. But she was too angry to even be hungry. She didn't even eat dinner, and went back to her dorm in a huff. She would definitely settle things with Qin Ran tomorrow. She couldn't let this matter drop. But when she saw the forum post that Li Huihui forwarded to her, she was truly infuriated. She even cried from anger. Her image was completely ruined. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Qin Ran, who had gone to the cafeteria to eat dinner and then strolled around the track with Lin Wanbai to discuss the games for their class meeting on Thursday, had finally returned to his dorm. As Qin Ran reached the dorm entrance, he received a message from Lin Wanbai. I'm home. Me too. Qin Ran, you're finally back? Qin Ran, who was about to continue chatting, put his phone away. What's up? Something else happened? Fu Qingchuan came closer, shoving his phone in front of Qin Ran's face. This is your doing, right? Right. Too close. Qin Ran took the phone. The screen displayed a photo of Liu Ruyuan carrying a bucket of water on her shoulder. Above it was a caption. Empress Liu, terrifyingly so. Qin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Who photoshopped this? Don't know. It's gone viral on the forum. That fast? It was you, wasn't it? Fu Qingchuan laughed. Liu Ruyuan asked me where you were, and when I saw the post, I guessed it was you. She must be angry with you because of this, right? You actually had her carry a bucket of water. Tisk, tsk, tisk. In a word, awesome. Fu Qingchuan gave a thumbs up, and Huang Zujie beside him did the same. It's not that exaggerated. The bucket of water wasn't very heavy. Girls can lift them too. It's no problem to carry it, Qin Ran said, waving his hand. Qin Ran, I admire you. Ha ha ha. You're in for it tomorrow. Yeah, Liu Ruyuan will definitely come looking for you to settle scores. Qin Ran shook his head and didn't answer, picking up his wash basin to go wash up. If they hadn't said anything, he would have forgotten about it. He hadn't seen clearly before. He had been deceiving himself. Now he knew that Liu Ruyuan had stopped cherishing him a long time ago. To keep pursuing her would be foolish. Liu Ruyuan's attitude hadn't changed from before. She was still as arrogant and dismissive as ever, taking everything for granted. Qin Ran wouldn't make the same mistake again. Since he had chosen to leave, he wouldn't look back. Qin Ran hoped that Liu Ruyuan would understand that as well. Or maybe Liu Ruyuan should just remain arrogant, so arrogant that she'd grow moldy, and then they wouldn't cross paths after this. They could live their separate lives and not bother each other. Qin Ran had given all his good to Liu Ruyuan, but she hadn't become the one in his life. Instead, she became a lesson. The lesson was over, and he had learned the truth about knowing when to let go. The next day, Qin Ran, as usual, went to the cafeteria with his 3 roommates. Influenced by him and Wen Yonglong, Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia had also started to wake up 10 minutes earlier to have breakfast together. Midway through, he received a voice call from Guo Fuping. The latter told him that Wang Feifei was hospitalized and would be taking 2 days of leave. He asked Qin Ran to take a few classmates to visit Wang Feifei and use some class funds to buy some fruit. Qin Ran declined. Probably even Wang Feifei's roommates hadn't gone to visit him. Even if it was for humanitarian reasons, it should be the class monitor, Liu Ruyuan, who went. Qin Ran didn't want to have any more connections with them. Some things were best avoided. If he went to visit Wang Feifei, the latter might think too much about it. And although he had known Wang Feifei for years, their relationship wasn't that close. Wang Feifei was Liu Ruyuan's male best friend, not his friend, let alone his brother. He was even somewhat of a love rival, as Wang Feifei had always liked Liu Ruyuan. For whatever reason, Qin Ran wouldn't visit Wang Feifei. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran continued eating. Huang Zujia was curious. Pew guy's hospitalized? Yeah. Why? Did he get beaten up again? Maybe. I didn't ask. What a pity. Qin Ran asked, bewildered. What's a pity? It's a pity I wasn't there. Otherwise, I'd have kicked him while he was down. I heard from the neighboring dorm that this Pew guy was badmouthing us behind our backs. Afraid that Qin Ran wouldn't believe him, Fu Qingchuan said, It's true. The girls in our class heard it too. It's okay. Someone will take care of it. Chapter 52. Punched and outed. The keyboard warrior strikes. Fu Qingchuan was puzzled by Qin Ran's words about someone taking care of it. Who will take care of it? Qin Ran shook his head, not saying much. He was one of them, but not the only one. Wang Feifei hadn't been bullied less in junior and senior high school. Countless people had wanted to shut his mouth. Qin Ran was thinking about something else. Yesterday, the photo of Liu Ruyuan carrying a bucket of water had been taken. The post was very popular. Fu Qingchuan had even shown him a photo with a caption. Empress Liu, terrifyingly so. Qin Ran wondered who had photoshopped the image. This person clearly knew Liu Ruyuan. He just didn't know if it was a classmate from their class who deliberately changed one word, or someone from another class. Qin Ran couldn't help but recall the post on the forum from the last time, when Wang Feifei's injuries had been exposed. He was 90% sure that post had been made by Wang Feifei himself, using an alternate account. So what about this time? Had Wang Feifei deliberately posted this as well? Liu Ruyuan would certainly find out sooner or later. Even if she didn't see it herself, someone else would tell her. And if she saw those mocked photos, she would surely be angry. And in the end, she would blame it all on him. Liu Ruyuan had angrily come looking for him last night, which proved that Qin Ran wasn't being a small person judging others, but rather assessing things with the utmost skepticism. He knew that the green tea honey, Wang Feifei, often did some disgusting things behind people's backs. It wouldn't be strange if he did something like that. There were even more disgusting things he had done before. But he had no evidence. These were just his suspicions. Qin Ran thought it over, and in the end, he dismissed those distracting thoughts. Whether it was Wang Feifei or not, he wouldn't concern himself with it. He hoped that Liu Ruyuan would finally understand that he truly didn't like her anymore. He had actually told Liu Ruyuan clearly during the military training last time, but the latter didn't believe him. However, after everything that had happened yesterday, she should be disappointed enough. As for Wang Feifei in the hospital, let Liu Ruyuan visit him. The fact that he hadn't beaten Wang Feifei again was already a good thing. There were classes in the morning. Liu Ruyuan wasn't there. Qin Ran figured that Liu Ruyuan had taken leave to visit Wang Feifei. Yesterday, the two of them had clearly been together, but when Wang Feifei was taken to the hospital, Liu Ruyuan hadn't gone. Now that Guo Fuping had informed her, she was finally going to visit him. It was truly in line with Liu Ruyuan's young miss personality. In Liu Ruyuan's eyes, she was the most important. She even wished that everyone would revolve around her. Qin Ran used to revolve around Liu Ruyuan as well, but he wouldn't anymore. Classes seemed much better without Liu Ruyuan. During his lunch break, Qin Ran received another call from Guo Fuping. Liu Ruyuan was in trouble. Liu Ruyuan, who had gone alone to visit Wang Feifei, had been hit by someone who had jumped from the roof. She had already fallen into a coma. Guo Fuping had already informed Liu Ruyuan's parents. He would be the acting class monitor for the next few days. Once Liu Ruyuan woke up, he wanted to take 2 people to visit her. Otherwise, their class bonding activity would become a joke. 2 classmates were hospitalized, but no one in the class was going to visit them, yet they were planning a team-building game, which would seem rather ridiculous. Hearing the news about Liu Ruyuan's accident, Qin Ran's heart instinctively tightened. After all, she was the girl he had loved so much in his previous life. But in the end, Qin Ran didn't go to the hospital. According to Guo Fuping, she was just in a coma, not dead. Otherwise, he would definitely have gone, and he would have had to offer a condolence gift. In his previous life, he had been hit by a car. He didn't know what had happened after that. He didn't know what Liu Ruyuan would do after grieving. Qin Ran didn't want to delve deeper. You can't test human nature. But he actually could roughly guess the answer. But it was too small a probability that a car would be running out of control in the city and just happen to crash into and kill him. It was like winning the lottery with a bonus. During afternoon class, the news that Liu Ruyuan had been knocked unconscious by someone who had committed suicide had already spread. Many people didn't believe it at first, but after confirming it, they were shocked. After the last class ended, Fang Man and Li Huihui were waiting for Qin Ran at the door. Qin Ran, we're going to visit Ruyuan. Are you coming? I won't go. You guys buy some fruit. Use the class funds. The two exchanged glances. Fang Man hesitated. You and Ruyuan were high school classmates, right? She often talks about you in the dorm. Qin Ran smiled. Not in a good way, right? Li Huihui said, dissatisfied. Qin Ran, don't be so petty. You're a boy. Ruyuan often mentions you. It means she cares about you. What's your name? Me. Li Huihui pointed at herself. Li Huihui. Qin Ran nodded and asked, are you a puncher? What? Nothing. I thought you were a fist fighter. Li Huihui immediately reacted. Qin Ran, you going to throw punches again? Qin Ran waved his hand. You don't know what happened between her and me, so don't make judgments. Fang Man pulled Li Huihui away. Okay, Huihui, let's go visit Ruyuan. Qin Ran, it's right that Ruyuan doesn't like you. Right, say more things like that, talk to her more. Qin Ran turned to Fang Man. Call the class advisor if anything happens. I'm leaving. Li Huihui looked at Qin Ran's departing figure, feeling angry. How could he be like this? I've never seen a boy as petty as him. If you say one thing to him, he has to refute it. And did I say anything wrong? I think he's not suitable to be class monitor at all. So petty, and he talks so terribly. If he's not suitable, then who is? Chen Shuwen said as she passed by. You? Li Huihui didn't expect Chen Shuwen to speak up for Qin Ran, but she wasn't in a good mood. Moreover, she really didn't like Chen Shuwen's personality. There was one like her in her high school class. She didn't have many female friends. What's it to you? Chen Shuwen glanced at Li Huihui's slightly protruding stomach and said, staring at Li Huihui's triangular eyes, your cooking must be very good, right? Are you saying I'm fat? You're the one who's fat. Don't be so sensitive. Only facts make people angry. Chen Shuwen shrugged. Even if you said I was fat 100 times, I wouldn't be angry because I'm not fat. Then what do you mean? Nothing. I just think you're very good at adding fuel to the fire. Qin Ran is right. You are indeed a puncher. Li Huihui's face turned red. I'm not. Do you like Qin Ran? If someone says 2 things about him, you get unhappy. Ha, Chen Shuwen laughed. It's not a problem if your head is empty, but don't let it fill with water. You're the one whose head is full of water. You only parrot what others say. Talking to you is a waste of breath. Chen Shuwen left with a disgusted look. If she couldn't stand it, she would say it. She hadn't wanted to say anything at first, but if she didn't curse Li Huihui a few times, she felt like she was letting the whole world down, like she had a guilty conscience. Li Huihui was shaking with anger. Qin Shuwen, don't you leave. Okay. Hui, Fong Man persuaded. Don't say anything. You can't argue with her. She's too disgusting. I didn't say anything about her at all. Qin Shuwen, who had walked a short distance away, turned back to deliver a fatal blow. I used to have 2 hearts, one good, one evil. But now I only have the good one left. Because of you, I'm disgusted to death. Don't ever talk to me again. Chapter 53. Liu Ruyuan knocked unconscious, goes crazy after waking up. If Fong Man hadn't stopped her, Li Huihui would have definitely gone to reason with Qin Shuwen. She didn't think she had said or done anything wrong. It was all Qin Rant's and Qin Shuwen's fault. On the way to the hospital, Fong Man listened to Li Huihui complaining, even cursing. At the beginning of the semester, it was okay, but as time went on, people's true nature was revealed. Fong Man even wanted to change dorms. One was a princess, one was gossipy and loved to complain, and the other was a loner. Unfortunately, she was destined not to be able to be as carefree as Liu Yafei. From the very first day of registration, she didn't even try to fit into the dorm. Fong Man had initially thought that she could get along with Liu Ruyuan and Li Huihui. At least they would have someone to eat with and go to class with. She couldn't help but sigh, thinking it would have been better if she didn't have them. In the past, she actually didn't like people like Li Huihui. She had too much resentment. Every day, she just said complaining things. This was bad. That person was not okay. Honestly, Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. There was no reason to criticize Qin Ran for anything. If Qin Ran were Liu Ruyuan's boyfriend, she would help speak up, but that wasn't the case. And she guessed that there weren't many guys who could truly tolerate Liu Ruyuan's princess personality. Even if they got together at the beginning, it wouldn't last long. Fong Man had given up on trying to persuade Li Huihui and Liu Ruyuan. So be it. If it really didn't work out, she would just study hard like she did in high school and prepare for graduate school. She could go back and hang out with her old classmates during the National Day and winter vacations. They say that the friendships formed in college are the cheapest. Fong Man had experienced this in the first month of school. The reason was simple. You couldn't be real with them. After enduring Li Huihui's nagging all the way, Fong Man breathed a sigh of relief when she finally saw the hospital. Hui, we're here. Do you know which ward Ruyuan is in? It's probably 404. Let's go. It seems like they don't allow visitors too late. I don't know if Ruyuan has woken up yet. Ruyuan is so unlucky. She could get hit by that. Why did that person commit suicide? Did they have a terminal illness? If you want to die, why don't you find another place? Isn't that harming others? Fong Man quickened her pace and asked for directions to the inpatient ward. The two of them went up to the 4th floor, and as they got out of the elevator, they heard a shrill scream, mixed with sobs. It sounds like Ruyuan's voice. Let's go take a look. Li Huihui hesitated, lagging behind Fong Man a few steps. The two of them reached the door of room 404 and saw a middle-aged couple holding down Liu Ruyuan, who was wearing a hospital gown and struggling hard. Qin Ran. Where's Qin Ran? I want to see Qin Ran. Where is he? Qin Ran. Liu Haichong, who was holding down his daughter, said, Qin Ran is on his way. He'll be here soon. Then, he quickly signaled the doctor. Under the doctor's instructions, a nurse injected Liu Ruyuan with a sedative. About 20 minutes later, Liu Ruyuan gradually stopped struggling and fell into a deep sleep. Phew. Liu Haichong wiped the sweat off his forehead and frowned. How did my daughter suddenly become like this? She wasn't like this before. We're not sure at the moment. She needs to have some tests. Who is Qin Ran? A classmate? Boyfriend? Not yet. Does the patient have a history of mania? No. My daughter is not sick. It's recommended that we ask her after she wakes up if she has been stimulated by a breakup or something. Let's observe her first. If there's still a problem, it's best to do some tests. What kind of tests? It's best to do a physical examination, a neurological examination, and imaging and EEG tests. Identifying the cause is the key. Then I'll trouble you, doctor. Liu Haichong followed the doctor out, preparing to give him a red envelope later. When he saw Fong Man and Li Huihui at the door, he asked, You two are? We're Ruyuan's classmates. We came to see her. Fong Man looked at Liu Ruyuan in the hospital bed. Uncle, how is Ruyuan doing? Xiaoyan is fine. She was just hit, so maybe she was a bit shaken up. She'll be fine after resting for a few days. Thank you for coming to see her. But she needs to rest now, so I won't invite you in. I'll tell her when she wakes up. Fong Man handed the fruit basket to Liu Haichong. This is for Ruyuan. You're too kind. It's already very nice of you to come see Xiaoyan, let alone bring something. Have you eaten yet? We have. Uncle, we'll go now so that we don't disturb Ruyuan's rest. Wait a moment. Lu Haicheng gave a kind smile. What are your names? Li Huihui quickly answered. My name is Li Huihui, and her name is Fangman. We're Ruyuan's roommates. Oh, Huihui, Fangman, thank you. Lu Haicheng put away his smile. Xiaoyan is fine. She just hadn't recovered yet. Let the other students know that they don't need to worry, okay? We know, Uncle. Fangman pursed her lips. We won't say anything. Xiaoyan is so lucky to have such kind and sensible roommates. When she gets out of the hospital, let's all have a meal together. It's okay, Uncle. We'll go now. Be careful on the way. Lu Haicheng took out 100 yuan. Take a taxi back. No need, Uncle. We can just take the bus. Take it. It's getting late, and it's not safe. Buy something to eat. Thank you. I have something else to do, so I won't see you out. Lu Haicheng stuffed the money into Li Huihui's hand and went back into the ward, closing the door behind him. Fangman and Li Huihui walked outside. Ruyuan's dad is so nice. He seems like a big boss. Didn't you hear what Ruyuan's dad meant? Li Huihui was stunned. What? He told us not to tell anyone what we saw just now and not to gossip. He just told us not to worry. Fangman didn't say anything more. It was a waste of breath to explain things to someone who didn't understand because of low emotional intelligence. They would even think that she was overthinking or that she was scheming. Wasn't it obvious? Why else would he repeat that more than once? But that wasn't too important. She wasn't a gossipy busybody and wouldn't spread things around. But when she recalled Liu Ruyuan's mad dash to find Qinran just now, Fangman couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although Liu Ruyuan would mention Qinran in the dorm usually, she had never been as frantic as she was just now. Could it be that Liu Ruyuan had walked through the gates of hell and realized that Qinran was the most important person to her? But based on Liu Ruyuan's previous behavior, it didn't seem like it. Fangman was a little confused as to how Liu Ruyuan's feelings for Qinran had suddenly become so deep. When something happened, shouldn't she miss her parents the most? Her parents were clearly by her side, but why was she desperately looking for Qinran? Fangman felt that Liu Ruyuan and Qinran must have had an unknown past. Chapter 54. Delicate and frail little Feifei, you're Xiaoyan's roommate, right? After visiting Liu Ruyuan, Fangman and Li Huihui still chose to take the bus back to school. The latter suggested splitting the 100 yuan, but Fangman refused, saying they could buy some fruit for their next visit. Li Huihui nodded in agreement and pocketed the money. As expected, the money ended up with Li Huihui. Another label was added to Li Huihui in Fangman's mind, petty and greedy. On the way back, Fangman suddenly said, "Oh no, we didn't go see Wang Feifei." "Oh yeah, forget it, we were only going to see Ruyuan anyway. I don't like Wang Feifei, he's sometimes so sarcastic. No matter what, he's still our classmate, and he's bought Ruyuan a lot of fruit and snacks recently. We ate some too." They had accepted the gifts, so they had to be mindful. Li Huihui pursed her lips and said, "Those snacks weren't for us, they were for Ruyuan. It was Ruyuan who shared them with us." Fangman didn't say anything more. She knew Li Huihui wouldn't be happy about taking the bus back again. They could only wait until the weekend to visit the two of them. Li Huihui then started blabbing, and Fangman just listened in silence. She felt that she needed to find a new companion. Otherwise, she would be the one suffering. Wang Feifei didn't find out about Liu Ruyuan's accident until the next day. Liu Ruyuan had said she would visit him yesterday, so he had deliberately spruced himself up. He was hospitalized because of his own doing, so he couldn't act all pathetic to gain sympathy. Wang Feifei wanted to appear fine and unbothered when Liu Ruyuan came. But he waited for half a day, and she didn't show up. Later, she didn't even reply to his messages. At first, Wang Feifei didn't think that something had happened to Liu Ruyuan because it was normal for the latter not to reply to messages or to disappear suddenly. But he didn't have other friends and was too embarrassed to ask about Liu Ruyuan's whereabouts. He was mainly worried that Liu Ruyuan had gone to find Qinran again. That outcome would be more painful than being injured. So he didn't ask. When he didn't receive a reply from Liu Ruyuan the next morning, he felt that something was wrong. Generally, Liu Ruyuan would check her messages before going to bed. Wang Feifei then asked Guo Fuping, who hadn't been at school for a few days, and learned that Liu Ruyuan had been hit while visiting him and had fallen into a coma. Anxious, Wang Feifei immediately supported himself against the wall and rushed to Liu Ruyuan's ward. Seeing Liu Ruyuan unconscious, Wang Feifei's eyes immediately welled up, and tears flowed down his cheeks. "Ruyuan, Ruyuan, what happened to you?" Wake up. It's all my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been hurt. Ruyuan, if you can't wake up, I won't live either. Liu Haichang and Liu Qilan were stunned. What was this all about? Another one of their precious daughter's roommates? Why was she wearing a hospital gown and crying so hard? Classmate, are you also one of Xiaoyan's roommates? Don't get so emotional. She needs to rest now. Don't cry. Here, wipe your tears. Liu Haichang handed Wang Feifei, who was on the verge of tears, 2 tissues. Mr. Liu, I'm Xiaofei. Xiaofei? Liu Haichang said in surprise. It's you, I thought. At first glance, Liu Haichang really thought that the delicate and petite Wang Feifei was one of Liu Ruyuan's roommates. What a misunderstanding. Cough, cough. So it's Xiaofei. Xiaoyan is not seriously injured. Get up first. Liu Haichang wanted to help Wang Feifei, who was lying beside the bed, but he felt it was strange. Liu Qilan suddenly asked, What did you just say? Xiaoyan was hurt because of you? Liu Haichang asked in confusion. Wasn't Xiaoyan hit by something? Wang Feifei sniffed, wiped away his tears, and said with a sob, Ruyuan came to the hospital to see me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hit. It's all my fault, wah? Liu Haichang and Liu Qilan exchanged glances, feeling somewhat frustrated. So that was why their daughter had come to the hospital. But what was even more frustrating was that the person who had hit their precious daughter was also in a coma. And that person was all alone, and chose to jump off the building because he had no money for treatment. Now there was no way to get compensation from him. At most, they could get some reimbursement from their daughter's personal accident insurance. But they didn't care about that small amount of money, and they had no way to vent their anger. Wang Feifei was crying like a mess, and they couldn't say anything more. Also, their daughter had told them that Wang Feifei was very pitiful, and the latter had even visited their home a few times. Liu Haichang said, Xiaofei, it's okay. Don't cry. Your uncle and aunt don't blame you. It's not good for a boy to cry. Stand up. Xiaoyan needs to rest. You can come see her again when she gets better. Wang Feifei lowered his head and said, blushing, Mr. Liu, could you pull me up? My back went out. Liu Haichang half-hugged and helped Wang Feifei up. Thank you, uncle. Liu Qilan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. All right, Xiaoyan needs to rest. You all should go out. I'll stay with Xiaoyan. My Xiaoyan has really had it tough. Wang Feifei took a deep look at Liu Ruyuan, whose eyes were tightly shut, and slowly moved out of the ward. Liu Haichang took out a cigarette from his cigarette case and put it in his mouth. Xiaofei, come with me for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. The two of them went to the end of the hallway. Liu Haichang lit his cigarette. He wanted to give Wang Feifei one, but then put it back. Looking at Wang Feifei, he didn't look like a smoker. Liu Haichang exhaled a puff of smoke. Xiaofei, you know about Qin Ran, right? Wang Feifei raised his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His mind was racing. He wasn't sure why Liu Haichang was suddenly asking about Qin Ran, but he had heard Liu Ruyuan say that her parents were trying to match them up. For whatever reason, Wang Feifei decided not to say good things about Qin Ran. But not too obviously. He had to say bad things about Qin Ran indirectly. Otherwise, Liu Haichang might think that he had a conflict with Qin Ran, since he was on good terms with Liu Ruyuan. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Feifei had already figured out what to say and nodded. I know. Qin Ran, Ruyuan, and I have been classmates since we were kids, and we're still classmates in college. You're also in the same class as them now? Yeah, the three of us agreed to go to the same college. It's quite a coincidence that you were assigned to the same class, because we all chose the same major. Xiaofei, do you know how Xiaoyan and Qin Ran's relationship has been recently? Wang Feifei hesitated, acting as if he was in a difficult position. Liu Haichang raised an eyebrow. He knew that Wang Feifei definitely knew the reason. Xiaofei, you're good friends with Xiaoyan. I know you care about her. She's been acting strange recently. Did something happen? Chapter 55. The scumbag is okay too? Jealousy to the point of madness. Wang Feifei wasn't in a hurry to answer. He was thinking about what to say. It seemed that Liu Haichang already knew that Liu Ruyuan and Qin Ran had a conflict, but he didn't know exactly what had happened. This was a great opportunity. An opportunity to badmouth Qin Ran. If Liu Ruyuan's parents didn't like Qin Ran, his chances would be even better. Uncle, Ruyuan and Qin Ran have had some small conflicts recently. Did they argue? Not really. Wang Feifei hesitated. Qin Ran has changed a lot since starting college, and he's become distant from us. Is that so? Liu Haichang frowned. You've been classmates for so many years. Shouldn't your relationship be good? I often hear Xiaoyan mention Qin Ran, and you. I'm not really sure. But Qin Ran has really become very different. He has a bad temper and what? Lu Haicheng felt that he was about to grasp the key point. Wang Feifei lowered his head. Qin Ran is very popular with girls. When he sang during military training, many girls asked for his contact information. Lu Haicheng's brow furrowed. Does Qin Ran have a girlfriend? It seems like he does, maybe more than one. Wang Feifei said, nervously. I'm not very sure. But the students in our class are saying that he's dating a very beautiful girl from our class. I also saw him bringing breakfast for another girl. That day, Ruyuan and Qin Ran had a fight. Lu Haicheng fell silent after hearing this. The situation was not too different from what he had imagined. He used to hear his daughter mention Qin Ran often, and it was obvious that she had a crush on him. The reason for young people's fights was nothing more than that. But it wasn't too big of a problem. Even if Qin Ran was dating 10 or 8 girls now, it wouldn't be an issue. As long as the one who Qin Ran married in the end was his daughter, Lu Haicheng's daughter, that was all that mattered. Moreover, this might not be a bad thing. Men like to play around when they're young. The more girls they play with, the more they know what kind of girl is the most suitable for them. But his daughter couldn't be played around with. Otherwise, she might end up like those other girls, who are thrown away after they've been played with. In addition, it wasn't easy to marry into the Qin family. They had to keep Qin Ran interested and make sure that his heart was only on his daughter. Otherwise, the Qin group might look for marriage partners, not small business owners like himself. All in all, the situation wasn't too bad. With the foundation of so many years of friendship, they already had a great advantage. After a while, Lu Haicheng asked again, Xiaofei, did Qin Ran like Xiaoyan in the past? Wang Feifei hesitated, but eventually nodded. Yes. A stone fell from Lu Haicheng's heart. That's good. Wang Feifei's eyes widened. What had he just heard? That's good? His future father-in-law was supporting Qin Ran? Hadn't everything he had just said been a waste of breath? Crap. Uncle, Qin Ran used to like Xiaoyan. But now, I guess he doesn't anymore, and he's getting close to many girls. Lu Haicheng smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. You don't understand. Men like to play around. In the end, they'll know who's better. He's only a freshman now. He hasn't even graduated from college yet. Wang Feifei was struck by lightning. What did that mean? Was he not a man? Why did Lu Haicheng say he didn't understand? And Lu Haicheng didn't care that Qin Ran was fooling around with other girls? Why? What if Qin Ran was a scumbag? You're willing to let him play with your daughter? Wang Feifei even doubted if the person in front of him was really Liu Ruyuan's father. But he had clearly taken a careful look before entering the ward. That look of grief was half real and half an act for them. But it seemed they didn't notice the depths of his feelings for Liu Ruyuan, which is why he had cried so sadly. Wang Feifei's mind couldn't process things for a moment. Lu Haicheng asked again, Xiaofei, do you know about Qin Ran's family situation? I'm not too sure about that. He's generally okay. He doesn't spend much money. Wang Feifei added in his mind that he was very generous to Ruyuan. But he would never say that out loud because he didn't want Qin Ran to score points. Qin Ran was already so far ahead of him. Lu Haicheng didn't even care that Qin Ran was playing with other girls. He couldn't let Qin Ran gain any more points. Lu Haicheng already knew that Wang Feifei also didn't know about Qin Ran's family background. He was truly keeping things hidden. His classmates of so many years didn't even know. But that was also normal. Lu Haicheng knew that some second and third generation descendants with family heritages were very low-key. Only a few liked to attract attention, and a few were nouveau riches. Lu Haicheng's evaluation of Qin Ran had increased once again. And while others didn't know, he knew. They, the Liu family, had the biggest chance. First come, first served. Now he just needed to make sure that his daughter recovered and fixed her relationship with Qin Ran. He just needed to drag things out until graduation. It would be even better if they could get married before graduation. If he could become related to the Qin family by marriage, the Liu family would be one step closer to reaching the heavens. Lu Haicheng smiled and patted Wang Feifei on the shoulder. Xiaofei, the three of you are good friends who've known each other since childhood. Any small conflicts can be resolved. Oh, by the way, did Qin Ran come? Wang Feifei shook his head vigorously. He didn't come. He's not happy about coming. Not happy about coming? Lu Haicheng's smile faltered. The conflict between the two seemed to be bigger than he thought. Xiaofei, tell Qin Ran that Xiaoyan isn't doing too well. He should come. Also, after Xiaoyan woke up, She kept calling Qin Ran's name. Just tell him that. Wang Feifei was startled. Rian woke up? How is she? She's not doing too well. Maybe she has a concussion. We have to observe her. It'll be good for her recovery if you guys come to see her. Then I'll stay with her tonight. No need, no need. Xiaoyan's mom will stay with her. Aren't you also hurt? Go back and rest early. Just tell Qin Ran. Wang Feifei left with complicated feelings. Lu Haichang's words implied that he was trying to match up Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan. He was just like a tool. He knew that Lu Haichang definitely didn't see him as anything. Wang Feifei couldn't help but clench his fist. Why? He was so good to Liu Ruyuan, not worse than Qin Ran. Was it just because Qin Ran was handsome? Damn it. Wang Feifei's jealousy went wild. He would have been better off not coming. Wang Feifei's expression became even more unsightly. If things continued like this, Liu Ruyuan would definitely start pursuing Qin Ran again. Then what would be left for him? As for helping to match them up, that was even more impossible. He had done everything he could to prevent the two of them from being together in the past. During various Valentine's days and birthdays, he had pretended to be sick or to have had a car accident and deliberately called Liu Ruyuan away. He had always insinuated that men didn't cherish what they had gotten, that it wasn't good to start dating too early, and so on. All of it was to prevent Liu Ruyuan from agreeing to be Qin Ran's girlfriend. But in the end, the girl he liked was starting to chase after him. Wang Feifei couldn't accept this. This time, Liu Ruyuan was injured and hospitalized, and he was also hospitalized, but Qin Ran didn't even come to visit. Wang Feifei decided to seize this opportunity. He would visit Liu Ruyuan early the next morning, while implying to all three of them that Qin Ran was heartless. But he didn't expect that his plan had already failed before it had even started. Chapter 56. Will you get divorced? A scary question. Liu Haichang returned to the ward, seeing his daughter still asleep, and frowned. He had found out too late. If Qin Ran still liked his daughter like before, he had a 90% chance of making his daughter marry into the Qin family successfully. But now that Qin Ran might have fallen for another girl, it was more troublesome. But fortunately, it wasn't impossible to fix. Lu Qilan asked, how was it? Is Qin Ran from the Qin family? He's not sure. But I've already investigated. If there's no accident, Qin Ran is the one. The name, age, and school match up. I'll have someone get a photo later. If he's really from the Qin family, then our family will be rich. It's not as easy as you think. You don't know how many women are trying to marry into the Qin family. But that Qin Ran like Xiaoyan. That was before, not now. It's the same. You men are all the same. You always remember your first love. What are you talking about? I'm going to leave for a business trip tomorrow. I'm leaving now. You stay with her tonight, and call me if anything happens. A business trip, or are you going to see your ex-girlfriend? Will you ever stop? Her kids are already grown up. We broke contact a long time ago. You know that? I'm just saying. Why are you so worked up? It's been so many years. Why do you still keep bringing this up? Liu Haichang left with a displeased look. He had already broken off contact with his ex-girlfriend because the latter was almost 50 years old. First love was indeed unforgettable, but it was only present in beautiful memories. Liu Haichang drove away. But he didn't go home. Instead, he went to a mid-range residential area. A young, beautiful, and boldly dressed girl opened the door for him. Brother Chang, you're finally here. The girl sweetly pulled Liu Haichang into the house. Liu Haichang had indeed not contacted his first love, but he had a girl who looked very similar to his young first love, with an even better figure. Soon, Liu Haichang's voice was heard in the house. He repeatedly called out his first love's name, swearing frequently. At the hospital, Lu Qilan was planning to pass on all the tricks of manipulating men that she had learned over the years to her daughter when she woke up. Her daughter was so beautiful and smart that it wouldn't be hard for her to capture the heart of a wealthy heir. Back then, when Liu Haichang's wealth skyrocketed, there were also many women who wanted to marry Liu Haichang. But in the end, he still married her. She was good at controlling men. Early the next morning, Lu Qilan was awakened by Liu Ruyuan's movements as she got out of bed. Xiaoyan, you're awake. How are you? Are you feeling better? Liu Ruyuan nodded. Mom, I'm much better. Lu Qilan breathed a sigh of relief. Her daughter's frantic search for Qin Ran yesterday had scared her. It was good that she was now normal, even if she was a bit emotional. Xiaoyan, are you hungry? Mom will go buy some breakfast for you. I'm fine, Mom. I want to go back to school. Go back to school? Lu Qilan was stunned. You're not fully healed yet. I'm really fine. Do I look like I'm hurt? Liu Qiulan saw that her daughter really didn't look injured, but she felt that something wasn't quite right. The feeling her daughter gave her was also different, but she couldn't say exactly what was different. However, as long as she had returned to normal, that was good enough. Liu Qiulan asked tentatively, Xiaoyan, did you and Qinran argue? Liu Ruyuan's eyes finally changed, but they quickly returned to calm. Mom, I will handle the matter between me and Qinran myself. I'm telling you, boys are actually the easiest to chase. You just have to hook his heart, and he won't be able to run. But you have to keep him on a string, give him some sweetness from time to time. I know. Where's Dad? Your dad had to leave for a business trip today. Liu Ruyuan hesitated, and after a while, she asked, Mom, if my dad has an affair, would you divorce him? Liu Qiulan's expression changed drastically. What did you say? I'm just saying, hypothetically, for example. Are you trying to say that Qinran has found another girl? As long as he ends up being your husband, you just need to make him settle down. So, you have to listen to Mom. Mom has experience. What if it's true? What? Liu Qiulan's expression shifted. Her lips quivered. Xiaoyan, did your dad have an affair? Liu Ruyuan shook her head. I'm just asking. A few days ago, during class, we asked why men are more fickle and have a higher probability of finding a third party after marriage than women, and someone said it's because the costs are lower. Liu Qiulan breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! You scared me to death, my child. Your dad wouldn't dare. If he dares, I'll see how I deal with him. Then would you get divorced? After waking up, Wang Feifei meticulously groomed himself, and then went to find Liu Ruyuan. After talking to Liu Haichang yesterday, he had also made a special effort to inquire about Liu Ruyuan's condition. Her body wasn't seriously injured, and she just needed a few days to recover. As for whether she had been mentally traumatized, it needed further examination. But he didn't expect the ward to be empty. Where's she? Wang Feifei was dumbfounded. After asking, he learned that Liu Ruyuan hadn't been transferred to another ward. She had been discharged from the hospital. He had been planning on having a beautiful hospital love story with Liu Ruyuan. Two injured people relying on each other, chatting together under the shade of the trees in the hospital, eating together, and doing many, many things. But now, there was only him left. What was there left to do? Wang Feifei's heart was very hurt. He was very happy when he learned that Liu Ruyuan had come to see him. But when Liu Ruyuan had an accident, she didn't even come to see him once before being discharged. Could it be that she had lost her memory after being hit on the head? Otherwise, why would she leave without even saying a word to him? Or was she angry at him, and wouldn't have been injured if not for coming to see him? For a moment, Wang Feifei's thoughts became chaotic, and all sorts of ideas emerged. Slap. Wang Feifei slapped his head. Why was he so stupid? Why couldn't he just send a message or make a call? Wang Feifei called Liu Ruyuan, but no one answered after a long time. So, he sent a series of messages to Liu Ruyuan. Ruyuan, have you already been discharged? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hit. I should die. It's so good that you're okay. I'm almost recovered too. You don't have to worry about me. I can do it by myself. Are you going straight back to school or somewhere else? Let's have a meal together to celebrate your discharge. Ruyuan? After half a day, Wang Feifei finally received a reply from Liu Ruyuan. I'm going back to school first. Let's arrange a meal another day. Wang Feifei's face lit up. Okay, what do you want to eat? Steak, beef hot pot. You choose, and we'll go eat together then. I'll treat. How about pizza? But the message was once again swallowed without a response. Wang Feifei didn't receive a reply and went through the discharge procedures. At this time, Liu Ruyuan was sitting in the back seat of a taxi, staring blankly out the window. Halfway through, Liu Ruyuan suddenly said, Driver, don't go to Keita anymore. Go to Gaoshan Garden. Hurry. Chapter 57. The unfamiliar Liu Ruyuan. It's like she's a different person. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks rang out. Liu Haichang nudged the girl next to him, who was wearing only a spaghetti strap nightgown. Go see who it is. As he spoke, Liu Haichang had already gotten up and was putting on his pants. The girl rubbed her eyes. What? Someone's knocking. Go take a look. Don't open the door yet. It's probably just a delivery person. Honestly, disturbing people's sleep so early. The girl yawned and prepared to open the door. Put on a jacket. Liu Haichang frowned. In the future, when I'm not around, wear something more modest when you get takeout or deliveries. Okay. The girl's voice was sickeningly sweet. Mr. Liu, you're so domineering. But I really like it. Let's do it again later. okay? Just go. The girl pouted. She used to wear a see-through nightgown to get takeout, and those delivery guys wouldn't dare to look at her. She found it interesting that they wanted to look but were too embarrassed, and she would occasionally tease them. The girl didn't pay attention to Liu Haichang's words. She opened the door, delivering so early. Before she could finish her sentence, the girl was shoved aside. Who are you? What do you want? Get out. Get out now, or I'll call the police. The girl said, her voice more sharp than threatening. She had recognized her from the family photo on Liu Haichang's phone screen. Liu Ruyuan glanced at the girl coldly. Shut up, Qianwensi. Otherwise, I'll ruin your reputation right now, and everyone will know you're a shameless slut. Qianwensi's pupils constricted, her expression terrified. She became completely flustered and didn't know how to respond. Liu Ruyuan looked around, walked to the bedroom door, and stared at her familiar yet unfamiliar father. Liu Haichang swallowed, his throat dry. Xia, Xiaoyan. You go out first. Huh. Out. This was the first time Liu Haichang had seen this side of his daughter. He felt guilty and a little afraid. Xiaoyan, listen to my explanation. Go get out. Okay, don't do anything rash. I got confused for a moment. Liu Haichang put on his coat and walked to the living room. He first looked at Qianwensi, but before he could say anything, his daughter pushed him out the door. Liu Haichang wanted to knock on the door, but finally put his hand down. He patted his pockets, wanting to smoke, but then remembered that his cigarettes and lighter were on the bedside table. Sigh. Liu Haichang sighed deeply. He had thought that he might have this day, but he hadn't expected it to happen in such a way. In a sense, this was even scarier than his wife catching him in the act and going crazy. In less than half an hour, Liu Haichang finally waited for the door to open. He saw his daughter walk out expressionlessly and couldn't help but peek inside. Qianwensi was sitting on a chair, crying, covering her face, her shoulders shaking. After getting into the car, Liu Haichang started the engine but didn't know where to go. The business trip was just an excuse. If he went home now, his wife would realize that something was wrong. And he was still very anxious because his daughter hadn't said a word after coming out. Liu Haichang gritted his teeth and slapped himself. Slap. Xiaoyan, Dad's sorry. Liu Ruyuan said calmly. The person you should be sorry to is Mom, whose name is the deed to that house under. Mine. Give her 100,000 yuan and then cut off contact. Liu Haichang looked at his daughter in surprise, somewhat in disbelief. I won't tell Mom about this. But if you continue to see Qianwensi or keep other women, I will make Mom divorce you. After the divorce, I will live with Mom. I will also cut off contact with you. If you agree, nod your head. If you don't, I'll get out of the car now. Liu Haichang looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. Unfamiliar. So unfamiliar. Dad understands. I won't do it again. Xiaoyan, you? Take me to school. Liu Haichang obediently started the car and drove to Keita. He was actually stunned by his daughter's aura. On the way, Liu Haichang wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The car stopped at the school gate. Liu Ruyuan finally said, Get me 3 million yuan and all of my lucky money from when I was young. Give it all to me? 3 million? Xiaoyan, why do you need so much money? Will you give it to me or not? Liu Haichang was silent for a long time, then nodded. I will. Liu Ruyuan got out of the car, closed the door without even saying goodbye, looked at the familiar school gate with a complex expression, and then walked in. Liu Haichang, who was in the car, came back to his senses when he heard a horn behind him. His daughter had changed. She had become more mature. He only hoped that this wasn't a bad thing. Then he went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan. After thinking about it, he withdrew another 50,000 yuan. He knew that Qianwensi wouldn't be easy to get rid of, and the extra 50,000 yuan was a backup. After returning to Gaoxing Garden, he composed himself and knocked on the door. His family or a substitute, he knew how to choose. But what surprised him was that although Qianwensi had tears in her swollen face, she had already packed her luggage. After receiving the 100,000 yuan, she kissed him and dragged her 2 suitcases away. There was no entanglement, no talk of keeping the relationship secret, and not even a chance for a farewell romp. The process was much simpler than he had imagined, but it made his mind even more unsettled. Liu Haichang sat in the somewhat messy living room, smoking one cigarette after another. Surrounded by smoke, Liu Haichang got up and left. He was going to sell this house to end the matter completely. Otherwise, his daughter might really cut off contact with him. Just 3 days later, Liu Ruyuan, who returned to campus, seemed to have lost some of her memories as if she had been hit on the head. She even had to ask others where the girls' dorm was. The dorm was empty, and Liu Ruyuan sat on a chair, stunned. Ruyuan, you're back? Are you all better? Fang Man and Li Huihui walked quickly to Liu Ruyuan's side, very surprised. I'm fine. Really? Yesterday you? Fang Man tugged on Li Huihui's arm and said to Liu Ruyuan, it's good that you're okay. We were worried something might have happened to you. Have you eaten? Not yet. Have you eaten? We just finished. Can you accompany me to the cafeteria to eat something? My treat for drinks. Fang Man and Li Huihui exchanged glances, their eyes somewhat strange. The Liu Ruyuan in front of them was clearly the roommate they knew, but they still had a feeling of unfamiliarity. Even Liu Ruyuan's way of speaking made them feel strange. And Liu Ruyuan had said she would treat them to drinks instead of having Wang Feifei buy them. But no matter what, it was always good to have someone treat you to drinks. Li Huihui said happily, a new milk tea shop opened in the school. The second cup is discounted. It would be even better if the third cup was discounted too. Liu Ruyuan looked at the two of them. What about Liu Yufei? Her? Don't know. She disappeared again after class. She's always so mysterious. Liu Ruyuan nodded thoughtfully. Then let's go get drinks. We'll take one for her. The two of them felt even stranger. Liu Ruyuan and Liu Yufei rarely talked. Their relationship was very average. But what shocked them even more was what Liu Ruyuan said next. Liu Ruyuan asked as if it were as natural as eating or drinking. I got hit, and my memory is a bit confused. I don't remember some things. Could you tell me what happened since the start of school? Everything, especially things related to Qin Ran. Chapter 58. An invisible aura of suppression, differences hidden in the small things. Memory confused? Don't remember? Fang Man and Li Huihui were astonished. It was the first time in their lives they had encountered such a situation. The two couldn't help but recall the scene of Liu Ruyuan frantically calling out Qin Ran's name at the hospital. Now she seemed normal, and she was even being polite. But precisely because they had seen that scene, Liu Ruyuan's calm demeanor now made them a little afraid. And for some reason, they unconsciously said what Liu Ruyuan wanted them to say. If they walked out of the ivory tower a few years later, they would understand that this was called aura suppression. An aura was invisible and intangible, but it was real. The Liu Ruyuan who returned had an aura of hidden undercurrents beneath a calm surface that made them unconsciously follow her instructions. It hadn't been a month since school started, so not much had happened. In less than half an hour, Fang Man had finished telling her everything. At first, Li Huihui had said a few things, but the things she said weren't what Liu Ruyuan wanted to hear. She also mixed in a lot of her own ideas and opinions about others. Liu Ruyuan simply had Fang Man tell the story by herself. With just a wave of her hand and a glance, she made the talkative Li Huihui stop, and she made Fang Man search her mind to tell everything she had seen and heard. After listening, Liu Ruyuan nodded and smiled. Okay, I understand roughly. Thank you. Let's go buy drinks. At this time, Liu Ruyuan's smile was like a gentle spring breeze, completely devoid of the aura she had just had. It was as if the Liu Ruyuan in front of them was the truest form, and the one from before was just an illusion. But neither Fang Man nor Li Huihui remembered Liu Ruyuan as any of these two personalities. Instead, she was a princess with a princess syndrome, had a lot of small tempers, was self-centered, and didn't listen to others. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was popular, but she didn't make people want to get close to her. When they were buying milk tea, Li Huihui messaged Fang Man. Do you think Ruyuan has changed? Yeah. What's going on? She's changed so much. Don't know. Fang Man glanced at Liu Ruyuan, whose gaze was directed into the distance. Over there was the campus supermarket, the place where Liu Ruyuan had been photographed a few days ago. Ruyuan, are you still angry with Qin Ran? Huh. Liu Ruyuan turned her head, raising an eyebrow. Didn't you say that you asked Qin Ran to help you get water at the supermarket, but he didn't help? Liu Ruyuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. I'm not angry anymore. Compared to the good things he used to do for me, this is nothing. Shocking. Fang Man even doubted whether the person in front of her was Liu Ruyuan. That night, Liu Ruyuan had been so angry she was about to go mad. She had said that she would settle the score with Qin Ran the next day, but then she had been called by the class advisor to visit Wang Feifei, had been hit, and when she came back, she had turned into a different person. If it had been a few days ago, Fang Man could have imagined Liu Ruyuan's angry face as she cursed Qin Ran repeatedly. But now, Liu Ruyuan was not only not angry, but she was also smiling. Could it be that people changed so much after walking through the gates of hell? They say it's hard to change one's nature, but Fang Man really couldn't understand. Unless Liu Ruyuan had a twin sister or younger sister, she couldn't think of any other possibility. But anyway, this was a good thing. Although the current Liu Ruyuan gave her a strange feeling, she was at least easier to get along with than the previous princess with so many small tempers. Fang Man here? Liu Ruyuan handed a milk tea she had ordered to Fang Man, adding an approachable smile. When she gave it to Li Huihui, she just reached out and handed it to her. She didn't say anything, and there was no smile. Let's go for a walk, Liu Ruyuan suggested. I've been in the hospital for 2 days. I feel like my body is going to rust. Li Huihui, while gulping down the cold milk tea, wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "It's so hot. Why walk around? We have class in the afternoon." Liu Ruyuan looked at Fang Man, who hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'll walk with you. It's a good time to digest the food. There's a tree-lined path over there. It's not too hot." "Then Hui can help take this milk tea to Yifei," Liu Ruyuan said, casually handing over another cup of milk tea, and then she took Fang Man's arm and walked away. Li Huihui, with her slightly plump figure, wiped her sweat as she trudged toward the dorm. She disliked summer the most. Her own milk tea was already half gone. It would have been better if she didn't have to give it to Liu Yifei. Fang Man was a little flattered that Liu Ruyuan was holding her arm. Even she felt it was a bit odd. But after a while, she slowly got used to it. And the current Liu Ruyuan gave her a feeling of being very easy to get along with. She even overlooked Liu Ruyuan's abrupt questions about many buildings on campus. But perhaps after realizing that Fang Man wasn't very familiar with the campus either, Liu Ruyuan quickly stopped asking questions. The two of them went back to the dorm to get their books and prepare to go to class together in the afternoon. Liu Yifei hadn't returned to the dorm all morning. Only Li Huihui was in the dorm, using a small electric fan pointed at her face. The fan's base was uneven, and it was making a shaking sound, and the turning blades were making a buzzing sound that was somewhat annoying. Li Huihui heard the movement, turned around, and complained, "The school is so stingy. They won't install air conditioning and only give us a broken fan. It only blows a little bit of air over here." Fang Man was already used to Li Huihui's complaints. She shrugged helplessly and went to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face, trying to cool herself down. There weren't many trees on the road back, and she felt like the top of her head was about to overheat. "Ruyuan, do you want to wash your face?" Liu Ruyuan shook her head. She just fixed her stray hairs that had been messed up by the wind and applied some sunscreen spray. She sprayed the sunscreen as if it were free, and it was carried by the wind from the balcony. Li Huihui, who didn't use sunscreen, asked, "Ruyuan, is this sunscreen good?" "It's okay for me. Do you want to try it?" Li Huihui nodded, let go of her hand, and walked to the balcony. The small fan on the wooden table kept vibrating and moving forward like a flea. Fang Man pulled her wet hair back and pushed the small fan that was about to fall onto the floor farther in. Compared to the constant chirping of cicadas outside, she hated the vibrating sound of the small fan even more. Couldn't they just fix it? "Fang Man, you should put some on too. The sun is a bit strong." Faced with Liu Ruyuan's kindness, Fang Man hesitated for a moment before nodding and walking to the balcony. Seeing Li Huihui's pale face, Fang Man's lips twitched. How much had she sprayed? Had she sprayed a whole bottle? Did she have any left? Li Huihui hadn't used a whole bottle, but she had definitely used at least half a bottle. She had also sprayed her legs, imitating Liu Ruyuan. Although she was also wearing a skirt, her legs were twice as thick as Liu Ruyuan's. Naturally, she would use more. After spraying, Li Huihui smiled. "This scent has a light fragrance. It doesn't smell bad at all. It's like perfume." But Fang Man, who was closer, could only smell a mixed odor of sunscreen and sweat, and she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. Liu Ruyuan sat quietly, her back straight, her posture elegant. Her slender arms rested on the table, her fingers interlaced. The constantly overlapping thumbs showed that Liu Ruyuan's heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. They were going to have class later, so she would probably see Qin Ran. Chapter 59. The swan lowered her head, not an average person. It was a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of day. Many people were going to the teaching building. Most of the girls were holding sun umbrellas. Some were holding rain umbrellas. The weather was hot, and even their interest in chatting had faded a bit. They just wanted to get to the classroom as soon as possible and sit in the breeze. If they went earlier, they could also grab a good seat. If they went late, they would only have the corner seats where there was no breeze. Liu Ruyuan followed Fang Man and Li Huihui toward the teaching building. She also wanted to get to the classroom quickly. But unlike them, she wanted to see Qin Ran quickly. Her heart was somewhat eager, somewhat anxious, and somewhat guilty. As she stepped into the classroom, Liu Ruyuan subconsciously looked for Qin Ran. Ruyuan. A familiar voice rang out, but Liu Ruyuan only nodded at Wang Feifei. While walking in, she was searching for the person she wanted to see. He wasn't here. He probably hadn't come yet, but he should be coming soon. Class would start in a while. Wang Feifei changed his seat to the desk behind Liu Ruyuan. Ruyuan, how are you? I was so worried about you. I'm fine. You just got better. Shouldn't you rest for a few more days? No need. Wang Feifei was startled. He clearly felt that Liu Ruyuan's attitude was much colder, and it seemed like she was a little unhappy with him. If he wasn't mistaken, when Liu Ruyuan had turned around just now, she had frowned at him. In the past, Liu Ruyuan would sometimes be impatient, but she rarely frowned when she spoke to him. Wang Feifei couldn't help but reflect on whether he had done something wrong that made Liu Ruyuan unhappy. Ruyuan, it's all my fault. If you hadn't gone to see me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Wang Feifei said with a guilty expression. But his words didn't receive a response from Liu Ruyuan. In the past, Liu Ruyuan would most likely say that it had nothing to do with him. After all, it wasn't his fault, and he didn't want to see something like that happen. But that didn't happen. Liu Ruyuan acted as if she hadn't heard him, and her eyes kept looking at the front and back doors. Wang Feifei's heart sank. He understood who Liu Ruyuan was looking at, or rather who she was waiting for. Qin Ran. Sure enough, when Qin Ran and his 3 roommates walked into the classroom, he noticed that Liu Ruyuan's gaze was fixed on Qin Ran and hadn't left him. Her body turned as Qin Ran walked. She had even stood up and walked to the desk in front of Qin Ran, turned around, and was looking at Qin Ran, her eyes showing a complex and indiscernible expression. Wang Feifei and Fang Man were all confused about what was wrong with Liu Ruyuan. Qin Ran was the same. He was somewhat surprised that Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei had returned so quickly. He had thought that Liu Ruyuan had come to find him to settle scores. After all, Liu Ruyuan had come looking for him that night, but he wasn't there. He had told Fu Qingchuan about it, and his attitude had been very bad. But Qin Ran didn't wait for Liu Ruyuan to lose her temper. Instead, she was just staring at him with an expression he couldn't understand. Fu Qingchuan, who was next to him, joked, "Class monitor, you're a bit scary like this." Liu Ruyuan glanced at Fu Qingchuan, whose smile stiffened. He subconsciously shrank his neck. The class monitor really seemed a bit scary today. Qin Ran looked at Liu Ruyuan and said calmly, "Is there something? You used to say you would always forgive me. Do you remember?" "Did I? I forgot. That year in 3rd grade, I accidentally..." Ring, ring, ring. The class bell rang, and the statistics teacher walked into the classroom, interrupting Liu Ruyuan's words. Liu Ruyuan hesitated and then went back to her original seat. Qin Ran frowned slightly. He had also noticed Liu Ruyuan's odd behavior. If anyone knew Liu Ruyuan best, it was undoubtedly him. He had grown up with Liu Ruyuan, and they had spent so much time together, so he could say that he knew her even better than she knew herself. But he still couldn't understand the meaning in Liu Ruyuan's eyes for a while. Guilt, fear, regret? Could it be that she had injured her brain when she was hit on the head? But that didn't make sense. Liu Ruyuan had just mentioned the time when she had broken the jade pendant that his grandmother had given him back in 3rd grade. His grandmother had passed away early, and that was the only thing she had left him. He treasured it very much. But Liu Ruyuan had accidentally broken it, and she had cried very sadly. Her eyes had swelled up. In order to comfort Liu Ruyuan, he had said that he would forgive whatever Liu Ruyuan had done. Perhaps because of this, Liu Ruyuan had gradually become spoiled. Because he would forgive Liu Ruyuan for her mistakes and help clean up her messes. Over time, that little girl who had cried so sadly had disappeared. Did childhood words count? Qin Ran thought about it now. Of course they didn't. Why should he forgive someone who didn't cherish him again and again? Qin Ran glanced at Liu Ruyuan and noticed that her gaze was still fixed on him, and he became even more confused. Liu Ruyuan had actually not lost her temper just now, and she had asked him if he could forgive her. A week ago, Liu Ruyuan had still been having Wang Feifei relay the message, asking him to apologize and ask for forgiveness. Qin Ran cleared his mind and began to focus on the class. He had already let go. The fact that he hadn't even gone to the hospital showed that he didn't want to have any more connections with Liu Ruyuan. Forgiveness and all that, it was all meaningless. Besides, even if he forgave her and they were together again, if Wang Feifei pretended to have something come up at their engagement, Banquet again, and Liu Ruyuan once again disregarded everyone and directly didn't show up, would he still forgive her again? Some things only needed to happen once. Qin Ran had already seen that clearly. He had been so tired of love in his previous life. He was already exhausted. In this life, he wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Even if Liu Ruyuan had lowered her head to him for the first time and asked him if he could forgive her, he had already let go, and there was no need to continue. Wang Feifei, watching the two of them flirt, felt that something bad was about to happen. He wanted to say to Liu Ruyuan, "Ruyuan, what are you doing? How could you lower your head to Qin Ran? Didn't we agree? Wait for Qin Ran to apologize first. You're making yourself too cheap this way. If you're really together, Qin Ran will definitely not cherish you." Wang Feifei had too many words he wanted to say to Liu Ruyuan. He had only been absent for 3 days, so how had things become like this? Who could tell him what had happened? Wang Feifei suddenly thought of Liu Haichong, who clearly was more inclined to have Qin Ran as his son-in-law. He didn't even care if Qin Ran played around with women. Wang Feifei felt he had grasped a key clue. It must have been Liu Haichong who had made the girl he liked do this. But why? What parents would want to marry their daughter to a scumbag? Wouldn't that be pushing their daughter into a fire pit? Wang Feifei carefully recalled his conversation with Liu Haichong. The latter had asked him about Qin Ran's family. Yes, that was very likely the reason. Otherwise, it made no sense. But Wang Feifei was once again confused. He had known Qin Ran for so many years and had never seen Qin Ran act like a nouveau riche. At most, he came from a comfortable family, and he had slightly more pocket money than the average person, and that was all. The bell rang, and Wang Feifei walked out of the classroom. He had to find out what was going on. Actually, he wasn't an ordinary person either. Wang Feifei took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then, gritting his teeth, dialed the number of the contact that was saved as Mom. "Aunt Wang, it's Feifei." Chapter 60. Wang Feifei enduring hardship, Liu Ruyuan begging for forgiveness. Wang Feifei hunched over, covered the phone's mouthpiece, his face plastered with a fawning smile and a hint of reluctance. "Auntie, are you busy?" "No, I don't need money. My living expenses for this semester are already enough. Could you help me look into someone? Isn't your nephew working in that unit? I won't go back for the October holiday, so I won't bother you." "No, it's not that. I have an activity at school." Okay, I'll send it to you later." "Thank you. Auntie, bye." Before Wang Feifei could finish his sentence, the phone call was hung up. "TCH. Bitch. Do you really think I want to be in this family? Do you treat me like a son? When I get what I'm supposed to get, who will care about you guys?" Wang Feifei cursed a few times, then fixed the expression on his face and returned to the classroom. Aunt Wang wasn't a rich woman who was keeping him. She was his stepmother. To be precise, his birth mother was a mistress, and she was a second-rate one, which was looked down on the most in the lowest of society. His mother left when he barely understood things, but before she died, she sent him back to the Wang family. His father, Wang Kuan, didn't accept it at first, because who knew if he was his son? Maybe he was someone else's bastard. But DNA testing couldn't be faked. Wang Kuan was threatened that if he didn't raise Wang Feifei, he would be exposed, which would cause huge losses to the entire company and the Wang family. So Wang Kuan could only bite the bullet and bring Wang Feifei home under the guise of adoption. Wang Feifei hadn't told anyone about this, including Liu Ruyuan, because this was his shame. And from childhood, he had never received real love from his family. Only Liu Ruyuan had given him warmth when he was young. This was why Wang Feifei had always been so shameless about staying by Liu Ruyuan's side. Wang Feifei was already 18 years old, but he still had no intention of leaving the Wang family. He was enduring, disguising himself, and putting on a harmless appearance. But he would get back what was his one day. Wang Feifei had contacted his former stepmother, Wang Yongli, whose family had many people working in government jobs. It wasn't too difficult to investigate a person. Wang Feifei sent all the information he knew about Qin Ran to Wang Yongli. The price was that he wouldn't go back to that so-called home for the National Day in October. Even if the National Day this time was together with the Mid-Autumn Festival, he didn't plan to go back. Even if he did go home, he would only be met with rolled eyes and then sit in a corner and play with his phone. His uncle didn't love him, his grandmother didn't care for him, and even his own father didn't give him a kind look. He was better off not going to that home. Wang Feifei's expression was gloomy, but when he returned to the classroom, he turned back into the weak boy with the rosy cheeks. The rest of the class ended quickly. Wang Feifei was about to go eat with Liu Ruyuan, but before he could even speak, the latter quickly ran toward Qin Ran, without even grabbing her book. He picked up Liu Ruyuan's book and handed it to Feng Man. Could you help Ruyuan take this back? Thanks. After saying that, Wang Feifei quickly chased after them. Qin Ran was stopped by Liu Ruyuan. The latter said to Huang Zujie and the other two, "Could you let me talk to Qin Ran alone?" Fu Qingchuan bumped Qin Ran's arm. "Then we'll leave first. Just say what you have to say. Give me 5 minutes." Liu Ruyuan's eyes were pleading as she pointed to the end of the hallway. "Just there, okay?" People were constantly passing by on both sides. Qin Ran frowned but still walked over. After he stopped and turned around, a fragrant gust of wind came, and he was embraced. "Qin Ran, I miss you so much," Liu Ruyuan said with a sob. "I was wrong." Qin Ran was stunned. He pushed Liu Ruyuan away with his hands, but the latter hugged him even tighter. "Qin Ran, let's go back to the way we were, okay?" Go back to the way we were? That was the last thing Qin Ran wanted. With a sudden force, Qin Ran broke free from Liu Ruyuan's hug. "Classmate Liu, please respect yourself." Liu Ruyuan was stunned. Qin Ran had actually called her classmate Liu? When did that happen? She had never heard that unfamiliar term before. Wang Feifei, who was not far away, was dumbfounded and almost rushed over to separate the two of them. Security? Where was security? Weren't they going to do anything? Wang Feifei's head was rushing with blood. He was now certain that Liu Ruyuan had really hurt her brain when she was hit. She was actually hugging Qin Ran tightly in broad daylight and not letting go. Had she considered how he felt? Wang Feifei was preparing to step forward and interrupt the two of them when he saw Qin Ran break free, and he stopped. He was conflicted. On one hand, he was glad that Qin Ran hadn't hugged Liu Ruyuan back, and that the two of them hadn't made up and started living a mushy, shameless life together. On the other hand, he was angry that Qin Ran had broken free. That was Liu Ruyuan, whom he wanted to hug but couldn't. Why was he going against Liu Ruyuan's wishes? Wang Feifei hid in the corner of the staircase, watching the two of them without blinking. If they had any more intimate actions, he would definitely step forward and interrupt them. What's going on? Hearing the voice above his head, Wang Feifei was startled. He looked up and saw that Liu Ping was also eavesdropping like him. Wang Feifei was annoyed. He straightened up and was about to tell Liu Ping to move away, but he bumped into the latter's chin. Hiss. Ouch, damn it. What are you doing? Liu Ping covered his chin and glared at Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei, who was shorter, covered his head and glared. I was going to ask you that. I'm doing the same as you. I'm not doing the same as you. You're weird. Move away. Liu Ping pulled Wang Feifei away and took the best eavesdropping position. Wang Feifei was anxious and kept squeezing in. At this time, classes had just ended, so it was the busiest time of day. The girls who were walking down the stairs with their books all looked at the two of them with strange expressions. From their perspective, Wang Feifei, with his rosy cheeks and petite figure, was squeezing into Liu Ping's arms with all his might. So, the people were no longer paying attention to Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan, who were at the end of the hallway. At this time, Liu Ruyuan's eyes were red, and 2 lines of clear tears kept falling. Qin Ran, I know that I was wrong. I won't be so capricious anymore. Could you love me one more time, okay? Qin Ran looked at the crying Liu Ruyuan, his heart filled with indescribable emotions. He didn't know why Liu Ruyuan had suddenly become like this. Not to mention this life, but even after they got together in his previous life, Liu Ruyuan had never acted like this. Qin Ran was even starting to wonder if the person in front of him was the same Liu Ruyuan who had never lowered her head. Seeing Liu Ruyuan cry so hard, his heart was a bit confused. But his heart had long been sealed off. Even so, it couldn't be loosened. He had loved so painfully and so exhaustedly before, and he didn't want to continue now. Although he didn't know what had happened to Liu Ruyuan, he really didn't want to be tangled up in this relationship again. What he needed to learn was how to love himself, not to lose himself because of love. Qin Ran helped Liu Ruyuan stand up straight and said seriously, We're over, understand? Chapter 61. A resounding slap, a hateful gaze. Qin Ran left, leaving Liu Ruyuan standing there, lost and dejected. Wang Feifei, seeing Qin Ran approaching, felt a little awkward. He wanted to turn around, but ended up bumping into Liu Ping's embrace. Qin Ran, seeing this scene, instinctively took a step to the side. Could it be that his previous judgment was wrong? Was Wang Feifei actually bisexual? Qin Ran decided to keep his distance from Wang Feifei in the future. He had indeed been liked by a guy before, who added him using an alternate account. The things that person sent were absolutely disgusting. From then on, Qin Ran had avoided gay men like the plague. He already didn't like Wang Feifei, and now he wanted even less to do with him. Qin Ran quickened his pace downstairs. Not only Wang Feifei, but he would also stay away from Liu Ping in the future. Perhaps when Liu Ping came to him during military training to talk about Liu Ruyuan, his intention wasn't for Liu Ruyuan at all. The more Qin Ran thought about it, the more disgusted he felt, and he hurried away. Wang Feifei forcefully pushed Liu Ping away. Liu Ping, clutching his chest, yelled, "Damn it! You. Wang Feifei didn't care. He scurried to Liu Ruyuan's side. When he saw Liu Ruyuan's face covered in tears, his heart clenched. Yin, what's wrong? Did Qin Ran bully you? I'm going to go find him and settle the score." "Don't go," Liu Ruyuan shouted. Wang Feifei's body stiffened. He was only saying those words for show. If he really went, he wouldn't just be going on a wild goose chase. He would definitely get beaten up. Moreover, Liu Ruyuan was currently so heartbroken. It was the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage, so how could he leave? Besides, Liu Ping was still on the stair landing. If he left, maybe Liu Ping would benefit. He said he was going to find Qin Ran to settle the score, simply to express his attitude. But he didn't expect Liu Ruyuan to shout at him, and the look in her eyes was actually carrying a hint of hatred. Wang Feifei was stunned. What kind of look was that? Why was there hatred? Did Liu Ruyuan see through his disguise? But his heart had always been consistent, never changed. Even if some of the things he said and did weren't great, everything he did was based on his affection for Liu Ruyuan. Yin. Slap. A resounding slap echoed. "If Qin Ran doesn't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either." Having said that, Liu Ruyuan walked past the stunned Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei slowly raised his hand, covering his burning cheek, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just been slapped hard by Liu Ruyuan. If it wasn't for the very real pain, he would have wondered if he was in a dream. Liu Ruyuan had never hit him before, not even once. Compared to the pain on his face, Wang Feifei's heart hurt even more. He had no idea what happened. Why did Liu Ruyuan hit him? And why did she say those words about Qin Ran's forgiveness? Wang Feifei was thunderstruck, his whole body numb in place, like a tree branch struck by lightning. Liu Ping, seeing Liu Ruyuan approaching, panicked. He wanted to leave, but didn't know where to go. He could only face the wall as if in a period of introspection. As Liu Ruyuan passed by, Liu Ping didn't dare to breathe, holding his breath tightly. Terrifying. It wasn't until almost a minute later that Liu Ping dared to take a deep breath. Good heavens! This was the first time in his life that he had been so scared of a girl. And this was the first girl he had set as a target after going to college. Luckily, although he wasn't clear on what had just happened, he had only been standing on the edge of the battlefield, and he was already affected. The photoshopped images in the forum were too amateur. Liu Ruyuan wasn't just carrying a bucket of water. She was clearly carrying a small asteroid about to explode. The Empress Ruyuan. How terrifying. Liu Ping vowed to himself that in the future, he had to understand a girl's true nature before deciding whether or not to pursue her. No matter how beautiful she was, it was the same rule. Otherwise, the only one who would be hurt would be himself. Liu Ruyuan's power was too great. It even made Liu Ping develop a slight phobia of women. Liu Ping looked at Wang Feifei, his eyes vacant, and felt some sympathy. Oh, poor sissy. But he couldn't help but admire him a little. Given Liu Ruyuan's personality, Wang Feifei had actually pursued her for so long. It was truly commendable. Liu Ping didn't go up to comfort him. Although he no longer liked Liu Ruyuan, he hadn't become gay either. He didn't know how to comfort a guy. He couldn't just go up and hug Wang Feifei, patting his back lightly. If their height and build were similar, hugging would be fine, like brothers. But hugging Wang Feifei, it would be a completely different picture. Just now when Wang Feifei bumped into his arms, he even touched his robust pectoral muscles, almost scaring him to death. Liu Ping turned and went downstairs. Even if Liu Ruyuan was beautiful, he had no intention of pursuing her anymore. Life was precious, and one had to be careful. Finding a gentle, petite girl wasn't better. Moreover, Liu Ping felt the relationship between Liu Ruyuan, Qin Ran, and Wang Feifei was a little confusing. But now, it seemed like Qin Ran had rejected Liu Ruyuan, and Wang Feifei had done something to betray Liu Ruyuan. Previously, Liu Ruyuan was always with Wang Feifei, and even said bad things about Qin Ran. But now she was clinging to Qin Ran. Liu Ping thought about it, and maybe he should go after Liu Yifei in his class. She was also very beautiful, and her legs were exceptionally long. But Liu Yifei always seemed to be alone. Liu Ping thought it over still, deciding to observe for a while. If it didn't work out, he would pursue girls from other classes. With his qualifications, even if he couldn't get a girlfriend, he wouldn't end up getting slapped like Wang Feifei. Qin Ran, who had already left, didn't know that Liu Ruyuan had slapped Wang Feifei. If he had seen it, he probably wouldn't have believed it. Because all along, Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei were like best friends. They shared everything and talked about almost anything. Although Liu Ruyuan had princess-like tendencies, she generally used words rather than actions. Much less hit Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei's nickname, Trash, wasn't for nothing. Although he hadn't seen what happened afterwards, Qin Ran was a little confused. His mind was affected by Liu Ruyuan, who had become like a different person. The way Liu Ruyuan looked at him, with guilt, regret, and longing, kept flashing. In his mind, he didn't know why Liu Ruyuan was showing him those looks, or why she lowered her head, crying and begging for his forgiveness. Nothing particularly special had happened during this time. And according to Liu Ruyuan's past personality, if he didn't go to the hospital to see her immediately, Liu Ruyuan would have definitely thrown a fit. Visiting wouldn't have been enough. She would have required his companionship and meticulous care. But Liu Ruyuan, after getting hit and becoming unconscious, was discharged in just 2 or 3 days. After coming back, she went to classes normally, didn't bother him, and even asked him for his forgiveness. It was as if the sun rose in the west. Qin Ran couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that Liu Ruyuan was hit on the head, her hippocampus was damaged, and her memory was having problems? Or else, could Liu Ruyuan have been reborn like him? Chapter 62. Reborn or Soul Transmigration. A precaution is necessary. Qin Ran pondered for a long time and thought that the possibility of the hippocampus being damaged and causing memory problems was very low. Short-term memory loss was possible, but it wouldn't directly cause a drastic change in personality. Moreover, Liu Ruyuan clearly remembered him. It was just that the look in her eyes carried guilt and regret, not like she had a memory problem. Excluding the first possibility, could it be that she was reborn like him? But until the time of the engagement, Liu Ruyuan's princess-like, self-centered personality had never changed. It had even become worse, and she even dared to skip her engagement banquet. Qin Ran became lost. Could that have been a parallel universe where the story continued? He died from being hit or became a vegetable, and Liu Ruyuan regretted it too much? But would the Liu Ruyuan that he knew really regret it? Feel so guilty that she would cry and beg him for forgiveness? Qin Ran couldn't help but think of a third possibility. Was Liu Ruyuan soul-swapped? Hiss. Qin Ran gasped. That was a bit terrifying. But that didn't seem right either. If there was another soul residing inside Liu Ruyuan, she definitely wouldn't cry and beg for forgiveness. Qin Ran took out his phone and dialed Ing Shiming's number. Uncle Ing, it's me. Do you know anyone from the second hospital? I want to check someone's medical records. No, 2 people. Okay, thanks. I'll send you their information later. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran sent all of Wang Feifei and Liu Ruyuan's information to Ing Shiming. He himself had been reborn, so it wasn't impossible for others to be reborn too. Relatively speaking, the person Qin Ran worried about wasn't Liu Ruyuan, but Wang Feifei. Although Liu Ruyuan had a lot of petty temper issues and was arrogant, her nature wasn't bad. But after he was reborn, he felt more and more that his death by being hit by a jeep was suspicious. The probability of encountering a crazed antisocial driver in the city center who went on a rampage and only hit him was too low. Moreover, that jeep wasn't out of control. It was heading directly for him. It didn't brake, it accelerated. Otherwise, with the speed limits and traffic in the city center, it wouldn't have been possible to send him flying into the air. In terms of love, Qin Ran had been blinded by his emotions, but it didn't mean that he was obtuse in other areas. Whether in academics, music, sports, or anything else, he had an amazing talent. At least that's what the big-name tutors his family hired for him had always said. There weren't many people Qin Ran suspected. Among them, Wang Feifei was one, and Jibuoqing was half of one. There were also the family groups, competitors and companies acquired by the group. A group that could reach a scale of several hundred billion would inevitably have some bloodiness involved. One person's success was the downfall of many. The enormous Qin group rolled forward like a huge chariot, and beneath its wheels, there were always unlucky ants who were crushed. Moreover, Qin Ran had almost been kidnapped when he was young. Being low profile had something to do with that. Qin Ran wasn't sure whether the incident at the engagement banquet in his past life was an accident or not. There were many guests, and some could have snuck in. Maybe there was someone who was targeting the Qin family. Qin ran asking Ximing to help him retrieve Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei's files to see if there was anything wrong with their bodies. If Liu Ruyuan really had brain damage, then today's behavior wouldn't be unexplainable. Ximing's efficiency was very high. In less than half an hour, Qin Ran received the two's medical records. Wang Feifei had a strained waist muscle and multiple bruises on his body. Liu Ruyuan had brief unconsciousness, suspected of having a mild concussion, and had some temporary confusion. She was also given a sedative. But after the CT scan, there weren't any issues like mild cerebral congestion or swelling. After reading the medical records, Qin Ran fell into deep thought again. He then asked Ximing to help inquire about the details of the patient's suicide that had caused Liu Ruyuan's injury. This time the wait was a little longer. Probably the second hospital had sealed off the information. After all, whether it was a hospital or a university, they were very wary of these things. But since Qin Ran asked, Ximing still managed to get the relevant information right away. After Qin Ran read it, he frowned. The person who committed suicide had jumped from a 6th-floor window, hitting Liu Ruyuan. Someone falling from that height onto Liu Ruyuan. How could she be okay? How was that possible? The hospital floors were quite high. The 6th floor was almost 20 meters high, and the suicide victim's weight was around 60 kilograms. Potential energy to kinetic energy. GMH equals 0.5 MV superscript 2. Solving for the speed of free fall. Then subtracting about 0.2 seconds for cushioning. After some quick mental calculations, Qin Ran determined that Liu Ruyuan had to have endured about 150 plus or minus 15 kilograms of force at the time. Under such impact, there was no way Liu Ruyuan would be unharmed. After coming to this conclusion, Qin Ran's face turned dark. No wonder the deputy director in charge of Liu Ruyuan's checkup at the second hospital also found it very surprising and asked Liu Ruyuan to come back for a checkup in a week. If she had any symptoms like dizziness or nausea, she had to go back to the hospital for an immediate checkup. But Qin Ran had just seen Liu Ruyuan. Aside from her unusual mental state, her body didn't seem to have any problems. That was a huge problem. Actually, there was a worse possibility. But that was the one he found most difficult to accept. Qin Ran took a deep breath and called Li Huachuan. Uncle Li, I need you to keep an eye on two people. You know them, Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei. No, there's something else going on. Oh, by the way, how is the situation with Jibuqing's family? They're about to go bankrupt? Don't let them skip town with the funds. Okay, thanks, Uncle Li. Got it. I'll go back this weekend. After ending the call, Qin Ran relaxed. After dying once, Qin Ran cherished life. Even if this seemed like a fuss about nothing, it was never wrong to be careful. One could never be too careful about others. If he were to die again, who knew if he would have a chance to come back? If there was anything wrong, it was better to nip it in the bud. People like Jibuqing probably wouldn't even know the real reason why their family went bankrupt. The person Qin Ran was truly wary of wasn't Jibuqing. If a truly villainous person was reborn, that would be troublesome. When Qin Ran returned to the dorm, he was immediately questioned by Fu Qingchuan. Recently, Liu Ruyuan has been looking for you all the time. Does she like you? Is it even a question? Huang Zujie shook his head. I saw it a long time ago. Don't ask me. Qin Ran changed the subject. How are things going with you and Tong Xin? There haven't been any updates these past few days. We're still chatting, but she hasn't agreed to see a movie with me. You didn't ask her to go to a late-night showing, did you? No, I didn't. What time was the show? 8:30. I was going to have dinner with her first. Qin Ran exposed him. Are you just planning to have dinner with her? After the movie, it would be past 10 o'clock. If there's traffic on the way back, the dorm doors will be closed. So, I should pick an earlier show? But there aren't any good seats at 6 or 7. Are you actually going to watch a movie? Huh. Fu Qingchuan suddenly understood. I get it now. But he had already been rejected once. He was embarrassed to ask again. Godfather. Chapter 63. Incompatible worldviews. It's only a matter of time before breaking up. Qin Ran understood Fu Qingchuan very well, as they had been college roommates for 4 years in his past life. The latter only had to twitch his butt, and he would know what Fu Qingchuan was going to say. As expected, Fu Qingchuan, with a smile on his face, said, Godfather, could you help me ask her? You said it yourself, only thick skin can get you a girlfriend. Come on, I've already invited her once. It would be too embarrassing to get rejected again. So I wouldn't be embarrassed? Fu Qingchuan went behind Qin Ran and helped to massage his shoulders. You're so handsome, Lin Wanbai would definitely not reject you. We can all go to a movie together, and Tong Xian wouldn't reject that. Then you can take Lin Wanbai away and create a chance for me to spend time alone with Tong Xian. I'll pay for breakfast tomorrow. How about that? Qin Ran moved his shoulders. Little Quan, didn't you have dinner? Put some force into it. 3 days, Fu Qingchuan increased the force. Being a wingman is hard work, you know? A week. Okay, then I'll ask. Why aren't you massaging anymore? With his heart bleeding, Fu Qingchuan was about to leave, but once again, helped to massage his shoulders and back. Qin Ran opened his chat window with Lin Wanbai. Hey, would you like to go to a movie on Saturday night? Me, you, plus Tong Xian and Fu Qingchuan. A burst of screams suddenly sounded in the girls' dorm room 309. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I knew Fu Qingchuan would definitely go to Qin Ran to ask you. Right? Right. Wait to agree. Say you have to ask first. In the boys' dorm room 502. After a while, Qin Ran showed his phone. It's a go. Fu Qingchuan shouted, Godfather, you're amazing. I knew Lin Wanbai wouldn't reject you. I've already bought the tickets, all the back rows. Qin Ran nodded. Send me the time and locations. What about dinner? It's Saturday anyway. We can head out early and eat before the movie. No problem, my treat. Huang Zujia was full of envy, sighing, Godfather. Don't. Qin Ran raised his hand. I'm not familiar with Chen Shuan's roommates, and I have something to do on Sunday. Huang Zujia sighed. I'm just a stepchild. Fu Qingchuan laughed out loud. You should find another concubine for Godfather. Stop it. You're making it sound more and more ridiculous. Qin Ran interrupted the two, climbed onto his bed, and continued to chat with Lin Wanbai. As long as they started, they could continue chatting endlessly. And talking about movies, they could talk all night. They both loved watching movies, and there were many movies that they both found very good. After this chat, another night passed by. After one more day of classes, it would be the weekend. Qin Ran was slightly looking forward to it. He really loved watching movies. Aside from critically acclaimed ones, he had also watched many niche films. And he watched all sorts of genres. If someone wanted him to recommend a movie, he could talk for half a day. But he didn't go to theaters often, and it wasn't because he didn't like commercial films. Qin Ran wasn't opposed to commercial films. He preferred dramas and art house films, but commercial films were also exciting to watch. Watching with friends was also very fun. However, he rarely went to theaters. Because Liu Ruyuan didn't really like watching movies. And even if they did go to the theater, it was often not just him and Liu Ruyuan. Wang Feifei would also go. 8 out of 10 times, Wang Feifei would be there. There was even a time when he and Liu Ruyuan went to a movie after dinner, and Wang Feifei found out and joined them in the middle of the movie. He sat in the row behind them, talking to Liu Ruyuan from time to time. It was very annoying. Qin Ran hated people who kept talking about the plot while watching movies, especially those with a know-it-all tone, acting as if they had seen through everything. After that time, Qin Ran didn't invite Liu Ruyuan to watch movies again unless she proposed it herself, and Wang Feifei would also invite Liu Ruyuan to watch movies together. Even though he knew that Liu Ruyuan wouldn't do anything with Wang Feifei, Qin Ran couldn't help but feel some discomfort. The reason why Qin Ran truly gave up on Liu Ruyuan was not simply because of the engagement banquet. It was the accumulation of small things over the years. They seemed insignificant, but over time, they made one tired, and it was only a matter of time before an explosion. Qin Ran had mentioned it to Liu Ruyuan, but the latter thought that they were nothing, and even thought that he was making a fuss out of nothing, thus getting angry. Looking back now, Qin Ran found that he and Liu Ruyuan didn't really get along in many ways. In other words, their worldviews were incompatible. Incompatible worldviews weren't simply about having different hobbies. It wasn't that you liked street food, and she liked Western food. It was that you liked street food, but she would say it was unclean, unsanitary, and would make you sick. She liked Western food, but you would say she was being pretentious and loved luxury. Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan were the same. Different likes and dislikes were not important, but he would excitedly chat about the movies he had seen, while Liu Ruyuan would look uninterested. Not only would she call Wang Feifei to watch movies together, but they would also chat about meaningless things. There were no two identical leaves in the world, much less two identical people. Incompatible worldviews inevitably lead to conflict and arguments. Qin Ran used to choose to be tolerant, but now he didn't have to. He didn't have to accommodate Liu Ruyuan anymore. He could watch movies and talk about plots, directors, favorite characters, and most memorable scenes with Lin Wanbai, who also loved watching movies. Qin Ran wanted to find someone with the same worldview, not someone who had a worldview completely focused on their own way. The next day, Qin Ran and Fu Qingchuan went to the girls' dormitory building to pick up the two girls. Now that the group was familiar with each other, they were not as constrained as they had been during their first dorm social. Tong Xin jokingly said, "Oh my, matching outfits. Did you guys plan this?" Today Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai were both wearing jeans and white sneakers, one in a black t-shirt, the other in a white t-shirt. They really looked like a high-value couple. Lin Wanbai gathered her hair. "No, we didn't." "So, it's a telepathic connection then." Qin Ran smiled. "You and Qingchuan are also a match, red and blue. Let's go. Qingchuan has called a ride. It's almost here." The four walked towards the school gate. At first, they were walking side by side, but when the sidewalk became narrow, Fu Qingchuan and Tong Xin went ahead, while Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai were behind. Compared to chatting on the screen at night, Lin Wanbai was a bit quieter. Moreover, Tong Xin's teasing had made her ears turn a little red. Yesterday, Tong Xin had filled her with a lot of strange knowledge, but she felt that Qin Ran was different from others, and that she wouldn't need it with him. Qin Ran was a little strange why Lin Wanbai suddenly became shy, but he didn't think too much about it. The distance from the girls' dormitory building to the school gate wasn't too far, and the four quickly got into the car. Tong Xin was the first to get in the back, so Fu Qingchuan took the front seat. Qin Ran naturally sat next to Lin Wanbai. The distance was closer than the last time they were in a taxi together. However, without a very friendly driver, the car drove very smoothly. Not long after they set off, Qin Ran received a message. He raised his eyebrows and looked through the rearview mirror at the taxi in the back. Someone was actually following them. Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? Chapter 64. Do you believe in reincarnation? Rebirth confirmed. About half an hour later, the four of them got out of the car. Qin Ran, using the excuse of needing to use the restroom, had Fu Qingchuan take the two girls to pick up their tickets. First, when a familiar, slender figure entered the gate, Qin Ran stood at the corner, quietly observing. The person following him was none other than Liu Ruyuan. Yesterday he had felt that something was off, so he had asked Li Huachuan to arrange for someone to keep an eye on both Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei. He didn't expect to gain something so quickly in less than a day. Seeing Liu Ruyuan looking around, then heading toward the escalator, Qin Ran confirmed that Liu Ruyuan was following him. It was not some coincidence or accident. Tracking him? What was her purpose? Qin Ran followed her. As Liu Ruyuan was heading toward the third floor, she suddenly saw Qin Ran on her lower left. Their eyes met. Qin Ran gave Liu Ruyuan a look, signaling her to go to the side. When Liu Ruyuan arrived on the third floor, she watched Qin Ran slowly come up, but his eyes no longer carried that adoring gaze she was used to. Qin Ran, let's talk over there. Qin Ran felt that Liu Ruyuan's mood was a bit off again. He didn't want to be surrounded and watched in a public place. The two of them walked behind a large circular pillar and stopped. Why are you following me? We were very clear about everything yesterday. I was wrong. Liu Ruyuan grabbed Qin Ran's hand. Please forgive me, just once? Okay. Liu Ruyuan was stunned, and then her face lit up with joy. Really? Yeah, let's just be regular classmates. Do you have anything else? If not, I need to leave. Wait. Liu Ruyuan said bitterly. Do you believe in reincarnation? Qin Ran stopped in his tracks, frowning and staring intently at Liu Ruyuan. What did you say? Liu Ruyuan was silent for a moment, and then said, during my hospitalization, while I was unconscious, I had a very long dream. In the dream, we were going to get engaged, but then something happened to you that day. I realized that I couldn't lose you. A dream? Qin Ran narrowed his eyes. Can a dream really be real? But I'm a bit curious, what happened to me in the dream? You had a car accident. Qin Ran's heart sank. He confirmed his second guess. And then? After I learned about your accident, my heart felt like it was being ripped apart, and I fainted. When I woke up, I realized how important you were to me. Qin Ran looked into Liu Ruyuan's eyes, feeling both surprised and uncertain. This was basically the same as what happened before his rebirth, but he had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. He couldn't figure out exactly what, for the time being. Qin Ran smiled slightly. You just had a nightmare. Don't think too much about it. No, it wasn't. Liu Ruyuan grasped Qin Ran's hands tightly. The dream was too real. After waking up, my heart still hurts. But I'm fine now. Okay, I'm going to watch a movie with my friends. I'll go now. Qin Ran shook his hand slightly, but she didn't let go. Liu Ruyuan instead put her arms around Qin Ran's, her eyes turning red. You don't believe me, do you? Qin Ran, I really like you. Otherwise, why would I have gotten engaged to you? What engagement? We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. No, thank you. I don't think I'm lucky enough. Qin Ran's tone was cold. Liu Ruyuan was stunned. Qin Ran pulled his hand out. I recommend that you go to the hospital for a checkup, Miss Liu. Otherwise, you might have some after effects. With that, Qin Ran continued to walk upstairs. The movie theater was on the 6th floor, as were the food options. The 5th floor also had many restaurants. Since it wasn't time for the movie yet, they could eat first and then buy some drinks before going in. But at this moment, Qin Ran had lost his mood for watching movies. He was 90% certain that Liu Ruyuan had been reborn. He had initially only been suspicious, after all. Liu Ruyuan's behavior since coming back seemed like a different person, and that she didn't have even a minor injury. It was all too bizarre. When Qin Ran arrived on the 5th floor and didn't see Liu Ruyuan following him, he stopped to think. What was off? After a while, he finally realized. Liu Ruyuan's change of attitude was too fast. If something had happened to him, Liu Ruyuan would definitely feel some guilt, but not to the point of crying and begging for forgiveness. If Liu Ruyuan really had been reborn, there must be something that he didn't know. Qin Ran tried to reconstruct the events by reverse deduction. The conclusion was that Liu Ruyuan was full of regret and asked for forgiveness. There were two possibilities. One, as Liu Ruyuan said, her absence indirectly caused his car accident, and she developed guilt and self-blame. Two, after his car accident, his father was furious and took it out on the Liu family, causing them to fall into decline, and Liu Ruyuan realized her mistakes. Three, after his car accident, Liu Ruyuan knew who the culprit was, and the two had a certain connection, hence the guilt. Fourth, slap. Qin Ran, what are you spacing out about? I called you, and you didn't respond. You didn't get lost, did you? Fu Qingchuan teased, turning his head. Interrupted from his thoughts, Qin Ran came back to his senses and shook his head. It's nothing. Did you pick up the tickets? Yeah, we're just waiting for you to decide what to eat. Didn't you already decide yesterday? Let's just eat at Xiandalai. Look at what's over here. Fu Qingchuan said, pointing to the sign next to them. Qin Ran chuckled wryly. He was standing right next to the Xiandalai restaurant. Xiandalai was particularly famous for its pork chops and rice cakes. Later they would also get popcorn and drinks. Eating a little bit would be enough. Watching a movie without popcorn was just not fun. Tong Xian covered her mouth, giggling. Qin Ran, you're so funny. Let's go in, shall we? After Fu Qingchuan and Tong Xian entered the restaurant, Lin Wanbai looked at Qin Ran with concern. Did you bring your medicine? Huh. Qin Ran quickly understood and said helplessly, I'm really fine now. I won't faint again. Don't worry. That's good. Lin Wanbai's eyebrows finally relaxed. Before entering the door, Qin Ran looked back. Not only had he lost the mood for watching a movie, but he was even a bit distracted about eating. The fact that Liu Ruyuan was reborn was still difficult for him to accept, and things seemed to be getting more and more complicated. The current Liu Ruyuan was so different from his impression. Qin Ran really wanted to believe what Liu Ruyuan had just said. Perhaps his death in the previous life had truly made Liu Ruyuan see the light. But human nature was like a double-sided mirror. It could reflect the brightest light, but it could also cast the darkest shadows. The accidental car crash from his previous life was still like a dark shadow that loomed over Qin Ran's head. Now, other than his parents, he didn't dare to trust anyone easily. Moreover, his sudden change in attitude toward Liu Ruyuan, from affectionate to indifferent, was also as if he were a different person. So, had Liu Ruyuan also realized that he had been reborn? Chapter 65. Familiar faces having fun. Let's report them. After being reborn, Qin Ran had only wanted to live his own life. To stay away from Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei, to stay away from his old self. But he hadn't expected Liu Ruyuan to be reborn. As well, he couldn't tell if what Liu Ruyuan said was true right now. As for the dream claim, Qin Ran definitely didn't believe it. No matter how real a dream was, it was just a dream. Things remained the same after waking up. Nothing would change. Who would suddenly change their mind, drastically altering their personality because of a dream? At least Qin Ran had never heard of it. Even if it happened, it wouldn't be Liu Ruyuan. One day she was arrogant and haughty, and the next day she woke up full of remorse and pain. Qin Ran simply didn't believe it. He'd rather believe that Liu Ruyuan had been reborn. He just didn't know what had happened later. Qin Ran was even more worried that other people had been reborn. If the truth about the car accident was more cruel than he had thought, and the other party had also been reborn, that would be a real problem. Qin Ran decided to increase his safety level. Perhaps some people were watching him in the dark. Qin Ran hoped that he was overthinking things. He wanted to live a relaxed and carefree life, not to fall into some kind of man-eating pit. Qin Ran cleared his mind. In any case, he should eat and drink. He couldn't just become paranoid over some speculations, seeing problems with everyone. That would be too exhausting. Frightening oneself was the most terrifying thing of all. After eating, Qin Ran paid the bill in advance. While settling the bill, he suddenly saw another familiar figure. But Qin Ran didn't say hello. This mall was closest to the school, and many students would come here to eat, sing karaoke, and watch movies. It wasn't strange to meet a classmate. After paying, Qin Ran returned to his seat for a while. Lin Wanbai and Tong Xian went to the restroom. Fu Qingchuan asked, "Did something happen?" Usually, Fu Qingchuan seemed like a lecherous person, but in reality, due to family influence, he was good at reading people. He had already noticed that Qin Ran was acting strangely, looking preoccupied. Normally, he would be acting as a wingman for him at the table already. Right after he asked the question, Fu Qingchuan saw a blonde guy pass by the window and nudged Qin Ran to look outside. Qin Ran saw Chen Hui and was a bit surprised. Ji Buoqing was not there, only Chen Hui was alone. Thinking of the familiar figure he had seen a while ago, Qin Ran felt it couldn't be that coincidental. Chen Hui had been expelled. From school, he hadn't taken even one official class. Wu Jiang, who had recruited Chen Hui, had also been expelled. This wasn't Qin Ran's doing. It was Li Luo's. The familiar figure he had seen earlier when he was paying the bill was Li Luo. Qin Ran wasn't used to Li Luo's style. After sending her breakfast after their conflict in the cafeteria, they hadn't been in contact again. But they had been on the same side once, and Li Luo had indirectly helped him twice, so Qin Ran decided to have a look. Chen Hui's name had also appeared when he investigated Ji Buoqing's high school files. He knew that Chen Hui wouldn't be a good person either. He had done a lot of bullying. Whether it was a good school or a bad school, there were always bad apples. It was just that some schools had more bad apples. Qin Ran turned his head and said, "Wait for Wanbai and the others to come back. I'll go upstairs to find you later." "Oh, give me one of the tickets. Is he here to cause trouble for you? I'll go with you." "He's not here for me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I just want to take a look." Fu Qingchuan handed Qin Ran a movie ticket. "Don't do anything rash. It's not worth it to get hurt. If there's a fight, then call me." Qin Ran felt touched and smiled. "I'm not a match for Along, but dealing with him is not a problem. And it's not even certain that anything will happen." Under Fu Qingchuan's surprised gaze, Qin Ran followed him. Born into a prominent family and having almost been kidnapped when he was young, how could Qin Ran be completely defenseless? Qin Ran had learned Krav Maga. He had trained seriously. He was able to quickly identify an opponent's attacks, dodge, and counterattack. Even in complex situations, he could make the most of his surroundings. In front of someone who had truly trained, wild punches were useless. The person who taught Qin Ran Krav Maga was a retired officer from the Bear Country who had had a conflict in a bar. His opponents weren't normal thugs, but a local gang. He had dealt with 5 people in 31 seconds. Qin Ran was shocked when he saw the video. Although he hadn't learned half of his instructor's skills, nor did he have that kind of physical strength, it was very easy for him to deal with someone like Chen Hui, who was just a self-righteous punk. Even if Chen Hui had a dagger, he wasn't afraid. Krav Maga included knife fighting techniques. How to counter them had become his instinct. Because if he were kidnapped one day, he might encounter a similar situation. Qin Ran kept 30 meters of blind spot behind Chen Hui. Even if the latter turned his head, he wouldn't be able to see him. Soon after, he saw Chen Hui enter a KTV. Qin Ran followed naturally. When he passed the booth that Chen Hui had entered, he glanced inside. Ji Buoqing was also there, along with some unfamiliar young men and women. There was a constant cacophony of laughter, and people were standing on the coffee table filming videos. Qin Ran felt that his eyes were being polluted. He took his phone out of his pocket and pressed the shortcut to quickly take a photo, also memorizing the booth number. Then he continued walking as if nothing had happened. After entering an empty booth, Qin Ran dialed the emergency number. "Hello, I want to report Happy Song KTV for gathering in a lewd manner." Qin Ran hung up the phone, prepared to go back to see the movie. He opened the door, but bumped right into Li Luo, who was coming out of the opposite booth. Their eyes met. Li Luo looked around and then pulled Qin Ran back into the booth. Junior, are you here to find me? No, I came with friends. Oh. Li Luo chuckled softly. This booth is not even lit up. Where are your friends? They're in the bathroom. Qin Ran moved Li Luo's hand away. What about you, senior? Of course, I'm here to sing karaoke with friends. Do you want to sing a song? No, thank you. Qin Ran paused and said, Senior, it's better not to go around recklessly if you're okay. Ji Buqing and Chen Hui are also singing here. Li Luo narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, then suddenly smiled brightly. Junior, did you follow me because you were worried about me? No. Heh. Li Luo smiled, leaning closer. Junior, you really can't lie. Qin Ran said calmly, if something really happens, it's pointless to punish the culprit afterward. Li Luo's smile faded, and she nodded. I know. But she quickly winked at Qin Ran again. Junior, will you protect Senior? I can help to call people. You're really clueless. Buzz buzz. The vibration rang out. Qin Ran knew that Fu Qingchuan was asking about him. He had already done what he needed to do, and reminded her what he needed to remind her. He wasn't planning to stay and watch Ji Buqing and the others be arrested. They were just some small fry. It wasn't necessary. He did good deeds without leaving a name. Even if he had left a name just now, it was someone else's name. Qin Ran had always been one to hide his accomplishments. Chapter 66. Everyone hauled away. The reporter's provocation. Qin Ran didn't linger any longer. At the end of the hallway, there were waiters wearing headsets. The police would be arriving soon. He had already reminded Li Luo to be careful. She just needed to be cautious. If it was truly necessary, she could call for help. Qin Ran believed that Ji Buqing wouldn't dare to brazenly drag someone into a booth for lewd acts. He didn't know where the girls inside came from. They probably didn't even know what was going on. It was all so chaotic. But such things weren't uncommon. Things had gotten slightly better these last 2 years. In the past, things were even more chaotic. Qin Ran quickened his pace as he passed the booth where Ji Buqing was. Chen Hui had now joined the battle. A girl had come off the couch and was kneeling on the coffee table instead. TSK. They were playing some crazy games. The people around were yelling. It looked like they were about to have a free-for-all. Inside the booth, Ji Buqing, with his arm around a girl in a black suspender stepmother dress, was showing her how to smoke. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The continuously vibrating phone interrupted Ji Buqing's good time. Ji Buqing initially didn't want to pay attention to it. He had been annoyed lately. It was rare that he could come out to enjoy himself, so he didn't want to be disturbed. But the phone kept vibrating. Ji Buqing was about to hang up when he saw that it was his father calling. If it was anyone else, he would have hung up. But since it was his father, he had to pick up. So he patted the girl's back. The girl looked confused. Ji Buqing raised his chin, signaling the girl to wait. He then took his phone and walked out, pulling the door open. Just as Ji Buqing opened the door, he was held down. Don't move. Police. Hands on your head. Squat down. Ji Buqing was stunned. How had he encountered a police raid? Damn it. Ji Buqing's heart sank. His family had recently encountered a lot of problems. If he was arrested again, his father would probably break his legs. Ji Buqing squatted at the door, surprised to see onlookers. It seemed that the police were there specifically to arrest them, not just checking each booth. Ji Buqing had had similar experiences before. Usually, the police didn't directly break down doors, unless they had evidence, or they caught them in the act, like now. Damn it. Had they been reported? Crap. Ji Buqing knew that normally, the KTVs in malls like this were usually notified in advance about inspections. That was also why he had chosen this KTV. But there were exceptions. Ji Buqing pushed his way in a bit, lowering his head so that no one could take his photo. If it spread in the school, his reputation would be completely ruined. It was more serious than the last time he assaulted Wang Feifei. Not only would he be socially dead, he could also be directly expelled from school. Ji Buqing felt like dying. Even if it was the jealous bastards who reported them. Ji Buqing suddenly saw Li Luo in the crowd, and his pupils widened. He subconsciously stood up, but was immediately pushed back down. Ji Buqing and Li Luo met each other's gazes. His expression turned incredibly ugly. He had been wondering why a police raid had suddenly happened out of nowhere. It must have been Li Luo who reported them. Ji Buqing whispered to Chen Hui, who was half naked, Ah Hui, don't talk. Ji Buqing pursed his lips, signaling Chen Hui to look outside. Chen Hui, who had almost been scared stiff, saw Li Luo and instantly felt furious. He jumped to his feet. "Behave yourself." Chen Hui was pushed to the ground and his hands were cuffed. After registering their IDs and asking them some routine questions, the group was taken away. Chen Hui's eyes were fixed on Li Luo, as if he wanted to devour her. He had been expelled because of Li Luo. Even though he didn't want to attend college, choosing to not go was different from being expelled. Chen Hui saw Li Luo slowly smiling and was so angry that his eyes turned red, like an enraged bull. "You bitch. Just you wait. Shut up, behave yourself." Chen Hui got slapped on the back of his head. Ji Buqing kept his head down the whole time, glancing at Li Luo and also fuming. He saw Li Luo actually raising both hands and giving them the middle finger. She mouthed the letters S and B. Gritting his teeth, Ji Buqing recorded this debt. Li Luo sent a photo of the group being taken away to Qin Ran, accompanied by a grinning face. Qin Ran, who had already entered the theater and was sitting down, first smiled, then frowned. "Evil gets its due. You weren't seen, were you? Is Junior worried about me again? Be careful. Junior, you're so kind. This senior is a little tempted by you." Qin Ran put his phone away and focused on the movie. He still wasn't used to Li Luo's way of chatting. The four of them were sitting in the back. On Qin Ran's right was Lin Wanbai, on his left was Tong Xian, and next to her was Fu Qingchuan. The movie they were watching today was Big Fish and Begonia. Qin Ran had watched it many years ago, and had even watched it twice. Watching it again now, he was still very moved. The movie was mainly about a girl named Chun, who was responsible for controlling the growth of begonias, trying to resurrect the soul of a human boy named Kuan to repay a debt. In the end, Chun grew into a fish bigger than a whale and returned to the sea, but this process constantly violated the world's rules established by gods and caused all kinds of disasters. Their fates were intertwined. Qin Ran liked the premise of the movie very much. All living beings are huge fish in the sea, starting from the other side of the sea at birth. A person's life was like crossing the sea, sometimes encountering others, sometimes parting, passing through the dark depths of the sea and seeing beautiful scenery. At death, you would arrive at the shore and then go to the next unknown world. Qin Ran had a deep impression of the supporting character Chiu. Chiu was the male lead, Chun's childhood friend, and because he couldn't bear to see Chun die, he exchanged his life for Chun's life with Lingpa. Chiu's love for Chun was pure, not just affection but something that transcended love. Qin Ran was in no position to judge Chiu. He had also loved deeply in the past. If he encountered something similar, he didn't know if he would act like Chiu. But thinking about it now, he probably wouldn't. True love was mutual, not one-sided sacrifice. Chiu's feelings for Chun were beyond the realm of love. Toward the end, Tong Xian was crying very sadly, her body shaking. Qin Ran finally remembered his role as a wingman today. So he quietly bypassed Tong Xian and patted Fu Qingchuan, who was intently watching the movie. Qin Ran gestured with his eyes, "Comfort her. You idiot. You're so slow." Fu Qingchuan opened his mouth, looking clueless. "How do I comfort her?" Qin Ran shook his head and patted his hand lightly. If he didn't get it, the best strategist would have been for naught. Fu Qingchuan suddenly understood and gently patted Tong Xian's shoulder. The latter leaned a little towards him. Fu Qingchuan, who was about to throw a look of gratitude at Qin Ran, suddenly widened his eyes. Chapter 67. Dating under the guise of being a wingman. Fu Qingchuan saw Lin Wanbai actually leaning against Qin Ran's shoulder, wiping away tears with a tissue. He finally understood. That was the gap between him and Qin Ran. But unfortunately, it wasn't something that he could learn. Qin Ran was also a little surprised. He noticed that Tong Xian was crying because her shoulders were shaking and he could hear her sobbing. But Lin Wanbai, on his right, was sitting very straight and was not crying aloud. Qin Ran had thought that Lin Wanbai was focused on the movie. That wasn't quite right either. Right now, Lin Wanbai was watching the movie and was immersed in the sad background music. Lin Wanbai's tears couldn't stop flowing. When it was Qin Ran's turn, his hand became stiff. Seeing Lin Wanbai's quiet sobbing, Qin Ran finally reached out and lightly patted Lin Wanbai's shoulder with his fingertip. Not only were the two of them crying, many people were crying. When the movie ended, Fu Qingchuan's eyes were a little teary. When Qin Ran hadn't prompted him, Fu Qingchuan had watched the movie very intently. As the four of them left the theater, Lin Wanbai and Tong Xian went to the restroom. Fu Qingchuan took out his cigarette case, thought about it, and then put it away again. I still haven't asked you. How did it go earlier? There was a group gathering and engaging in lewd activities at the KTV. They were all taken away. Holy crap. Fu Qingchuan said in surprise. Your masterpiece? That's awesome. Keep a low profile. Just the blonde guy? Who else was there? Was that Jibwatching there? Yes, he was. Ha 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 ha. Fu Qingchuan laughed happily. So satisfying. Gathering and engaging in lewd activities, they should be detained and fined, right? Yes, they'll be detained for 10 to 15 days and fined between 500 and 1,000. Fu Qingchuan said with a mischievous smile. Shouldn't we give them some good publicity? I'll send you 2 photos, Qin Ran reminded him. Don't use your main account. Got it. The 2 of them smiled knowingly. During their 2 or 3 encounters with Jibwatching and Chen Hui, Qin Ran and Fu Qingchuan had not been taken advantage of, but they still found Jibwatching and the others very annoying. When they found out that Chen Hui had been expelled, Fu Qingchuan had even treated the whole dorm to fried chicken and cola. If Jibwatching was also expelled, Fu Qingchuan would treat them to another meal. When Tong Xian came back, she saw Fu Qingchuan grinning and couldn't help but pinch Fu Qingchuan's arm. Aren't you moved at all? You're smiling so happily. Fu Qingchuan rubbed his arm. It didn't really hurt, and he was actually even happier. The fact that Tong Xian would pinch him meant that their relationship was getting closer. He wasn't stupid. He just didn't know how to pursue girls. Fu Qingchuan said with a smile. No, I'm moved to tears. We just saw something funny. That's why I'm smiling. Right? Qin Ran? Tong Xian couldn't help asking, what was so funny? Fu Qingchuan turned to Qin Ran, winking and gesturing, signaling, bro, make something up. Qin Ran was a little helpless. He glanced at the hostess standing at the entrance of a restaurant next to them and immediately had an idea. Earlier, that waitress saw a couple getting ready to come in and looked at the girl with a bit of surprise. The waitress said, so you found another one, eh? The boy was stunned for a moment. He didn't recognize the waitress, so he wanted to explain to the girl. As a result, the girl said, yeah, making the boy completely confused. Fu Qingchuan gave a thumbs up and laughed out loud. Tong Xian looked bewildered. Huh? Really? Qin Ran smiled. Let's go, it's getting late. We should go back. Then I'll call for a ride, Fu Qingchuan said immediately. Tong Xian was still confused, but when she saw the ice rink in the distance, she cried out in surprise. There's an ice rink. Tong Xian jogged over and, after seeing it clearly, waved at the 3 of them. It's not a roller rink, it's real ice. Really? Let me see. Fu Qingchuan peeked over. Wow, it really is, they're all wearing ice skates. Tong Xian was obviously interested. I can roller skate, but I've never tried skating on real ice before. Then try it. You can ice skate too? Of course. People used to call me the Prince of Ice Skating. Tong Xian said in surprise. Really? Fu Qingchuan nodded knowingly. I'll show you today. But wouldn't it be too late? It's already 9 o'clock. We have enough time to play for a while. Before Fu Qingchuan could finish speaking, Qin Ran pulled at his clothes. Seeing the latter shake his head, Fu Qingchuan quickly understood. Ahem, we have enough time to play for a while, but we won't have enough time to really enjoy it. How about we come to play tomorrow? Then we can skate for 2 or 3 hours. Qin Ran nodded. There's a sign here. They don't allow people in after 9 o'clock, and they close at 9:30. Then it's too short. Changing our shoes alone will take a while. Tong Xian was a bit disappointed, and she looked at Lin Wanbai. Wanbai, should we come play tomorrow? Let's do next week. I want to rest in the dorm tomorrow. Fu Qingchuan remembered that Qin Ran had said he was busy tomorrow and said quickly, then let's do it next Saturday. If his strategist wasn't there, Fu Qingchuan was a bit flustered. He would be fine going out with Tong Xian alone, but if Lin Wanbai was there, he would be under a lot of pressure. So Fu Qingchuan quickly changed his mind. Qin Ran didn't mind either way. Qingchuan and Tong Xian can come skate for a bit tomorrow first. Tong Xian was a bit hesitant. It would turn into a date between her and Fu Qingchuan. She wasn't entirely prepared. Let's all go together next week, Lin Wanbai suddenly said. Okay, then let's all go together next week. The 4 of them took a cab back to school. Qin Ran and Fu Qingchuan saw the girls off at their dorm building. After the 2 girls went upstairs, Fu Qingchuan said excitedly, Qin Ran, do you think I'm almost there? Just now Fu Qingchuan made a motion of putting his arm around a shoulder, waving his arms and legs. Qin Ran chuckled. Look how excited you are. Hee hee. Fu Qingchuan punched Qin Ran on the arm. Don't talk about me. What about yourself? What? You and Lin Wanbai. Fu Qingchuan raised his two hands and put them together as if hugging a ball, then tapped his thumbs against each other. I think you two look more like a couple. Qin Ran shook his head, didn't explain, and turned to walk toward his dorm. Why aren't you saying anything? Fu Qingchuan pushed up his glasses. Did I see through you? I knew the two of you were acting strange, chatting every night. Using me as a way to get to Tongxian, you two strategists are secretly dating, right? Right? Give me back my breakfasts. The two of them didn't notice the gaze that was watching them from the third-floor balcony. More precisely, it was a gaze that was fixed on Qin Ran's back. Liu Ruyuan had come back early, but she had been restless. She felt that she was getting further and further away from Qin Ran. Qin Ran had guessed right. She had indeed been reborn. But it wasn't immediately. After Qin Ran's car accident. It was a year later. In the 3 months after truly losing Qin Ran, she had understood the extent of how important Qin Ran was to her. She had long been accustomed to Qin Ran being by her side. Without Qin Ran, even with Wang Feifei by her side, she still felt that life had lost its color. And after Qin Ran died, the Qin family was furious. Her family was suppressed, and a family crisis broke out. Her father had a mistress and even wanted to abandon the family, running away with the mistress, but they hadn't succeeded. The Qin family's power was too great. Her family was shattered, and she missed Qin Ran even more. She had accidentally found out that Qin Ran's death wasn't an accident. But just as she had wanted to investigate, as soon as she had a lead, she had an accident and fell down the stairwell. When she woke up, she was in the hospital and had gone back to freshman year. Over the past year, she had experienced too many changes and had grown a lot. Without Qin Ran's protection, the harshness of life had cured her princess tendencies. But after she was reborn, she found that many things were different. Liu Ruyuan gazed at the dark night, wondering what she should do. If Qin Ran didn't love her, what should she do? Liu Ruyuan's eyes slowly turned resolute. Being reborn, she could do many things. Chapter 68. Some suffer, while others play games. The detention center. Jibuoqing, with an unpleasant expression, handed over his phone, wallet, and all his personal belongings. He and Chen Hui and the others were all detained for 2 weeks and fined 800 yuan. The money was a small matter, but his dad knew that he had been detained and had given him an earful. When he got out, he estimated that he would have his leg broken, and he was very likely to be expelled from school. 2 of the girls who were playing with them were underage. This time, they had gone too far. The consequences would be unbearable. Chen Hui, seeing that Jibuoqing's expression wasn't good, tried to comfort him. Chengji, don't worry. I'm familiar with this place. No one will cause you any trouble. This is just an administrative detention, not a criminal detention, so you won't have a criminal record. After 2 weeks, we'll go find that bitch and settle the score. That bitch must have reported us, damn it. Thinking of Li Luo, Jibuoqing's face instantly turned dark. Regardless of whether or not Li Luo had reported them, based on how Li Luo had taken advantage of their misfortune, Jibuoqing would take revenge. Let's talk about it when we get out. Jibuoqing had already thought of how he was going to deal with Li Luo. He wouldn't stop Chen Hui from going after Li Luo. He would even help provide information. In addition, he would completely destroy Li Luo's reputation. If he had the chance, he would personally get involved and film a video. He would make Li Luo his MG. He was initially wary of Li Luo's father, but now he no longer wanted to consider that. She was just a female college student. Could she really play him? Hey, new guy. A somewhat sarcastic voice rang out. Jibuoqing looked at the skinny monkey in front of him, raising his eyebrows, then glanced at the security camera in the corner. Something you need? You're quite arrogant. One of the boys wearing the uniform detention center vest walked to the corner and held up a book to block the camera. Jibuoqing smiled contemptuously. He could beat 3 of the skinny monkey in front of him. He didn't want to be detained for a few extra days because of fighting. After all, he wasn't like anyone else in this room. Scram, Jibuoqing said disdainfully. Ah. Suddenly, a familiar cry came from the adjacent room. Jibuoqing's face changed. He recognized that it was Chen Hui, who had said he would protect him. The skinny monkey had only intended to teach Jibuoqing a lesson, as that was how he had been treated. But he didn't expect that the newcomer would tell him to scram directly. You and... The skinny monkey turned his head and looked at the few people behind him who had stood up, then cried out and rushed toward Jibuoqing. Jibuoqing, tall and having trained in Taekwondo for several years, was not afraid. He kicked the skinny monkey flying with a perfect jump kick. Bam bam bam. Ah. Let go. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The next day, dining in the cafeteria, Ji Buqing met with Chen Hui, who had a red and swollen face. Why did you get beaten up like this? Ji Buqing said with disgust. Didn't you say that you would protect me? Chen Hui poked the bump on Ji Buqing's forehead. Hiss. Ji Buqing gasped, giving Chen Hui a slap on the back of the head. That hurt. You bastard. Ji Buqing, with his swollen nose and bruised face, winced in pain. Last night, he had kicked the skinny monkey flying, but he hadn't expected the skinny monkey to get up and grab his legs and not let go. His strength was reduced by 9/10, and then he was knocked down by the 3 people who rushed up behind him. Ji Buqing now truly knew how many he could fight, but he considered himself a tough guy and didn't shout loudly when he was beaten. Otherwise, Chen Hui in the next room would have heard him and wouldn't have been so surprised just now. Ji Buqing asked in a low voice, "Can we change rooms here? They usually don't let you." Ji Buqing was a bit troubled. Then more painful days started for him. Other than the first day, when he had received legal training, from the second day on, he had to work. First, he did crafts in the warehouse, and then he went to vocational skills training. Ji Buqing cursed inwardly. What skills could they train in less than 2 weeks? But he still had to go and work at a sewing machine the next day. He had learned to be well-behaved in the detention room. On the 5th day, when a new person came in, he immediately changed his sleeping position, moving a little further away from the toilet. He couldn't sleep well, couldn't eat well, and couldn't shower easily here. Ji Buqing had never spent such a long 2 weeks. He felt like every day was torture, so much so that he began to think about how he should deal with Li Luo once he got out. 2 weeks was already so hard. If he were sentenced to 5 or 10 years, he might as well die. While Ji Buqing was suffering in detention, Qin Ran was also suffering torment. Ever since Liu Ruyuan came back from the hospital, she had completely changed. She loved to get close to him in class. She would follow him after school and go to the cafeteria with him. She even escorted him back to the dorm. The people in class were very surprised. Many people were saying that Liu Ruyuan had damaged her brain, turning into a love-struck fool. She was following Qin Ran around like a tag-along. She would actively buy breakfast and send milk tea and fruit to dorm 502. Some of the guys were so envious of Qin Ran, they were green with jealousy. The thing was, Qin Ran treated Liu Ruyuan, who was not only beautiful but could also do the splits, with cold indifference. Some of the guys couldn't stand it anymore and began to pursue Liu Ruyuan, either by private messaging or asking her out to watch a movie. But Liu Ruyuan's attitude toward other guys was completely different. One look of daggers and the guy would back off. Only Liu Ping was not envious. He had seen Liu Ruyuan's change with his own eyes. Rather than Liu Ruyuan becoming love-struck, he thought she was more like Yandere, a very scary type of Yandere. If Qin Ran were ever drugged and taken away by Liu Ruyuan one day, and they were to do some unspeakable things, he wouldn't be surprised. So now he was always walking around Liu Ruyuan. But he was not the only one following Qin Ran. There was also Wang Feifei. Wherever Liu Ruyuan went, Wang Feifei would follow. Even after being slapped by Liu Ruyuan, Wang Feifei remained devoted to her. From a certain perspective, Wang Feifei and the other classmates shared the same opinion. Liu Ruyuan had damaged her brain, so that was why she was acting unhinged. For this reason, he had even contacted Liu Haichang. But he didn't directly say that Liu Ruyuan's brain was broken. Instead, he had suggested to Liu Haichang that he have Liu Ruyuan get a checkup. He knew that his words didn't carry any weight with Liu Ruyuan. But Liu Haichang's words would definitely be effective, and he could also conveniently express his concern for Liu Ruyuan. But he didn't expect Liu Haichang to hang up on him perfunctorily. When he called again, it showed that the phone was busy. Wang Feifei was now like a headless fly, constantly circling around Liu Ruyuan. But he would either hit the wall or run into the door. What confused him the most was that Liu Ruyuan's attitude towards him suddenly turned sour. But he didn't know the exact reason. He didn't dare to ask her directly, and he didn't dare to reveal what he had done before. It wasn't until this week's class meeting, where they talked about organizing a class team-building activity, that he got an opportunity. The team-building activity was held on the sports field. Guo Fuping stood with his hands behind his back, holding a loudspeaker. Qin Ran stood on his left and Lin Wanbai stood on his right. Chapter 69. Because of love, a pair is formed. Guo Fuping had been waiting for this day for a long time. During military training, he had noticed that the class's atmosphere was very off. To be precise, it had been off since the first day of school. So, he wanted to organize an activity to quickly break the ice between the classmates. In the future, everyone would be good classmates, and after graduation, they would be alumni. Whether during school or after graduation, it was actually very necessary to have a good relationship with your classmates. Most of those who came out of the University of Finance and Economics wouldn't have a bad life. And during 4 years of university, the people you spent the most time with were your classmates. In fact, many class advisors in college were just going through the motions. But Guo Fuping truly wanted to do something. He had come from this, and he was also genuinely looking out for everyone's best interest. Perhaps some people didn't understand, but that didn't matter. He wasn't doing it to seek other people's understanding or to seek any kind of reputation. Guo Fuping's intention was very simple. Knowing each other was a fate. Meeting was a kind of fate in itself. If you could walk a path side by side with those you met and pull each other along, then that would be even better. Guo Fuping held up the loudspeaker. Everyone be quiet. Today is our class's first team-building activity. There is only one theme: play games and increase class cohesion. The crowd erupted in cheers. Guo Fuping smiled. Okay, time is precious, let's not talk too much. Next, let's listen to classmates Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai explain the game rules. Everyone must follow instructions and not run around haphazardly. Guo Fuping handed the loudspeaker to Qin Ran and prepared to leave. If he left, then everyone would be able to let loose even more. But Qin Ran held Guo Fuping back. Old Guo, don't go. We're still missing someone to take photos. Are you using me as free labor? Okay, I'll be your photographer today. Just so you know, we're not paying you. No problem. I'll take your photos for free. The crowd laughed. Qin Ran handed the full-frame SLR camera he had brought to Guo Fuping. The auto mode, autofocus, and auto face recognition were all set, so all that was needed was to press the shutter. Qin Ran didn't use the loudspeaker, he just yelled with his mouth. Today, we have 3 games in total. The first game is to warm up. 1 yuan and 5 jiao. Some of you may have already played it. For those who haven't played it, let me explain the rules. The rules are simple. Each boy represents 1 yuan, and each girl represents 5 jiao. Classmate Lin Wanbai and I will call out an amount, and everyone will have to form the correct amount. Those who don't form a team will have to perform something, anything. Do you all understand? Do you want a practice round? Everyone said in unison, understood. Okay, then let's skip the practice round. Let's begin directly. 3 yuan 5 jiao. The boys and girls immediately ran around in a chaotic mess. Find a guy, find a guy. We're short 5 jiao, quick, quick. Those who were in the same dorm wouldn't be able to make a team. With both odds and evens, the boys and girls would definitely have to mix together. 3 boys were the best group, but 1 boy would be left out. For girls would only make up 2 yuan, which wasn't enough either. For a moment, there was a chaotic mess, but soon, everyone had formed a group. Whether they knew each other or not, they all formed a small circle. Even Guo Fuping, who was in charge of taking the photos, was pulled in to make a team. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lin Wanbai started the countdown. Qin Ran called out, everyone stop, let me see who has to be punished. Wang Feifei and Liu Ping. Come to the front. The successful teams all smiled. There was also applause and whistling coming from the crowd. Liu Ping thought he was unlucky. He had originally wanted to join a team with less people, but he hadn't noticed the short Wang Feifei. As a result, the two of them had bumped into each other, and the latter had been sent flying. By the time he had helped Wang Feifei up, his spot had been taken. Qin Ran led the applause. Congratulations to the two of you. What will the two of you be performing? A duet? Singing? Liu Ping scratched his head, but he wasn't too embarrassed. He was a relatively cheerful person. I'll sing. Qin Ran looked at Wang Feifei. What about you? I'll sing too. Okay, then let's do a love song duet. Qin Ran looked at the crowd. Does everyone agree? Yes. Woohoo. Do one. Liu Ping's face darkened. Wang Feifei felt that Qin Ran was just settling a score. But it had already come to this. They had no choice but to sing. A game without punishment wouldn't be half as fun. As long as they weren't the ones being punished, they could have a great time. Qin Ran asked, what song are you two going to sing? Choose quickly. Someone from the crowd shouted. Marry me today? Liu Ping glared at the person who had given the bad suggestion. But soon more people gave suggestions. You are the wind, and I am the sand. Love of the boat tracker. Rooftop. Qin Ran looked at the time. Are you done? Liu Ping nodded. Because of love. Aoo. The crowd was even more excited, and the females' cheers and screams seemed even louder. Liu Ping and Wang Feifei began their duet. One was tall and handsome, and the other was petite with red cheeks. It has to be said that they actually seemed like a good match. Liu Ping started singing, "Give you a CD from the past. Listen to our love from that time. Sometimes I will suddenly forget that I'm still loving you." It was okay at the beginning, but the more he sang, the quieter he got. And he even started going off-key. Wang Feifei hummed softly with his head down. "Can't sing those songs anymore. I'll hide with my face red when I hear them." Amazing. The way Wang Feifei turned his head with a red face was a perfect match for the song. Clap, 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 clap. The applause sounded. Wang Feifei's voice was naturally more feminine. The more he sang, the more it suited the song. But Liu Ping felt awkward and uncomfortable. He didn't want to sing this song ever again, especially while looking at Wang Feifei's face while he was singing. After the song ended, Liu Ping felt goosebumps all over his body. After coming off the stage, he punched his teasing roommates a few times. Liu Ping vowed that he would never be out again. Qin Ran clapped his hands. "Thank you to Liu Ping and Wang Feifei for bringing us Because of Love, which allowed us to see the beautiful look of love." The crowd laughed heartily. Wang Feifei's fingers were digging into his palms, almost making them bleed. He had wanted to sing with Liu Ruyuan, not with Liu Ping. Wang Feifei stared at Liu Ruyuan, wanting to squeeze his way in later and prevent others from taking advantage of her. Qin Ran held up the loudspeaker. "The game continues. 1 yuan and 5 jiao." The crowd was stunned for a moment. Qin Ran smiled. 5, 4, 3. There were only 2 options for 1 yuan and 5 jiao. 1 boy and 1 girl or 3 girls. The countdown ended. There were 3 singles left on the field. Liu Ruyuan, Wang Feifei, and Liu Ping. But the atmosphere was a bit strange. Liu Ping and Wang Feifei were both standing beside Liu Ruyuan. But Liu Ruyuan walked to Qin Ran's side. At first glance, Liu Ping and Wang Feifei were left. If Wang Feifei was willing to act as the 5 jiao, then he could form a pair with Liu Ping. Chapter 70. The onlookers, their enthusiasm is high. More than a dozen pairs of men and women turned their eyes toward the 2 men in the front and Qin Ran, who was caught in the middle, their expression strange. When playing this game, 1 yuan and 5 jiao was an inevitable amount to call. You could directly form a pair. Of course, it was possible that many boys would be left out. But the situation was a bit special now. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai were the hosts and shouldn't have been included. But Liu Ruyuan stood beside Qin Ran anyway. Since it was just a game, most people wouldn't be too serious about it. Moreover, Liu Ruyuan's initiative had caused a lot of cheers. But what surprised everyone even more was that Lin Wanbai actually took a step closer to Qin Ran as well. She didn't say anything, but her intentions were obvious. If the hosts were to be included, then she and Qin Ran had already formed 1 yuan and 5 jiao. Click. Click. Guo Fuping took photos of this interesting scene. Actually, he hadn't formed a team either, but going up would be superfluous, so it was better to act like a bystander. Qin Ran coughed lightly. "Wanbai and I are the hosts, so we're not included." "You didn't say that before." Liu Ruyuan had a smile on her face, but her heart felt a little sour. Qin Ran saying that obviously meant he didn't want to form a team with her. If it had been before, Qin Ran would have stood by her 100% of the time. What made her even more uncomfortable was that she heard the 2 words Wanbai and not classmate Lin Wanbai. Before, Qin Ran would still call her classmate Liu. You could see the closeness of the relationship from their address. But she didn't throw a fit like before. She already knew why Qin Ran didn't like her. Liu Ruyuan was trying to get rid of her princess-like tendencies. Qin Ran glanced at Lin Wanbai, then said, "Then this round doesn't count." "No, it does." "Why shouldn't it count?" "Exactly. It has to count." The onlookers had already seen what was going on and were adding fuel to the fire. Lin Wanbai suddenly said, "If the hosts count, then Qin Ran and I have already formed 1 yuan and 5 jiao. But you didn't move just now. I was the first to be with Qin Ran." Roar, roar, roar. Oh my. The onlookers were even more enthusiastic. 2 girls fighting over 1 boy, and they were the 2 most beautiful girls. Neither of them were backing down. Explosive. Amazing. If Liu Ruyuan were to form a team of 1 yuan and 5 jiao with Qin Ran, then Lin Wanbai would also have to find a boy, otherwise she would be left out. Liu Ping quietly took a step. He had just sworn that he would never sing Because of Love again. But he didn't want to be punished with Wang Feifei again. If he could team up with Lin Wanbai, then that would be the best. But now Lin Wanbai was also standing beside Qin Ran, and he worried that he would be butting in where he wasn't welcome. But he was already prepared. As long as there was an opportunity, he would rush over. If Wang Feifei blocked his way, then he would knock him out of the way. But the one who felt the most uncomfortable at this time was Wang Feifei. He was being ignored. From the beginning, Liu Ruyuan hadn't looked at him. In the last round of the game, he had wanted to rush to Liu Ruyuan's side. But after he had fallen to the ground, Liu Ruyuan hadn't come to help him. In this round of the game, he was standing very close to Liu Ruyuan. But the latter had quickly walked toward Qin Ran the moment Qin Ran called out the amount. She still hadn't looked at him even once. A trace of resentment appeared in Wang Feifei's heart. What happened to being good friends? Why was there only Qin Ran in her eyes? Was he not important at all? Before, Wang Feifei had thought that his position in Liu Ruyuan's heart was very important. Even on Valentine's Day, he could still call Liu Ruyuan out. And more than once, Liu Ruyuan had come to take care of him. He had even thought at one point that his importance in Liu Ruyuan's heart had surpassed Qin Ran's. But since starting college, everything had changed. Qin Ran had taken the initiative to leave, and he had thought that it was a gift from the heavens. But the person that Liu Ruyuan was thinking about was still Qin Ran. Even though she said she hated him, the two words she mentioned the most were Qin Ran. Moreover, after Liu Ruyuan woke up from her unconsciousness and got discharged, she had completely started on the road of no return, of chasing after Qin Ran. He had already advised her many times this past week, but it was no use at all. The things he used to say didn't seem to work anymore. Liu Ruyuan didn't listen at all, and even said he was annoying. Wang Feifei felt that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise he wouldn't have any chance. He had to actively express his position. Yin Yin, let's form a team. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Feifei and Liu Ruyuan. Okay, another one. A four-way battle. Actually, since the first day of school, many people had known that Wang Feifei liked Liu Ruyuan. Some people had even mistakenly thought that the two of them were a couple because of what Wang Feifei had said, sighing that a beautiful flower had been planted on cow dung. But a few days later, everyone had realized that it wasn't the case. Liu Ruyuan had also said herself that they were just friends, at most, best friends. A guy being a best friend with a girl made their relationship even more interesting. If Wang Feifei had been replaced with Qin Ran, no one would have thought that they were just girls' best friends. But Wang Feifei, who looked like a uke, was probably just a best friend. And since Liu Ruyuan said that she didn't have a boyfriend and had never dated, several guys, including Liu Ping, had started to pursue Liu Ruyuan. But Liu Ping had seen the other side of Liu Ruyuan and was so scared that he had given up. Liu Ruyuan had recently become obsessed with sticking to Qin Ran, and several others had also given up. The one who liked her the most and had been the most persistent was undoubtedly Wang Feifei, who had always been following Liu Ruyuan. Wang Feifei looked at Liu Ruyuan expectantly, hoping that the latter would nod in agreement. But she didn't. Liu Ruyuan not only shook her head, but she took a step forward and leaned closer to Qin Ran. She was showing that she was going to form a 1 Yuan and 5 Jiao team with Qin Ran, and also showing that Qin Ran was hers and no one could take him away. Wang Feifei stood there like a clown. He clearly saw that Liu Ruyuan was sticking to Qin Ran, but he still insisted on going over to ask for humiliation. Wang Feifei's expression was very ugly. It wasn't simply because Liu Ruyuan had rejected him. It was because, through this, he had seen the difference in his and Qin Ran's position in Liu Ruyuan's heart. It turned out that he had always been imagining things. He had thought that he already occupied a place in Liu Ruyuan's heart. How ridiculous that was. Wang Feifei really wanted to leave, but his feet didn't move an inch. Because he knew that once he left, his chances of pursuing Liu Ruyuan would become even slimmer. Wang Feifei fell into silence. His eyes held a hint of resentment when he looked at Qin Ran. Why was he still entangled with Liu Ruyuan when he had said he would let Liu Ruyuan go? Couldn't he just reject her? In reality, Wang Feifei didn't know that Qin Ran had already rejected her. And he had rejected her more than once. Chapter 71. Suddenly missing you, but it's not you. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, Guo Fuping decided it was time to stop being a spectator. If the host counts, then does that mean this photographer counts too? This round doesn't count, let's do another. I'll shout the next one, let me have some fun too. Guo Fuping took the loudspeaker, asking Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai to step aside temporarily. Get in position. Get ready. 2 units. Although they had 2 rounds of experience, everyone was still flustered. However, there were many combinations that could form 2 units. 2 men, for women, or 1 man and 2 women were all possible. Qin Ran originally intended to stand with Fu Qingchuan, but Liu Ruyuan blocked him. Lin Wanbai, who was beside him, also didn't leave. They directly formed a combination of two units, meaning he didn't even have to move. Liu Ruyuan turned her gaze towards Lin Wanbai, her eyes filled with undisguised hostility. Qin Ran was hers, and she wouldn't give him up. She hadn't known how to cherish him before, but now she had repented and knew how good Qin Ran was. She had also realized what kind of family the Qin family was. He had such a good background, yet he had quietly been good to her for so many years. Liu Ruyuan was filled with remorse. If she had been with Qin Ran earlier and cherished him, she would never have gone down that path in her past life. It was even less likely that she would have left on their engagement day. Now that she had another chance, she wouldn't be as willful as before. Qin Ran could only be hers, and no one could take him away. The others had mostly formed pairs of two. Lu Ping teamed up with his roommate this time, while Wang Feifei remained alone, as usual. Yet she stubbornly refused to team up with anyone else, instead standing on the outer edge of the group of three, including Qin Ran. In the end, only Wang Feifei didn't find a partner. Seeing this, Guo Fuping said, "Luckily we have Feifei. We can team up, then everyone will be successful." Qin Ran, "What's the next game? You and Lin Wanbai can host. I'll just keep taking photos." Qin Ran stepped forward. "The next game is drop the handkerchief. Everyone form a circle and sit down randomly." Many people had played this game before. It was a children's game, perfect for university students to play. Lin Wanbai took out a handkerchief from her pocket to use as a prop. As she was handing it to Qin Ran, Liu Ruyuan suddenly said, "Let me drop the handkerchief." Having said that, Liu Ruyuan reached out to take it, but Lin Wanbai pulled it back. "I'll drop it. If you want to, then you do it." Liu Ruyuan pushed Fu Qingchuan aside and sat next to Qin Ran. Wang Feifei also wanted to squeeze in but was pushed away by Fu Qingchuan. It's full, no more room." Wang Feifei had no choice but to go to Li Huihui's side, where they glared at each other in mutual dislike. This time, Guo Fuping acted as both photographer and referee. The game started, and everyone began to clap and hum the nursery rhyme. Lin Wanbai walked around the circle. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Wanbai, who had bright eyes, white teeth, and a light and graceful figure. The girls' gazes were filled with a little nervousness. Most of the boys felt a hint of longing in their hearts, hoping that Lin Wanbai would drop the handkerchief behind them. But, unsurprisingly, the handkerchief, accidentally, fell behind Qin Ran. Lin Wanbai started to jog, a sweet smile on her face, which made the boys stunned. Qin Ran picked up the handkerchief and started to chase. She ran, he chased. She had nowhere to hide. The circle formed by more than 30 people was very large. So large that Lin Wanbai was almost caught halfway through her run. As Qin Ran reached out to touch Lin Wanbai's back, he suddenly squatted down to tighten his shoelaces. "Oh, ooh, I-oh." Seeing that Qin Ran was deliberately holding back, the girls showed their anti-smiles, and the boys cheered loudly. Qin Ran tightened his shoelaces and continued to chase Lin Wanbai. The result was obvious. Lin Wanbai sat back in her place, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Qin Ran changed his target and randomly selected a girl. The chase began. Qin Ran ran a circle and sat down, but unexpectedly, the handkerchief landed behind him again. By the time the song stopped, the handkerchief was still in Qin Ran's hands. Guo Fuping, holding the loudspeaker, said, "It seems our classmate Qin Ran is very popular. Then next, let's have Qin Ran perform a show for us. Is that okay with everyone?" "Yeah. Let's give him a round of applause." Clap, 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 clap. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Qin Ran walked to the middle. "Sing a song, sing a song, sing a song, sing a song." Before Qin Ran could even say what he was going to perform, the people around him were already shouting. "Since everyone wants to hear me sing, then I'll sing Suddenly Missing Yuta." "Old Guo, lend me the loudspeaker." Guo Fuping was stunned. "You're going to use the loudspeaker to sing? There's no microphone or sound system here." Oh wow. Using a loudspeaker to sing was a first for everyone. After being amplified by the big loudspeaker, the sound quality would become very poor and sound strange. Although everyone except Guo Fuping had seen Qin Ran's skills, it was still difficult to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Could he actually sing a good song with just a loudspeaker? Some people had already taken out their phones to start recording. Without a few tricks up his sleeve, he probably wouldn't dare to do this. Qin Ran took the loudspeaker and, without any background music, started to sing a cappella. The worst is when the air suddenly falls silent. The worst is when friends suddenly ask how you are. The worst is when memories come flooding back. twisting in pain, and won't subside. The worst is when I suddenly hear news about you. The air really fell silent. Everyone stared at Qin Ran, dumbfounded. Wait, buddy, you're for real? Are you a human walking personal player? We use it as a loudspeaker, but for you, it's a tuner, isn't it? Qin Ran closed his eyes, raised the loudspeaker, and sang with deep emotion. Suddenly, I miss you so much. Where would you be? Are you happy or aggrieved? Suddenly missing you. The sudden sharpness of memories. Suddenly, my eyes blur. Qin Ran poured so much emotion into his rendition of the song. It was like dye, spreading layer by layer, about to overflow. The climax was like a storm that surged into everyone's minds. One person started waving their arms. 2 people, 3 people. Everyone in the circle couldn't help but raise their arms and wave them. Many people also hummed along softly. Suddenly, I miss you so much. Where would you be? Are you happy or aggrieved? The worst is this life, when I've decided to go on alone without you. But then I suddenly hear news about you. The song ended. Everyone's gaze was not on Qin Ran, but on Liu Ruyuan. Woo woo woo. Liu Ruyuan covered her face and cried, completely inconsolable. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing why Liu Ruyuan was crying so heartbrokenly. Liu Ruyuan was actually thinking of her past life. When Qin Ran was in a car accident, she thought she would never see him again. After being reborn, the happiest thing for her was to hear news about Qin Ran. The day she saw Qin Ran again, she couldn't help but hug him and cry, saying, Qin Ran, I missed you so much. Just like the song. Liu Ruyuan was moved. But the atmosphere became a little strange because of Liu Ruyuan's sudden outburst of crying. The song was very moving, and Qin Ran's superb singing skills and abundant emotion had indeed touched everyone's hearts. But no matter what, it shouldn't have been enough to cause someone to cry like that. Guo Fuping laughed heartily. Our Qin Ran sings very well. Even classmate Liu was moved to tears. This loudspeaker is totally different in my hands compared to Qin Ran's. Guo Fuping awkwardly eased the tension. It's getting late. Let's start the next game. Blind man's bluff with a piggyback ride. Girls as the cripples, boys as the blind. Boys carry girls. Boys spin around 3 times while blindfolded. Girls guide them. Let's see which group is the fastest. There are prizes for the first place. Quickly pick your partners. Everyone suddenly became a bit hesitant, as this was relatively intimate contact. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyuan wiped away her tears, just about to team up with Qin Ran, when she saw a scene that was hard for her to accept. Before Guo Fuping finished explaining the rules, Lin Wanbai was already on Qin Ran's back. Chapter 72. A game for 2. No room for a third. Seeing Lin Wanbai perched on the shoulder that belonged to her, Liu Ruyuan immediately lost her desire to cry and glared at Lin Wanbai furiously. They hadn't even started choosing teams, nor had they started the game. So what did it mean that she was already on Qin Ran's back? What made her even angrier was that Qin Ran also closed his eyes and spun around 3 times, obviously testing and improving their tacit understanding with Lin Wanbai. But based on the way it looked, it didn't seem like their first time practicing. Not the first time? Did that mean they practiced secretly at night? Liu Ruyuan suddenly imagined a scene. On the sports field at night, with Qin Ran carrying Lin Wanbai as he spun in circles. This would not do. Liu Ruyuan quickly walked up. Qin Ran, I want to team up with you. Sorry, I'm already teamed up with Wanbai. Then I want to team up with you too. Qin Ran frowned slightly. Indeed, it had only been a delusion earlier. It hadn't been long before that princess like Liu Ruyuan returned, but he wouldn't indulge her anymore. You can find someone else? Liu Ruyuan looked at Qin Ran in disbelief. Whether in her past life or this life, she had never heard such words from Qin Ran's mouth. Qin Ran not only rejected her, but also told her to find someone else. How unwelcome did he make her feel? Liu Ruyuan's eyes teared up again. She originally thought that she had become very strong after experiencing so many things. She could calmly handle her father's affair. But seeing Qin Ran being close to other girls, she couldn't even control the fluctuations in her inner emotions. Even if they were just playing a game now. But she could see an unusual affection in their eyes. That was not something that should exist between classmates. And Lin Wanbai had more than once stolen things that belonged to her in front of her. The flowers last time, the host position for this activity, and most importantly, Qin Ran. Liu Ruyuan stared at Lin Wanbai. Get down. No. Lin Wanbai didn't avoid Liu Ruyuan's aggressive gaze. She even changed her hands from resting on Qin Ran's shoulders to hugging Qin Ran's neck, and leaned her body even lower. However, No one noticed Lin Wanbai's ears gradually turning red. Qin Ran didn't want to argue with Liu Ruyuan, and he didn't want to ruin the class team-building activity that Guo Fuping had carefully prepared. He first took a few steps back with Lin Wanbai on his back, and then walked to the other side. Liu Ruyuan understood that Qin Ran's movements were to protect Lin Wanbai and prevent her from attacking. This made her feel even more heartbroken. Before, if there was any danger, Qin Ran would always stand in front of her first. When had Qin Ran ever protected another girl, making her seem like the bad girl? Liu Ruyuan was about to continue forward when Wang Feifei blocked her. Yin Yin, I haven't teamed up yet, let's go together. I want to team up with Qin Ran. He already has Lin Wanbai though. Wang Feifei's tone was ambiguous. Liu Ruyuan was a bit angry, then I want to team up with him too. Yin Yin, why do you insist? Wang Feifei straightened his back. I can also carry you. Let's win against Qin Ran together. Is your back better? Liu Ruyuan frowned. It should be fine. Why don't we try first? Forget it. Liu Ruyuan shook her head, clearly distrusting that Wang Feifei could carry her, and even less believing that he could win against Qin Ran. Upon seeing this, Wang Feifei turned around and patted his back. Come on, Yin Yin, get on. I don't want to send you to the hospital. Wang Feifei's body stiffened and hesitated slightly. He really wanted to prove himself once. If he could win the race with Liu Ruyuan on his back, it would prove that he had more boyfriend potential than Qin Ran. But the idea was good. He also knew that it was almost impossible. Looking at the way Qin Ran was easily spinning around with Lin Wanbai on his back, it was difficult for him to do the same. Actually, his main goal was to carry Liu Ruyuan once. He had never carried Liu Ruyuan before, and there hadn't been any further intimate contact. If he were to carry her, he would probably end up in the hospital again. Wang Feifei was a bit conflicted. If he went to the hospital, who knew how far Liu Ruyuan would develop with Qin Ran? But this was a rare opportunity, probably only once per semester, or even once a year. But his inner struggle was useless. After rejecting another boy, Liu Ruyuan ran to Qin Ran's side again. Because Qin Ran had already put Lin Wanbai down. Unfortunately, Qin Ran still rejected Liu Ruyuan, stating that he needed to conserve his strength. As time went by, with Guo Fuping's urging, most people had formed small teams. But only one pair was spinning in place like Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai. That was Fu Qingchuan, who copied everything. Whatever his strategist did, he would do. After carrying Tong Xian, his gold-rimmed glasses couldn't hide his smugness and flirtatious smirk. However, most of the boys looked at him with envy. Although Tong Xian looked small, she was fair, clean, and had huge assets. Commonly known as white, young, and gigantic. Which boys didn't like this? Fu Qingchuan wished he could continue carrying her until he collapsed from exhaustion. But Tong Xian was a little embarrassed and got down after trying it once. Others were envious of Fu Qingchuan, but he was even more envious of Qin Ran. It wasn't enough that he was good-looking. He was also in good shape. He needed to go and work out with Wen Yonglong after returning to the dorm today. The 502 dormitory had been on a social outing with the 309 dormitory. Li Xiaoke was standing openly next to Wen Yonglong, which also attracted a lot of attention, mainly because Wen Yonglong was just too robust. Some people in the class called him Brother Long, while others just called him Big Bro. Some people were already teasing Li Xiaoke, calling her Big Sister-in-Law. As for Huang Zujia, he walked toward Qin Shuwen after receiving an encouraging look from Qin Ran. You want to team up with me? Qin Shuwen asked in surprise. She had actually prepared herself to be assigned. She also knew that her personality wasn't the type that most boys liked. She hadn't expected anyone to specifically invite her to team up. Seeing Huang Zujia nod, Qin Shuwen patted the former's shoulder. Okay, then let's team up. Huang Zujia looked at Qin Ran, his eyes seeming to say, Bro, I think I found a buddy. Guo Fuping had just finished inflating the balloons and preparing the props when he picked up the loudspeaker. Come on, everyone who's teamed up, get in your position. Those who haven't teamed up, stand on the right side and form another team. 5 boys and 3 girls stepped out. Wang Feifei, Li Huihui, Qiu Shuwen, and others. Just as Guo Fuping was preparing to assign the remaining singles to new teams, he suddenly noticed that there was a 3-person team in the group. Qin Ran, why do you have 2 teammates? Old Guo, Qin Ran has one hanging in front and one on his back, a boy teased. Everyone burst out laughing. Guo Fuping waved his hands. No, this is not going to work. Qin Ran said calmly, Wanbai and I are a team. Standing at the edge of the group, Liu Ruyuan, who felt out of place, turned pale, while everyone's eyes seemed to pierce her like needles. Chapter 73. I'm not playing anymore. Who can win this? Qin Ran directly stated whom he wanted to be on a team with. He didn't like ambiguity. When he was devoted, he was the most affectionate. When he let go, he was also the most decisive. Liu Ruyuan had changed after being discharged from the hospital, but it still couldn't shake his heart. To put it another way, even if Liu Ruyuan no longer had as many petty flaws, they wouldn't be suitable for each other. It wasn't just about being tolerant, but also about their different values. Moreover, Liu Ruyuan had never cherished their relationship as much as he did. Even if they got back together, separation was inevitable. Having made a mistake once, Qin Ran wouldn't make the same mistake again. If he was going to break things off, then it should be done cleanly. To be clear, Qin Ran wasn't the type to linger. Not visiting Liu Ruyuan in the hospital already indicated his determination to leave completely. Just like now, he wasn't being ambiguous either. The person I chose is no longer you, Liu Ruyuan. We are over. Liu Ruyuan understood, but she couldn't accept it. Liu Ruyuan, still standing in place, dug her nails into her palms. But her feet didn't move an inch. She was also serious. Guo Fuping called out, Liu Ruyuan, Qin Ran already has a partner. No, he has a teammate. Come and stand over here. Guo Fuping's slip of the tongue made everyone burst out laughing. But with a glare from Liu Ruyuan, the laughter quickly disappeared. Scary. Liu Ruyuan looked around, saying, after they finish the race, I'll team up with Qin Ran and do it again. This? Guo Fuping was a bit overwhelmed. One teammate each, or there won't be enough time. And there are still so many teammates to be assigned. Qin Ran turned around. Stop making trouble. Go over there. I'm making trouble? Liu Ruyuan was both aggrieved and angry. Qin Ran, I'm saying this for your sake. I'm the one who looks bad. You don't need to be like this. Qin Ran, you jerk. Liu Ruyuan couldn't take it anymore and ran away crying. Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't that a rejection after a confession? Wang Feifei chased after her, but he was running a bit slow. And from his running style, he looked more like the girl who ran away crying, which was a bit cringy. Guo Fuping didn't expect such a thing to happen. A big flaw had appeared in the class team-building activity. But he couldn't interrupt it now. Guo Fuping could only continue and planned to talk to Liu Ruyuan after this. As a psychological counselor, he also had a responsibility to do so. Guo Fuping squeezed out a smile to alleviate the tension. It seems like classmate Liu Ruyuan is fixated on Qin Ran. Let's see if Qin Ran is really as good as she thinks. Okay, let's continue the game. The teams on the first row on the left will go first. Boys carry girls, of course. Girls can also carry boys. The blindfolded person will spin around 3 times, then bypass the obstacles, step on a balloon, and reach the finish line to win. The obstacles were several triangular traffic cones borrowed from the sports room by Qin Ran, which were soft and wouldn't hurt if they were kicked. Guo Fuping had a stopwatch in one hand and put the whistle around his neck into his mouth. Lin Wanbai was holding a form, preparing to record the times. Qin Ran was standing at the finish line, and when a team reached the end, he would raise his hand to indicate it. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Guo Fuping yelled go, and pressed the stopwatch at the same time. The first group was Liu Ping and Liu Yafei. After giving up on Liu Ruyuan, Liu Ping finally decided to try boldly once. So he set his sights on the class's literary committee member, Liu Yafei. Her looks were second only to Lin Wanbai and Liu Ruyuan, and she also had long, beautiful legs. Her personality was a little cold, but he believed that after this game, the two could close the distance. Not only was Liu Ping thinking this, many others wanted to take the opportunity to develop something. Guo Fuping took the lead and shouted, go, go. Other students also started cheering, go. After Liu Ping turned 3 times, Liu Yafei began to guide him. A little to the left, a little more, walk forward. But after being blindfolded and turned a full 1,080 degrees, Liu Ping had lost his sense of direction. Everything was pitch black, with only a tiny bit of red light. Liu Ping walked slowly, afraid of being tripped. The two had little coordination. Liu Yafei kept giving directions, but it had little effect. So she changed tactics, using her hands to hold Liu Ping's head to control his direction. Turn straight, walk forward. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Liu Ping's dazed look was strangely comical. But, unexpectedly, the speed of the two actually increased a lot. Except for spending more time stepping on the balloon, their speed in the second half of the race wasn't slow. When the two reached the finish line, Qin Ran immediately raised his hand to indicate it and looked at Lin Wanbai from afar. Guo Fuping pressed the stopwatch, 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Liu Ping was a little frustrated that he hadn't performed well. Actually, The route wasn't long, only 30 meters. But considering the difficulty of the game, especially the boys' stamina, the distance wasn't too short. There were only 2 obstacles, and only 1 balloon. The performance of many of the following teams was not as good as Liu Ping and Liu Yafei. Some almost fell after turning 3 times, some stumbled and fell over obstacles. Others stepped on the edge of the balloon, causing it to fly away. In short, all sorts of situations occurred. The average time for the short 30-meter route was 3 minutes. The class meeting had long since ended, but everyone was having too much fun. Fu Qingchuan and Tong Xian completed the task in just under 2.5 minutes, which was a good result. It seemed that while she was a giant, she was not as heavy as expected. Tong Xian was short in stature, so she was relatively light. Huang Zujie and Chen Shuan's time was just over 2 minutes, and they were the funniest pair. Chen Shuan was like a loudspeaker, constantly directing Huang Zujie's actions. Faster, faster. A little to the right. Forward, forward. Turn around, not turn around while carrying me. Huang Zujie was like a duck being herded onto a shelf, and he was the duck. But the two's results were among the few that surpassed Liu Ping and Liu Yafei's, even briefly ranking first. Huang Zujie didn't get to enjoy a hug from Chen Shuan, nor did they high-five to celebrate, but rather a fist bump. Yes, it was that kind of fist bump between guys. Huang Zujie didn't even have a victory smile. He felt like he had been played in a game. When Yonglong and Li Xiaoke took the field, it immediately caused a burst of cheers. Those bulging triceps, those thick arm circumferences, all showcased Wen Yonglong's strength. Li Xiaoke wasn't short, but leaning on Wen Yonglong, she looked quite petite, and she was blushing slightly. As soon as Guo Fuping shouted, "Start," everyone was shocked. Was this guy hacking? Wen Yonglong twisted his right foot in place, spun around 3 times at lightning speed, and then began to jog straight ahead. Li Xiaoke exclaimed in surprise and hugged Wen Yonglong tightly. Wen Yonglong paused for a moment and then continued forward. Have we reached the obstacles? 3 steps forward, 1 step back, right? Okay, a little to the left. Go forward. Go around a bit more. Right, step on the balloon. Step on the balloon. Forward. Guo Fuping excitedly said, 52 seconds and 5. Everyone was in an uproar. This was too fast. It was less than a minute, almost a minute faster than the second place. Even with such a large body, he was so agile. Amazing. The championship was already set. Qin Ran looked at Lin Wanbai, and she was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and both of them seemed eager to try. Chapter 74. Embracing and celebration. No hugging allowed. No hugging. Was it the first time for Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai? No, it wasn't. They had already tried it many times. Previously, Guo Fuping had asked the two to discuss team-building games together. After deciding what games to play, they did some simulations. For the 1 in 5 game, they couldn't let too many people be left without a partner, so the amount spoken were agreed upon in advance. For Drop the Handkerchief, they chose a song that wouldn't be too long and could also stir up people's emotions. For Blind Man Carrying the Crippled, the obstacles and distance controls needed to be experienced firsthand. Liu Ruyuan's guess was correct. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai had already circled the track many times. To perfect the game, the two had bypassed the obstacles over and over, returning to the starting point after reaching the end. The two, who were already in sync, were able to complete the task quickly after multiple practices. It was challenging to pass the test in less than a minute, but not impossible. One group after another went through the race. Liu Ruyuan and Wang Feifei, who had left earlier, had actually returned. In reality, Liu Ruyuan didn't intend to leave. She wanted Qin Ran to come and find her. It was like that before. Even if she was just throwing a tantrum over a small matter, Qin Ran would still follow behind her, trying to make her happy. Not to mention that she had left crying. Some memories were like being engraved in the bones. They had long since become a habit. But she regretted it shortly after walking away. Qin Ran was the host of the activity and needed to stay, so it wasn't easy for him to chase after her even if he wanted to. But since she had already left, it wasn't good to go back directly. That would inevitably look a little ridiculous. Luckily, Wang Feifei caught up to her. Yin Yin, don't cry anymore. Qin Ran doesn't even care about you. He's not comforting you. He's really changed. This game isn't even that fun. Let's not play it. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to. Without thinking, Liu Ruyuan said, let's go back then. Wang Feifei stood there in a daze for a while before following Liu Ruyuan back. He only just understood that Liu Ruyuan was just looking for an excuse to go back. She didn't even care what he said. He had become a stepping stone. But that wasn't the most difficult thing for Wang Feifei. What made him so jealous he wanted to go mad was that Liu Ruyuan had run to Qin Ran's side again. It was Qin Ran's turn, and Liu Ruyuan was waiting for him to finish, not even considering him. He didn't have a teammate yet, and he was still alone. Wang Feifei clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Recently, Liu Ruyuan was becoming more and more indifferent towards him, but she was incredibly proactive towards Qin Ran. Even after Qin Ran made her look bad in front of everyone, Liu Ruyuan still ran back to him. But it seemed he was being even more of a pushover. He had chased Liu Ruyuan back, only to send her to Qin Ran's side again. Wang Feifei was determined to go to the hospital this weekend. He would have Liu Ruyuan accompany him for a checkup, and he'd also examine his own brain to see if there was a problem. The Liu Ruyuan he liked was a white swan adored by all, not the shameless, lovesick fool who was clinging to Qin Ran. Wang Feifei had brought up the idea of taking Liu Ruyuan for a checkup with Liu Haicheng. Since she wasn't willing, he could only find a way to take Liu Ruyuan to the hospital himself. He needed to have her thoroughly checked, see what exactly was broken in her head. When Wang Feifei saw Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai take the field, he secretly hoped that they would fall. It would be even better if Qin Ran broke his leg, so that Liu Ruyuan wouldn't chase after him anymore. Who would like a cripple? As Guo Fuping shouted start, Wang Feifei widened his eyes. After quickly spinning in place, Qin Ran took off, leading Lin Wanbai forward rapidly. He easily bypassed two obstacles and didn't look like a blind man at all. Wang Feifei couldn't help but say, he isn't blindfolded, is he? How can he run so fast if he can see? Isn't he afraid of falling? Too fake, too fake. He's cheating. But no one paid attention to Wang Feifei's mutterings. Except for Liu Ruyuan, almost everyone was cheering for Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai. Everyone originally thought Wen Yonglong and Li Xiaoke had already won the game, but now there was suspense. Wen Yonglong spun around quickly in place, but he hesitated slightly when he reached the obstacles. Adding and subtracting, there was little difference in time. Qin Ran wasn't slow on the straightaways either, but fast in the turns was truly fast. Qin Ran quickly passed through the two obstacles, then rushed toward the balloon. Lin Wanbai, who was on Qin Ran's back, felt her heart gradually accelerating. Stop! 30 centimeters to the right. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Qin Ran jumped with Lin Wanbai on his back and landed on his feet. Pop! The balloon burst. Lin Wanbai, like a startled little white rabbit, tightly hugged Qin Ran. And without pausing at all, Qin Ran, the moment he landed, pushed his legs back, charging forward like a leopard, nimble and swift. The moment Qin Ran's right foot stepped over the finish line, Fu Qingchuan, who was taking over for Qin Ran, immediately raised his hand to indicate it. At almost the same moment, Guo Fuping pressed the stopwatch. Everyone's gaze was focused on Guo Fuping, who looked at the stopwatch in surprise, not saying a word. Class rep, how much? Old Guo, tell us. Hurry up. Did they break the record? A few impatient people had already rushed forward, ready to see for themselves. Guo Fuping held up the stopwatch, 43 seconds, 62. Wow. Awesome. Amazing. They're almost 10 seconds faster than Wen Yonglong and the others. That chemistry, TSK. 666. A chorus of admiration rang out. Hearing Guo Fuping shout out the result, Lin Wanbai happily hugged Qin Ran in celebration. Yay yay yay. At this moment, Lin Wanbai was like a happy white rabbit, with none of her usual aloofness. A smile also appeared on Qin Ran's face. Soon, the people around them also smiled. Oh yo. What are they doing? Hee hee. So sweet. No wonder they have such good chemistry. They're cute. The girls smiled like ants, while the boys had strange smiles on their faces. But this harmonious and happy scene was soon ruined. Liu Ruyuan ran up to the two furiously and pulled them apart, tugging them incessantly. Don't hug, don't hug. Qin Ran's happy smile faded, and he shielded Lin Wanbai behind him. Stop being ridiculous. Me? Being ridiculous? If you're not being ridiculous right now, then what are you doing? Qin Ran, you weren't like this before. You said that you only loved me. You'd only ever love me. Everyone had turned into spectators again. The previous drama hadn't finished, and it turned out there was a sequel, and a more explosive one at that. But Guo Fuping didn't want today's class team building to end in chaos, so he had to speak up. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai won first place. It's understandable that they want to celebrate. In the future, please don't hug in public with so many people around. Come on, you two, come and receive your awards. Liu Ruyuan's eyes turned red as she watched them receive their awards amid everyone's congratulations. In her eyes, it looked more like a newlywed couple walking down the aisle, accepting blessings. If she hadn't left on the engagement day, she would already have entered the halls of marriage with Qin Ran, living a happy and fulfilling life. Liu Ruyuan felt like everything was slipping away from her. Chapter 75. Psychological Counseling. Both of them have problems. Liu Ruyuan's back teeth were gnashing as she watched Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai receive their awards together, accepting everyone's blessings. If she had teamed up with Qin Ran, then she would be the one receiving the award, not Lin Wanbai. Under Guo Fuping's lead, everyone started applauding. Wang Feifei, standing on the side, clapped softly but stopped when Liu Ruyuan glared at him. Actually, Wang Feifei would have been happy if Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai had gotten married on the spot. That way, Liu Ruyuan would have naturally given up her hopes. However, the more compatible the two looked, the angrier Liu Ruyuan would get, and the greater his chance would be. From this point of view, Wang Feifei sincerely hoped that the two would be together. The premise was that Qin Ran wouldn't play both sides and get back with Liu Ruyuan. But from the current situation, Qin Ran's attitude was still very firm. He could cut things off decisively, without any beating around the bush. Wang Feifei said softly, "Yin Yin, look at how happy Qin Ran is smiling." Liu Ruyuan kept taking deep breaths to control her emotions. But she felt like she was losing control. Because she didn't know who started it, but everyone was chanting together, together. Some even shouted, "Kiss, kiss." But it wasn't a confession scene, so Guo Fuping told everyone to stop heckling. He then briefly summarized today's team-building activities. A complete success. Everyone gradually dispersed. Qin Ran, carrying 2 gifts, returned to the dormitory with his roommates. One was the prize for the blind man carrying the crippled game, a pin. The other was Lin Wanbai's handkerchief. Qin Ran had intended to return it to Lin Wanbai, but she said she was giving it to him. Li Xiaoke teased that handkerchiefs were a token of love in ancient times, telling Qin Ran to keep it safe, which made Lin Wanbai blush scarlet. They were all chatting and laughing as they walked back. Today's ice-breaking activities had indeed been successful. Originally, there was a clear divide between the boys and girls, but now many were walking together. However, the only flaw was probably Liu Ruyuan's crying and all in the middle of the game. If Liu Ruyuan hadn't had an emotional outburst, today's team building could have been called perfect. Liu Ruyuan originally wanted to catch up with Qin Ran, but Guo Fuping stopped her. Guo Fuping first asked Wang Feifei to wait on the side, as he had some things he wanted to discuss with Liu Ruyuan alone. Wang Feifei nodded, walked a little further away, and felt very happy. He could vaguely guess what Guo Fuping wanted to say. Most likely, it was to advise Liu Ruyuan to be more careful and restrained, and not act like she did today. Wang Feifei wished everyone in the world would advise Liu Ruyuan. His words had less and less weight, but if many people advised Liu Ruyuan together with him, the effect would definitely be better. However, what Guo Fuping wanted to say was quite different from what Wang Feifei had imagined. The goal was similar, but the way of persuasion was different. Although Guo Fuping didn't have a girlfriend, he had a lot of theoretical knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on the role of psychological counselor. "Ruyuan, do you like Qin Ran?" Guo Fuping asked directly, without beating around the bush. Liu Ruyuan didn't deny it and nodded. Before, she wouldn't have admitted it so directly. But now, she wasn't the same as before, and Qin Ran was already about to be stolen. If she were to continue being reserved and prideful, she would lose her chance completely. Guo Fuping was a little surprised that Liu Ruyuan admitted it so readily. However, unless someone was blind, anyone could see that Liu Ruyuan liked Qin Ran. Guo Fuping slowly thought about how to word things. "I've also been through your age. Your time has passed." Guo Fuping was interrupted and said helplessly, "I'm also a guy. You can't chase Qin Ran like this." Liu Ruyuan was stunned. "Then how do I chase him back?" "First, you need to control the distance. Otherwise, guys will feel annoyed, and they'll think you're being unreasonable." "You also think I'm being unreasonable?" Liu Ruyuan was a bit angry, feeling that everyone, including Guo Fuping, didn't understand her history with Qin Ran. They didn't have the right to say such a thing to her. Seeing that Liu Ruyuan was emotional, Guo Fuping softened his tone. "No, I can understand. But the more you do this, the further you'll push Qin Ran away." Liu Ruyuan frowned. "You don't understand. You don't understand my feelings for Qin Ran at all. We've been together for over 10 years. Qin Ran has always been so good to me. He's given me the best of everything. He loves me the most, not Lin Wanbai. It's me." Guo Fuping raised his hands. Okay, calm down. You said you've been with Qin Ran for over 10 years? Then you guys are childhood sweethearts? Liu Ruyuan nodded. Yes, so Lin Wanbai is the third party in my relationship with Qin Ran. Guo Fuping asked in confusion. Wait, you and Qin Ran have been dating since long ago? We've already agreed on it. We date in university. Guo Fuping became more and more confused. Then have you been together? Not yet, but it's no different from being together. Qin Ran was always so good to me, just like a boyfriend. He doted on me. He loved me. Now, Guo Fuping understood. It turned out that this idea of being together, the idea of a third party, was all Liu Ruyuan's wishful thinking. He had thought earlier that Qin Ran and Liu Ruyuan were in a relationship, and then Qin Ran had cheated and gotten together with Lin Wanbai. But that was not the case at all. Qin Ran might have been very good to Liu Ruyuan before, and he might have had feelings for her. But since they weren't together, and he hadn't cheated, there wasn't a problem. Even if they had been together, it was normal to find someone new after a breakup. It wasn't a rare thing for university students to change girlfriends, especially since Qin Ran's looks were so good, and he was also a good singer. Guo Fuping pondered for a moment and then advised, relationships are between two people, and you can't force them. If you truly want to be with Qin Ran, think carefully about what you can bring to each other. Also, don't demand too much from him. Liu Ruyuan's expression changed. I'm demanding too much? Where am I demanding too much? Wasn't the way you acted earlier making it difficult for Qin Ran? He had already teamed up with Lin Wanbai, so was he just going to abandon his teammate? I am Qin Ran's teammate. Lin Wanbai stole my spot. You don't understand anything. I don't want to talk to you. After throwing a tantrum, Liu Ruyuan left. If they didn't understand her, it was fine, but they shouldn't lecture her. Guo Fuping stood there awkwardly, unable to help but shake his head. He actually didn't feel angry about Liu Ruyuan's behavior, but rather sympathized with Qin Ran. Having such an admirer would be a headache, he estimated. But he could only help give some advice. But now it seemed useless, as Liu Ruyuan wouldn't listen at all. Apart from Liu Ruyuan, there was another person in the class who needed psychological counseling. Guo Fuping shouted to Wang Feifei, who wanted to leave with Liu Ruyuan. Wang Feifei, can you come here for a moment? Chapter 76, Words of Advice, but he's already gone astray. In Guo Fuping's eyes, Wang Feifei's problem was actually bigger. Liu Ruyuan rarely made such a scene like she did today. But Wang Feifei was truly disliked in the class. It could be seen from today's team-building activities that Wang Feifei wasn't popular and always followed behind Liu Ruyuan. No one was willing to play with Wang Feifei. It would have been better if he had joined Liu Ruyuan's dormitory. But Liu Ruyuan wasn't popular now either, and compared to the first day of school, her popularity was probably only a tenth of what it was before. Guo Fuping had been a class rep for some students with effeminate mannerisms before, but they were very different from Wang Feifei. They also didn't get along well with the boys, but they got along very well with the girls and were friends with almost all of the girls in the class. But Wang Feifei was disliked by both the boys and the girls. This was quite rare. Guo Fuping treated everyone equally, and he hoped Wang Feifei could change a bit. Not to please others, but at least to be able to interact with classmates normally. If a few people disliked him, that was actually quite normal. After all, no one could make everyone like them. But if everyone disliked them, they needed to look for the reasons within themselves. Guo Fuping was worried that over time, Wang Feifei might take it to the extreme. This was not without precedent. The poisoning cases that happened in universities before were not isolated incidents, nor were they accidents. Guo Fuping wasn't the kind of class counselor who just went through the motions and hung up a title. He was genuinely concerned about the mental and physical health of the students in his class. Feifei, I didn't see you playing the games just now. I want to find Yin Yin. Wang Feifei asked in feigned confusion. Class rep, what were you talking about with Yin Yin just now? It was nothing. I was just giving her some small advice. What advice? If you want to please someone you like, you need to use the right methods. Wang Feifei was stunned and understood that Guo Fuping was saying this to him. But he didn't bother to listen to Guo Fuping's words, as the latter didn't have much experience in love and wasn't qualified to teach him about it. Moreover, Guo Fuping didn't understand his feelings for Liu Ruyuan. Nor did he understand the complex relationship between the three of them. But Wang Feifei had known how to disguise himself since he was a child. Class rep, you're right, Wang Feifei said in agreement. Guo Fuping nodded. Feifei, you also like Liu Ruyuan, don't you? Yes. I'll use the right methods, and I won't cause trouble for Yin Yin. Seeing Wang Feifei being so well-behaved, Guo Fuping suddenly understood why the people in the class disliked Wang Feifei so much. Because it was actually quite obvious whether someone was sincere or not. It could be felt. Wang Feifei didn't seem perfunctory, but he wasn't sincere either. Guo Fuping sighed inwardly. Feifei, if you're a flower in bloom, the wind will come on its own. Improving yourself will make it easier to win the other party's affection. Wang Feifei cursed inwardly. You don't know anything. Do you think I haven't thought about improving my boyfriend qualities? It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. But obviously, these words could only be kept in his heart. Class rep, I understand. I will work hard to improve myself. Wang Feifei glanced at the departing Liu Ruyuan. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Goodbye, class rep. Watching Wang Feifei chase after Liu Ruyuan, Guo Fuping couldn't help but shake his head. He knew Wang Feifei hadn't listened. But he also knew that he couldn't change a person just by saying something once. Guo Fuping only hoped that by reminding him from time to time, he could let Wang Feifei know that someone cared about him. He hoped that he could reflect occasionally and think carefully before doing something. However, Guo Fuping might have been disappointed. Wang Feifei hadn't listened at all, letting his words go in one ear and out the other. He even felt that Guo Fuping was being nosy. Wang Feifei didn't care what other people thought. He had never experienced the love of family, let alone classmates. The concern of some people would even make him feel disgusted. Only Liu Ruyuan was different. After simply dealing with a few sentences, Wang Feifei jogged to catch up with Liu Ruyuan. Wang Feifei, holding his waist, was a little out of breath. Yin, wait for me. But Liu Ruyuan didn't stop. She originally wanted to chat with Qin Ran, but now she had calmed down. Ouch! Liu Ruyuan paused and turned her head to look at Wang Feifei. What's wrong? My back seems to be acting up again. Then go back and rest. Yin, can you accompany me to the hospital on Saturday? The hospital? The doctor said I need to go for a checkup. I have something to do on the weekend. Wang Feifei said pitifully. Yin, if you have something to do, go ahead. I can do it alone. I've been used to it since I was a child. This was Wang Feifei's usual tactic. It never failed. He wouldn't force Liu Ruyuan to go with him, but instead used the method of gaining sympathy. As long as he said this, Liu Ruyuan would usually accompany him, even if it was during a festival or going out with Qin Ran. But this time, he had miscalculated. Liu Ruyuan replied with an "oh" and left. Wang Feifei stood there, dumbfounded. Liu Ruyuan had just left. Not only did she not say she'd go to the hospital with him, but even her reply was so perfunctory. It was more than just perfunctory. Wang Feifei's face became very ugly as he watched Liu Ruyuan's departing figure. A touch of gloom flashed in his eyes. His trick didn't work. He didn't know if she had seen through him, or if all of Liu Ruyuan's attention was now on Qin Ran. Wang Feifei was more inclined to believe the latter. Because during the class team-building game just now, Liu Ruyuan had always wanted to team up with Qin Ran. Even after he took the initiative to say he didn't have a teammate, Liu Ruyuan still insisted on teaming up with Qin Ran, not caring what the other students thought. Qin Ran, it's always Qin Ran. Wang Feifei wasn't angry at Liu Ruyuan, but rather hated Qin Ran. They had clearly agreed that he could have Liu Ruyuan, but Qin Ran still kept getting entangled with her. Wang Feifei had never liked Qin Ran. No matter what it was, looks, grades, physique, sports, music, Qin Ran was better than him. If he wanted to attract Liu Ruyuan's attention, he always had to rely on pretending to be pitiful. Now that Qin Ran was so close to another girl, why couldn't he just cut off his relationship with Liu Ruyuan? Wang Feifei went back to the dormitory with a gloomy face. He didn't follow Liu Ruyuan anymore, because he knew that even if he chased after her, she would only talk about Qin Ran with him. He didn't want to hear the words Qin Ran anymore. But after returning to the dorm, his roommates were still talking about Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai, and about the girl he liked. Wang Feifei couldn't help but yell, "It's so noisy." His three roommates were stunned at first, then looked at each other. They didn't know what Wang Feifei was going crazy about. It wasn't lights out time yet, and they were just chatting normally. He's crazy. He's sick. Ignore him. The three continued chatting, ignoring Wang Feifei. Although they were all in the same class, Wang Feifei's behavior disgusted them. When the semester had started, he was talking bad about them behind their backs, just so he could follow Liu Ruyuan. It was as if they were the bad guys, deliberately ostracizing him. Then there was no reason for them to force Wang Feifei to play with them. But to their surprise, Wang Feifei actually smashed his phone. "Shut up!" Wang Feifei roared. Bang! The phone slammed to the ground, and the screen shattered instantly. The three looked blankly at Wang Feifei's sinister face. It was the first time they had seen Wang Feifei with such an expression. Chapter 77. A 50 Billion Project. a high-level meeting. Wang Feifei's outburst wasn't actually because of his 3 roommates. It was because he had just sent a message to Liu Ruyuan, asking what her plans were for the weekend. If she couldn't accompany him to the hospital, he should at least be able to have dinner or go shopping with her after his checkup. But Liu Ruyuan actually asked him to find out what Qin Ran was doing on the weekend. Clearly, Liu Ruyuan wasn't busy on the weekend, but wanted to spend time with Qin Ran. The person that Wang Feifei was truly angry at was Qin Ran, and his 3 roommates just happened to mention Qin Ran, which led to Wang Feifei smashing his phone in a fit of rage. But what he didn't know was that after he smashed his phone, his former mother sent him 2 messages. However, his phone screen was completely broken, so he couldn't see them for the time being. Otherwise, he would have understood why Liu Haicheng didn't mind Qin Ran playing with women. On the weekend, Qin Ran walked out of the school and got into his family's car. He had originally planned to go back last week, but one day was too rushed. He wanted his father to go to the hospital for another checkup so that any problems could be treated early. It just so happened that it was the National Day holiday, which also included the Mid-Autumn Festival, so he would go home to celebrate and stay for a few days. As for ice skating, he postponed it until after the National Day. Qin Ran sat in the car, looking at the latest update sent by Li Huachuan. The Ji family was finished. Ji Buoqing, who was still in the detention center, clearly couldn't go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. But there was a good chance the whole family could reunite in the detention center. The Mercedes drove all the way into the Shishan Manor. There were a total of 72 villas here, and the Qin family's villa occupied the largest area, a full 40 acres. Although it was called a villa district, it was actually in the heart of a forest resort area. The car stopped, and the driver quickly got out to open the door. "Young master." "Hello, young master." Qin Ran nodded slightly as a greeting. "Where's my mom?" "Madam is in the East Garden." Qin Ran headed towards one of his family's gardens, picking a double happiness rose along the way. In the garden, a dignified-looking woman was pruning branches, her hair neatly styled, and her aura was as elegant as an orchid. "Mom." Qin Ran walked to the woman's side with a smile, placing the bright red and white flower in her hair. Lian Qin was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. "Ran, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. Wasn't that supposed to be a surprise for you?" Qin Ran took the pruning shears from Lian Qin and helped her prune the green sepals she had carefully cultivated. Any of the green sepals in front of him could be a treasure of the garden. Lian Qin turned to the nanny, saying, "Tell the kitchen to make more of Ran's favorite dishes tonight." "Yes, madam." Qin Ran did a bit of pruning, then returned the pruning shears to his mother. "Where's Dad?" "He's busy at the company." "Will he come back today?" "Who knows?" Lian Qin took out her phone, smiling as she said, "But since you're back, I'll send him a message." "No need. I called Uncle Li, Dad should know." Lian Qin nodded, "Then I won't send it." "Oh right, Mom. Did you know that Dad has gallbladder polyps?" "I know, what's wrong? Did it get worse? Didn't the last president say it wouldn't have much impact?" "No, I just happened to run into presidenting the other day. He said it's best if Dad goes for regular checkups." "AI." Lian Qin sighed. "You know your father, when he gets busy, he won't leave the company until he's too sick to move. There are so many people in the company, and they're all professionals, including professional managers. It wouldn't hurt Dad to rest for a few days. His health is the most important." Lian Qin was a little surprised, feeling that her son had become much more sensible. "Then I'll tell him later. But your words are more effective." "Me." In Qin Ran's memory, his relationship with his father wasn't that good at this time, because he was unambitious and spent all his time thinking about women. Even though he had great talent in business, he wasn't willing to get involved in company affairs. Qin Ran thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll also mention it to Dad." After that, Qin Ran walked around the garden with his mother. He also went to the stable to see his beloved horse. After riding it a few rounds, he went back to the house to take a shower. The 40-acre estate was neither small nor big, but for Qin Ran, his family was the most important thing. Near evening, a motorcade drove into the estate. Qin Ran was a bit puzzled and turned to the butler, Zhou Lan, beside him. "Aunt Zhou, is there any event today?" "It seems they're planning to acquire a photovoltaic company, but I'm not too sure about the specifics." Qin Ran thought for a moment. There was such a thing. The group was planning to spend 50 billion to acquire Sirue Photovoltaics, which was currently in the limelight. Several high-level executives from the group got out of the cars. They were all big shots worth billions or tens of billions. The middle-aged man walking at the front was Qin Ran's father, Qin Yushan. The spokesperson of the Qin group, He had an absolute controlling interest in the company. Qin Yushan said to Qin Ran, "Come to the study too." Qin Ran nodded and greeted the people behind him. "Uncle Chen, Uncle Luo, Uncle Yin. Good evening. Ran, long time no see. You're getting more and more handsome. You're a college freshman now, right? My granddaughter is a senior in high school this year, and she's preparing to apply to the University of Finance and Economics. Ran, can you tutor her when you have time? Tutoring is a lie, and marriage is the real goal." Ha 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 ha. The group entered the study, their eyes lingering on Qin Ran, who came in with them. They were originally going to the group's headquarters, but they had come to Shishan Manor halfway. They had been a bit puzzled at first, but now they understood. Qin Yushan was clearly trying to get Qin Ran involved in company affairs early. He didn't say it explicitly, but everyone present were old foxes and could see it without being told. Qin Yushan handed a blue folder to Qin Ran. The latter opened it and saw the due diligence report on Sairue Photovoltaics. This was the due diligence process before the acquisition. Qin Yushan didn't wait for Qin Ran to finish reading but said directly, "We just went to Sairue Photovoltaics' new factory. The qualifications, products, and technology all meet the standards. They're at the top of the industry. The Ministry of Finance has issued a new document, officially launching the new solar demonstration project next year. There will be bidding by the end of the year. If we acquire Sairue Photovoltaics, we can apply for bidding on key equipment in the demonstration project. The Ministry of Finance will subsidize the key equipment of the demonstration project according to the supply price of the winning bid agreement. Also, recently, a high-ranking leader has been very interested in the photovoltaic industry. The Ministry of Science and Technology has recently issued a research plan. In the next few years, the research and development of photovoltaic technology and industry development will receive strong support. What do you think about acquiring Sairue Photovoltaics?" The men looked at each other, and Qin Ran lowered his head to look at the document. Yin Dihai opened his mouth. Sairue Photovoltaics is currently the leader in the domestic industry. If we can acquire it and clear up the links, it won't be a problem to win the project. Chunding agreed, "That's right. But it won't be cheap to acquire Sairue. We can get the investment back. It won't take many years. Sairue's stock price has been rising sharply recently." Qin Yushan nodded and looked at Qin Ran. "What do you think?" "I think it's not very suitable," Qin Ran said calmly. Chapter 78. Being smart, the Liu family is out. The three men were surprised to hear Qin Ran say that. Yin Dihai asked, "Ran, can you tell us why?" "Yes, we've already prepared to acquire Sairue," said Luo Chuanyun. Actually, Luo Chuanyun was reminding Qin Ran to consider his words before speaking. They were discussing official business now, and it was very important. There was no such thing as being reckless with what they said. Since Qin Yushan asked the question, he was letting Qin Ran be a part of the decision-making process. Even if his suggestion wasn't ultimately adopted, he still needed to be cautious. Qin Ran briefly stated his opinion. Sairue Photovoltaics may seem glamorous, but it's actually on the decline. There are many hidden problems behind its blind expansion, and this due diligence report needs to be improved. Also, there seems to be a new policy coming out in the West that will have a big impact on the photovoltaic industry. And also, the photovoltaic cycle is about to enter a declining phase. Things will decline after reaching the peak. Everyone understands this. Chunding asked in confusion, "What new policy?" Qin Ran smiled slightly, but didn't explain. Luo Chuanyun said helplessly, "Are you keeping secrets from us too?" "No, Uncle Luo. I'm not too clear about the specifics and I still need to confirm them. But my personal opinion is not to acquire it." The three men's gazes turned to Qin Yushan again. The one who made the real decision was still Qin Yushan, not them. "We will consider it. You can go out first." Qin Ran nodded and got up to leave. After the door closed, Luo Chuanyun said with a smile, "Yushan, Ran is more and more like you were back then." "Yes, he's calm and collected. But is Ran's news accurate? If it's true, then we really need to think it over carefully." Qin Yushan tapped the table with his finger. "Chen Ding, you arrange for someone to investigate. Also, find a new due diligence company to do another investigation." "Okay, I'll make arrangements now." Qin Ran left the study and went back to his room. Since he was reborn, he would help his family avoid some detours and reduce unnecessary losses. Acquiring Sairue Photovoltaics wasn't a wise decision. When the impact arrived at the end of the year, very few would actually be able to withstand it. Sairue Photovoltaics was said to be the top company, but it wasn't a true leader and there was a lot of exaggeration. Even with the help of the Qin Group, they would still suffer heavy losses even if they managed to withstand the impact. It wasn't necessary to do something that was not worth the cost. After dinner, Qin Ran went to the study again. Dad. Qin Yushan put down the document. What is it? When are you going for a checkup? Your mother told you, right? No. I just happened to go to the hospital, and Uncle Ling told me. He said your problem could be big or small, and shouldn't be taken lightly. I know my limits. Then how about getting a checkup in the next couple of days? Your health is important. All right. Qin Yushan suddenly asked, what's going on with that Ji family? It's nothing, just a small conflict. Qin Ran wasn't surprised that his father knew about it. After all, he had made Li Huachuan do it. Li Huachuan was his father's right-hand man, and since it was related to him, there was no way he wouldn't report it. Qin Yushan only asked one question and didn't ask any further. Clearly, he also didn't see the Ji family as a threat. However, Qin Yushan then asked, what about that girl? Qin Ran was silent for a moment and then said, Dad, I don't like her anymore, but there are still some things I need to figure out. You don't like her anymore? You used to say you would never marry anyone else, and I thought you were very serious about it. Qin Yushan's tone was laced with surprise. Qin Ran couldn't help but laugh wryly. I was ignorant before. Qin Yushan nodded. It's good that you know. Qin Ran didn't say anything more and left the study. Inside, Qin Yushan opened the document again. On it were the detailed information of the Liu family and the Wang family, with the backgrounds of 3 generations having been investigated thoroughly. Liu Haichong, Liu Ruyuan. Qin Yushan closed the document and laughed carelessly. The Wang family, huh? Qin Ran didn't know that Wang Feifei had asked his family to investigate his background. And Wang Feifei didn't know what kind of trouble his actions would bring to his family in the future. It was almost impossible to find information about the Qin family online, because the Qin family's confidentiality work was well done. Anyone who investigated the Qin family would trigger an alarm. In the information age, investigations were much more convenient, but it would also leave records. When Qin Ran was young, he was almost kidnapped, and Qin Yushan wouldn't allow similar things to happen again. What did the Liu family and the Wang family count for? 2 days later, Qin Ran accompanied his parents to the hospital for a checkup. If some small problems aren't treated in time, they could have serious consequences. The person who greeted the 3 of them was President Ng Xinming. They all went through the green channel, with the highest priority. When he received the news that Qin Yushan was coming to the hospital, Ng Xinming immediately made arrangements. The results of the examination showed that the gallbladder polyps had not grown larger, nor had they turned malignant. I told you I'm fine. There's no need to come. Dad, you still need to come for a checkup next month, or you can just have it removed. Qin Ran looked at Ng Xinming, right? Uncle Ng. Ng Xinming nodded, yes, the gallbladder polyps can be completely cured after removal. Qin Yushan waved his hand. It's just a small illness. No need to have surgery. If it hadn't been for Qin Ran's insistence, Qin Yushan wouldn't even have come for the checkup. As they were walking out, a slightly surprised voice suddenly sounded. Qin Ran? President Ng. Liu Haichong walked over quickly, nodding at Ng Xinming, and then said with a smile, I'm Xiaoyan's father. You even attended Xiaoyan's birthday banquet last year. The 4 had different expressions on their faces. Ng Xinming smiled slightly but didn't say anything, wondering how Liu Haichong had gotten so lucky. It wasn't him who had informed Liu Haichong. Even if he guessed that Qin Ran had a good relationship with Liu Haichong's daughter, he wouldn't have revealed Qin Yushan's whereabouts. Qin Yushan was expressionless, while Lian Qin was a little curious. She knew that her son was very close to a girl named Liu Ruyuan. She had even asked Qin Ran to bring the girl home to visit before. She believed that her son's taste wouldn't be bad. As for Qin Ran's expression, it was even more nonchalant. He just called out Uncle Liu, and then said nothing more. Liu Haichong directly stated the reason for his appearance. I brought Xiaoyan for a checkup. She's mentioned your name a few times, since you didn't go see her last time. Oh right, and who are these 2? My mom and dad. They came for a checkup. Uncle Liu, we'll take our leave first. It's a pleasure to meet you. A pleasure to meet you. Liu Haichong took the initiative to extend his hand to Qin Yushan, wanting to shake his hand. He was ecstatic, but pretended not to recognize the latter. Qin Yushan extended his right hand. While Liu Haichong held his hand with both of his, a smile plastered all over his face. Dad, Qin Ran? A petite girl ran over. Who else could it be but Liu Ruyuan? Qin Ran narrowed his eyes. Dad, Mom, you guys can go back first. I'll say hello to my classmate. Qin Yushan left with his wife, signaling to Ng Xinming not to see them off. In fact, Lian Qin had wanted to stay and see what the girl her son liked was like. But how to put it? She was pretty, but her aura was a little lacking. After getting into the car, Lian Qin asked her husband, "Why did you pull me away just now?" "Your son said he didn't like that girl anymore. Also, that man recognized me." Lian Qin frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. Qin Yushan raised his chin, signaling the driver to start the car. He wasn't worried. He could tell at a glance whether someone liked someone or not. The Liu family, with all their ulterior motives, didn't deserve to be with the Qin family. Chapter 79. Turning away and leaving, hesitating for a second, is disrespectful. Liu Haicheng didn't expect Qin Yushan and his wife to leave so quickly. He hadn't even introduced himself yet. But at least he had shown his face in front of Qin Yushan, and Qin Ran's attitude wasn't bad. Liu Haicheng could only comfort himself that there would be other opportunities in the future. As long as his daughter maintained a good relationship with Qin Ran, it wouldn't be difficult to climb aboard the Qin family's giant ship. Moreover, you couldn't get results too quickly. It wasn't bad to become acquainted with them. It was just a pity that his daughter had arrived a little late, and she was also very ignorant. She only paid attention to Qin Ran and didn't greet Qin Yushan and his wife. His appearance here wasn't a coincidence. Last time, he came to discuss cooperation on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. After he accidentally found out that Qin Ran's identity wasn't simple, he took the deputy director in charge of the liaison to dinner and gave him a VIP card to a certain club. The card already had $300,000 on it. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have spent this money. After all, the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the hospital wasn't really related to him. His purpose in giving the gift was to have the deputy director do him a small favor. If he saw Qin Ran appear, he had to inform him immediately. He didn't need to do anything else. You couldn't catch a wolf without taking a risk. Moreover, $300,000 wasn't much to him. It was all for today's opportunity. He had the opportunity, and he was able to meet Qin Yushan as he wished. The $300,000 was worth it. Liu Haicheng cleared his throat twice. "President Ng, I have a couple of questions about the cooperation we discussed last time that I would like to ask you. I wonder if the president has time?" Ng Shiming looked at Qin Ran, nodded, and said, "Don't mention the word ask. We can learn from each other." "Please, Mr. Liu." Liu Haicheng diverted Ng Shiming, leaving the rest to his precious daughter. "Xiaoyan, Dad has some things to talk about with President Ng. You can chat with Qin Ran for a while, and then come find me later for the checkup." When he said this, Liu Haicheng's attention was actually on Qin Ran. He desperately hoped to hear Qin Ran say, "Uncle Liu, let me take Xiaoyan for the checkup." Unfortunately, he didn't. And Qin Ran's expression had been very calm. Liu Haicheng sighed inwardly. It seemed there was still a long way to go if he wanted to get on the Qin family's good side. Liu Ruyuan saw Qin Yushan and Lian Qin. In her past life, they were her parents-in-law, and she had almost called out, "Dad, Mom." But unfortunately, there was an accident on the day of the engagement, and she didn't have the chance. Liu Ruyuan actually didn't like Qin Ran's parents, because neither Qin Yushan nor Lian Qin had treated her as family. After Qin Ran's accident, Qin Yushan was furious. The first to suffer was the Liu family. It could be said that the Liu family's decline was caused by Qin Yushan. Naturally, Liu Ruyuan hated Qin Yushan even more, so she didn't greet him. Even though the things that happened in her past life hadn't occurred yet, she still had a grudge in her heart, and it was difficult to let go. The worst days she lived were due to Qin Yushan. But it was also because of this that she understood how much power the Qin family held. They didn't need Qin Yushan to take action himself. He only had to say that he was dissatisfied with the Liu family. Then there would be people targeting the Liu family, and more than just one. Stealing clients, fire inspections, audits, tax inspections, social security inspections. She could only watch helplessly as she lost everything. Life got worse and worse, and she couldn't even run away with the money, or she would be directly sent to prison. After being reborn, Liu Ruyuan made herself try to look at the matter from another perspective. If she could be with Qin Ran, she would once again have the boy whose heart and soul were full of her. She believed that if she was with Qin Ran, she could marry into the Qin family. She wouldn't miss her engagement and wedding. She could be with Qin Ran, and the latter would take over the Qin family, and she would have a share of the Qin family's immense assets. No matter how you looked at it, chasing Qin Ran was the best thing to do. Moreover, she liked Qin Ran. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been with him in her past life, and she wouldn't have gotten engaged. What she was doing now was just continuing what had happened before. She was also more mature than before, and she didn't have as many petty flaws. She understood who she should choose between Qin Ran and Wang Feifei. However, she hadn't completely given up on Wang Feifei. No matter what, the three of them had grown up together, and their feelings were deep. Moreover, she already knew that Wang Feifei was an illegitimate child, and that his family background wasn't simple either. In case there was any unexpected event, Wang Feifei would be her backup plan. But Qin Ran was always her first choice. Therefore, after receiving a call from her father, Liu Ruyuan rushed over immediately. Seeing Qin Ran's family of three, she couldn't help but think of her engagement day. After hesitating for a moment, she still stepped forward, because she also knew that today's opportunity was rare. There was no Lin Wanbai, nor was there Wang Feifei, only her and Qin Ran. But she hadn't expected Qin Ran to not introduce her to his parents, which made her heart sink. Qin Ran, why are you doing a checkup at this hospital? Liu Ruyuan was stunned. My dad said this hospital was better. Is that so? Then go get a checkup. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Qin Ran was about to leave, Liu Ruyuan immediately blocked him. Wait, is there anything else? Do you hate me this much? Liu Ruyuan bit her lip, feeling aggrieved. You weren't like this before. People change. Then can you change back to the way you were? Qin Ran was speechless and laughed. I can't change back. Hearing this, Liu Ruyuan said again, then I'll change to the way you like. You should go for your checkup first. Qin Ran, I'm serious. I'm also serious. You may really need to get checked out. Liu Ruyuan finally reacted, saying in disbelief, You're saying I'm crazy? You were injured. I wasn't injured. You're the one who hurt me. I hurt you. Isn't it you? You used to treat me so well, but now you're distancing yourself from me and isolating me. When did I isolate you? You get close to other people, but you're not willing to stay with me. Looking at the hysterical Liu Ruyuan, Qin Ran felt very unfamiliar. But it also made him realize that his choice hadn't been wrong. He didn't want to argue with Liu Ruyuan about this anymore. It was meaningless. I didn't isolate you, but you're right about one thing. I really don't want to be with you anymore, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. As for who I get close to, that's my freedom. Do you understand? Liu Ruyuan's eyes immediately turned red. Qin Ran, why are you treating me like this? What did I do wrong? I like you, and am willing to give you a chance. Why aren't you cherishing me now? I agree to be your girlfriend, but you're not allowed to be so close to Lin Wanbai in the future. Qin Ran raised his hand. No, we're not suitable. Let's just be normal classmates in the future. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Having said that, Qin Ran turned around and left without hesitation. Hesitating for even a second was disrespecting himself. Qin Ran, Liu Ruyuan shouted, you'll regret not choosing me. Chapter 80. Don't underestimate me. I'm Liu Ruyuan. Seeing Qin Ran leave without turning his head, Liu Ruyuan stomped her feet in anger. She believed she no longer had as many petty flaws, nor did she have the princess complex. But in reality, it was all her own delusion. Liu Ruyuan had grown a lot after experiencing so many things. She was more mature. But her maturity was simply that she knew how to weigh the pros and cons. She knew that being with Qin Ran was the best choice for maximizing her benefits. As long as Qin Ran was still like before, she wouldn't make the same mistake again. She would date Qin Ran, prevent other girls from interfering, and get engaged smoothly after graduation. She would get married, have children, and then become a wealthy wife, living a life of ease, doing what she wanted to do. The time before she was reborn was the most difficult period of her life. She lost Qin Ran and lost everything. Therefore, Liu Ruyuan vowed never to live such a miserable life again. It was just that she hadn't expected to have setbacks after being reborn. Qin Ran was like a different person, not at all like the boy from her past life, the one who would tolerate her, with a heart full of her. For a moment, she had even suspected that another soul lived within Qin Ran. However, based on her observations, Qin Ran was the same in all other aspects except that he didn't love her anymore. Liu Ruyuan had already tried several times, but Qin Ran rejected her again and again. She wasn't just trying to give him a way out, but she had also taken the initiative to apologize and agree to be his girlfriend. In her opinion, she had already compromised enough. It could be said that she had never compromised so much in both lives combined. But Qin Ran still rejected her. She couldn't accept it. Liu Ruyuan hadn't told anyone that she had been reborn. This was her biggest advantage. If Qin Ran continued to act this way, she would really make Qin Ran regret it. She wasn't joking. She was a prophet now, knowing how things would develop in the future. The only pity was that although she majored in business management, she didn't work in the financial field. After graduating, Qin Ran had taken good care of her. She would shop, go on vacation, have dinner with her colleagues and friends. If her job wasn't going well, she would just resign. If she had gone to a securities firm and studied stocks and futures more, she would definitely be able to get rich quickly. But even though she didn't understand finance, she knew some of the trends. Real estate would soar in the next few years and then decline. Short videos were a major trend. As long as you stood on the trend, even a pig could fly. And she wasn't a pig. She was a beautiful phoenix. In addition, she could buy virtual currencies and wait for them to appreciate. Virtual currencies had already risen a lot, but it wasn't a problem for them to rise several times more. She had already asked her father for 3 million, and adding her savings, she would become a multimillionaire in a few years if she put them all into virtual currencies. This was her real backup plan. But well, she wasn't planning on buying virtual currencies. It would take too long to wait. It would take several years to own over $100 million. Most importantly, even if she owned 10 million, it still wouldn't be comparable to the Qin family. Not to mention 10 million. Even 100 million would still be uncertain. If she wanted Qin Ran to regret it and make the Qin family pay, it wouldn't be that easy. After gradually calming down, Liu Ruyuan felt that she needed to make a plan again. To be honest, if it wasn't necessary, she didn't want to go down this path. She wasn't stupid. This path was undoubtedly the most difficult. The fastest way to Rome was still Qin Ran. Liu Ruyuan thought a lot. Qin Ran wasn't the only top-tier second-generation rich person. It was just that the Qin Ran from the past was the one she was closest to. As for how she should choose in the future, she would wait and see. But Liu Haicheng's words made Liu Ruyuan move further and further away from Qin Ran. Xiaoyan, how come you finished chatting with Qin Ran so quickly? He left. He didn't say he would accompany you for your checkup? He left. Then you didn't try to get him to stay? What did you talk about with him? I said he left. He doesn't want to chat with me. Liu Haicheng frowned. Did you make him angry? Because of that Wang Feifei? Liu Ruyuan wanted to say no, but she thought of the engagement banquet in her past life. If it hadn't been for Wang Feifei pretending to be injured, she wouldn't have been absent. Actually, Wang Feifei was only slightly injured. He had been bumped by a donkey and hadn't been hit by a car. But at that time, she was anxious and didn't ask too much. She thought it would be okay to go a little later, or she could just postpone it. After all, it wasn't the wedding. Later, she realized that she had been wrong. Completely wrong. It was also because of this that she had a grudge against Wang Feifei. But later, Wang Feifei had indeed accompanied her through the most difficult initial period. After losing Qin Ran, Wang Feifei was her only good friend. But then a lot of other things happened. In short, her feelings for Wang Feifei were very complicated now. But in a way, what her father said was right. Seeing that his daughter was silent, Liu Haicheng frowned even more. In the future, you should have less contact with that Wang Feifei. Chat with Qin Ran more. Did you see Qin Ran's parents just now? Do you know who his dad is? If he stamps his foot, the whole of Zhonghai would shake 3 times. Liu Ruyuan said with displeasure. Do you want to use me to climb up to the Qin family? What are you saying? Dad is doing this for your own good, and also for our Liu family. Think about it. If you marry Qin Ran, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Your parents won't have to worry about your future. And from what I've seen, Qin Ran doesn't have a bad temper, and he's a good son-in-law. Isn't he 10,000 times better than that Wang Feifei? Listen to Dad. Dad won't hurt you. Liu Ruyuan said coldly. Is that your reason for finding a mistress? No, that's not related. Liu Haicheng said anxiously. Dad has already broken up with her, and the house has been put up for sale. Has it been sold? If it has, give me the money. Liu Haicheng was stunned. Didn't Dad already give you 3 million? That was all the money Dad could scrape together. There's not much money in the company's accounts anymore. I can turn 3 million into 300 million. Liu Haicheng widened his eyes. What did you say? Did Qin Ran tell you any inside information? No. It has nothing to do with him. Liu Ruyuan was a little impatient. Can you stop talking about Qin Ran every time? Even without him, I can still make money. You don't believe me? Liu Haicheng cleared his throat twice. In a little while, Dad's company needs to pay a sum of money. Why don't you return that 3 million to Dad first? You just don't believe me. It's not that. I agree with you studying finance and doing investments. But isn't 3 million a little too expensive to practice with? The tuition is a bit high. You still say you don't. Liu Ruyuan said angrily. Give me the money from the sale of that house too, or I'll tell Mom. Xiaoyan. Lu Haicheng's face became serious. Stop making trouble. That's 3 million, not $300. Give the money back to Dad, and I'll give it back to you after you graduate. Liu Ruyuan took a step back. No way. Just watch. I'll earn 10 million in 3 months. I don't need Qin Ran. I can also become a billionaire. Don't underestimate me.